Good morning, everybody. My name is Dr. Helene O'Keefe from the School of History here in UCC. I am also the Digital Support Officer for the Atlas of the Irish Revolution projects and a member of the organising team for the conference this week. And it's my pleasure to be your MC this morning. So, first of all, allow me to extend a warm welcome to you all to UCC's historic campus for the opening proceedings of the Irish Civil War National Conference. It is supported by the Department of Tourism, Culture, Arts, Sport and Media, and is one of the key events in this year's Decade of Centenaries programme. As I'm sure you will have seen from our programme, we're looking forward to a very packed and very interesting 4 days, during which 130 different scholars will discuss and debate myriad aspects of the century-old conflict. Full conference proceedings will be streamed live on the UCC website, and the proceedings from today's opening sessions and also proceedings on Saturday will be streamed via RTE.ie in collaboration with our conference partner, RTE. Now, before we begin our official proceedings, I'd like to just draw your attention to one or two housekeeping matters. First of all, I would like to point out the fire exits in the room. So the first is just to my right, and it's the door that you enter through this morning. And the second is at the bottom of the hall on the left-hand side, and you would exit that way in the event of fire. And lastly, can I ask that you please ensure that your mobile phones are on silent for the duration of this morning's proceedings. Now, to begin, I am absolutely delighted to introduce our first speaker this morning. He is Dr. Mervyn O'Driscoll. He is head of the School of History here in UCC. He is also a member of the academic steering group that first proposed this national conference and also programme chair on the university's organising committee. So with great pleasure, I introduce Dr. Mervyn O'Driscoll.
Good morning on this auspicious occasion, and I welcome you all on behalf of the School of History and University College Cork to the National Conference on the Irish Civil War. As Cork and Munster were the epicentres of the Civil War, UCC is a natural location for the National Conference. The university's Atlas of the Irish Revolution has displayed the strengths and diversity on offer here at University College Cork: history, geography, English, archaeology, politics, French, and so on. The follow-up, the Irish Revolution television series, captured public imagination and introduced this complex history to a new national audience. UCC is committed to bringing a collaborative approach to complicated historical projects and subjects. The Atlas' emphasis on wide and diverse but inclusive perspectives and on bottom-up history, rather than a focus on traditional narratives, will feature in this conference today and succeeding days. In addition, my colleagues here at UCC have completed a multi-part documentary on the Civil War with RTE, which will air in the autumn. The campus, I think, reflects the layers of history and the tensions of the Irish Civil War. The western end of the main campus was built atop Cork Men's Prison. The exterior remains. That housed both the National Army and the anti-treaty Irish Republican Army prisoners during the Civil War. A campus monument marks the mass grave of 12 Republican prisoners executed in 1921 during the War of Independence and commemorates an anti-treaty IRA volunteer executed within the prison walls in 1923. The Western Road forms the northern boundary of the university campus. In August 1922, the anti-treaty IRA Field Army retreated along the Western Road and dispersed nearby, ending in a conventional phase of the Civil War. 2 weeks later, Michael Collins' funeral cortege passed the opposite direction as his remains were returned to Dublin. The university setting illustrates the challenges posed by the contradictions of this state's violent birth. Its staff and students were engaged in the War of Independence and the Civil War. Indeed, the Civil War left an indelible imprint on the School of History and university as it did the entire society of Ireland. Indisputably, the Civil War had a pernicious and lasting impact. But time has arrived to take a measured and comprehensive approach. Only now, with some distance from the events, are we beginning to gain clearer perspectives on it. The political bargain that was the treaty was difficult. How were they to reconcile an independent Ireland and aspirations of a republic and unity with the British Empire Commonwealth? The horrors, hopes, and struggles of the War of Independence fueled intractable arguments regarding Ireland's constitutional status and national unity. The conflicting narratives about what was or was not possible in the Irish-British negotiations would afflict the new state and society for more than 2 generations. They led to personalised political arguments and recriminations about what was achievable, arcane arguments about plenipotentiary powers, debates about the inscrutable intentions of the protagonists, and so on. The Civil War was not an inevitable result of the treaty debates. It was essentially a split within the volunteers that became unbridgeable in the months following the treaty. The fratricide cast a long shadow over all dimensions of independent Ireland. The body politics, discourse, and structures became dominated by unresolved, perhaps unresolvable, national political questions. Civil War politics suffocated or distorted broader social, cultural, and economic debates. The divisions actually froze politics. The polarization gagged demands for social and economic progress as the national question continued to dominate. Many groups and interests felt betrayed by the predicament, not necessarily for political Republican reasons. After all, there were many socio-economic issues bubbling below the surface, as most ordinary men and women dealt with the tough realities of daily life during and after the Civil War. The Civil War is notable perhaps not for its magnitude or duration. By international and European standards, it was relatively minor. Civil war and civil conflict was pervasive after the Great War, with the crumbling of the European empires in East Central Europe. Civil conflicts are regular features of state formation. More exceptional in European history are peaceful transitions to independent statehood after wars of liberation. What sets the Irish Civil War apart is the animosity and the acrimony between former comrades and how it froze the political debate and party system around the national question to the exclusion of other considerations. During the decade of centenaries, UCC made scholarship accessible to the public in order to provide them with tools to better understand a complex period. And it will follow the same approach at this conference. Since 2012, Dr. John Borgonovo, Gabriel Doherty, and many others have been to the fore in organising conferences around the theme of the revolutionary decade and speaking at local events. These projects have been drawn from diverse areas, such as RTE, the Irish Defence Forces, the City Council, Cork County Council, the GAA, the Cork Port Authority, descendants of the treaty negotiations, the English market, and so on. UCC in history has been committed to a collaborative approach. Many are partnering us again with this Civil War conference. We are indeed fortunate to be able to rely on the wider community and municipal authorities here today, including the Irish Defence Forces, the City Council, Cork County Council, Collins Barracks, RTE, Irish Examiner, Cork History and Archaeological Society, History Ireland, Cork Public Museum, National Library, St. Peter's Cork, and Cork City Libraries. Hope I'm not forgetting everyone or anyone. It's hard to encompass everybody who's been involved in this, so it's purely my failing if anybody's been left out. There's been a very large team involved in preparing for this 4-day conference and the fringe events. We acknowledge all of them. Cork City and County Councils have, as always, provided generous moral and financial support. So rather than instilling a single narrative, we will offer multiple perspectives here. to facilitate broader and balanced engagement with diverse topics on their own merits. The conference will provide a critical, informed examination of evocative issues. The conference will not provide closure. It's a continuing process. Instead, what it will do is collect the fruits of the ongoing academic research into the conflict. In doing so, it will accomplish what the government's expert advisory group on commemorations describes as meaningful engagements with a difficult and traumatic time. It was such a time. The first day, today, will offer international comparisons to the Irish Civil War, presented in a symposium format. We'll hear from 3 senior scholars who specialise in different civil conflicts to better contextualise the Irish Civil War. And we're honoured to have the Taoiseach, Micheál Martin, a graduate of UCC and indeed of School of History, who's published in this period of history. He's honoured us by taking time out of his important business and busy schedule, which underlines the value of this topic. In the afternoon and parallel sessions today, we will offer a selection of short 20-minute papers organised into 4 panels looking at the Irish Civil War's global context. The second and third days unveil an abundance of perspectives and themes. They showcase short papers emerging from a call for papers. These papers will be presented in a number of panel sessions comprised of academics, scholars and specialists addressing multiple aspects of the Civil War, and will run in parallel 3-4 panels per session. Just to give you a sense, which you can obviously gauge yourself from the programme, panel politics include everything from party politics, class, labour and militancy, archaeology, material culture, biographical studies, and an exploration of civilian trauma, memory, cultural implications of civil war, military strategies, civil war battlefields, propaganda, and local studies. Day 4 is structured as a public event on the implications of the Civil War for the new Irish state and its society. It focuses on critical themes going forward after the war, such as labour, politics, partition, disorder, trauma, gender, fate, and diplomacy. The panels are designed as open-ended discussions between panels of specialists and between the specialists and the public in a process of reflection about the implications. The conference assembles the best research that is currently available from a multiplicity of perspectives, approaches, and case studies, and therefore the complex phenomenon is dissected. Finally, on behalf of the School of History, I must extend my thanks to the College of Arts, Celtic Studies and Social Sciences and the head of college, Professor Chris Williams, for his unstinting support and leadership in coordinating the university-wide efforts to plan and deliver this conference. Likewise, the President, John O'Halloran, has thrown his weight behind the national conference. And a personal word of thanks to Drs. John Borgonovo and Helene O'Keefe, who've carried a heavy burden at the heart of this organisation, as well as Eugenia Hanley, who has mastered all the organisation and implementation details for weeks now. As a result of the collective efforts, we have an enormous range of speakers, approximately 130. It will all be streamed or recorded. We may, in due course, select some of the papers for a published collection. It would be a terrible waste not to take advantage of the expertise gathered here over the next 4 days. Be warned, we may tap speakers on the shoulder, so we might be coming to you. We wish to thank the Department of Tourism, Culture, Gaeltacht, Sport, Media and Minister Catherine Martin, who displayed wisdom, I think, by taking on board the recommendation of the Expert Advisory Group on the Decade of Centenaries, chaired by Dr. Maurice Manning. They funded UCC's ambitious Civil War conference proposal. Without Department and Minister Catherine Martin, the conference would not have happened. They and the Expert Advisory Group have maintained a strict policy of respect for academic independence and once they agreed to the general concept. My final observation is that the seed money provided in the past decade of our commemorations was precious and valued. It has been repaid many times over. Think of the public engagement, the documentaries, the public education, the public engagement, the new research, the publishing, and the better appreciation of modern Ireland and its place. It is not time, perhaps, to say this, but perhaps we should consider, as a society, a more permanent programme of funding for the humanities and arts that is not tied just simply to commemoration. There are major questions that need to be needed to be addressed in Irish society today. Just a thought. So may you all enjoy the conference, and thank you.
Thank you, Dr. O'Driscoll, for that most interesting and informative overview and introduction. It is now my pleasure to begin official proceedings by introducing first the chair of the opening plenary lecture this morning. So I'd like to call to the lectern, please, Professor Chris Williams. He is the head of the College of Arts, Celtic Studies and Social Sciences here in UCC. He is also the chair of both the Academic Steering Group and the University Organising Committee for this week's academic conference. So thank you very much, Professor Chris Williams.
Thank you very much indeed, Helene, and thank you for your kind words, Mervyn. I'm afraid there's still no more money in the School of History budget for next year. So my role this morning is to introduce our first plenary speaker, Professor Robert Gaeltacht. And it's a great pleasure to have Robert here. He is, as I'm sure many of you will know, Professor of Modern History and Director of the Centre for War Studies at University College Dublin. Robert studied history and political science in his home city of Berlin before undertaking postgraduate and postdoctoral research at Oxford University. He has published very widely on modern German and modern European history. His major publications include The Bismarck Myth, Weimar Germany and the Legacy of the Iron Chancellor, published in 2005, Hitler's Hangman, The Life of Heydrich, published in 2011, The Vanquished, Why the First World War Failed to End, published by Alan Lane in 2016, widely available in paperback, and now published in translation in Bulgarian, Chinese, Croatian, Czech, Dutch, French, German, Greek, Italian, Japanese, Korean, Polish, Romanian, Serbian, Spanish, Taiwanese, and Turkish. Most recently, his single-authored volume, November 1918, The German Revolution, was published by Oxford University Press in 2020. And in addition, he has edited or co-edited many volumes or journal special issues. I'll just mention a couple that are particularly relevant today. War in Peace, Paramilitary Violence in Europe After the Great War, with Professor John Horn, and Empires at War, 1911 to 1923, with Erez Manela. For his research, he has also been in receipt of a series of major research grants from funding bodies, including the Irish Research Council and the European Research Council, and he recently received a highly prized and prestigious €2.5 million ERC advanced grant to look at European civil wars between 1914 and 1949. We are delighted that Robert agreed to speak to us today on civil wars and the making of Europe's 20th century. Robert, you're very welcome to us here in UCC, and please, everybody, give a warm reception to Professor Robert Gaeltacht.
Thank you so much, Chris, for this very generous introduction, and indeed to everyone involved in the organization of this important conference to mark the centenary of the Irish Civil War, for inviting me to address you. It might initially seem a little bit counterintuitive to open this conference on the Irish Civil War with a number of interventions from academics who are not so much specialists on the Irish Civil War, but rather on other civil wars that occurred in Europe at the same time. Yet I personally really welcome this opportunity for an exchange of ideas, as I've long been of the opinion that historians of different civil wars don't talk to each other often enough. Instead, we often assume that each conflict was so peculiar that it cannot be compared to any other. Yet unless you believe in coincidence, and I don't necessarily do that, it might be worth exploring why Europe in the first half of the 20th century was affected by a major wave of civil wars. There's perhaps another reason why civil wars are often seen as part of national histories, but rather rarely as part of European history in this period. As historians of early 20th century Europe, myself included, we have been, for very good reasons, so focused on the two world wars as interstate conflicts that we have tended to downplay the centrality of intercommunity violence, which almost seems like a byproduct of the ideological conflicts that characterized what the late Eric Hobsbawm famously called the Age of Extremes. Yet between 1914 and 1949, depending on what definition you use, Europe witnessed at least 30 civil wars. From Finland in the north to Spain in the west, Ukraine and Russia in the east, and Greece and Italy in the south, Europe experienced arguably the highest density of internal wars in the modern period. So in today's lecture, I aim to explore why that may have been the case, what enabled this spike of internal wars, and what led to what one could call the civilianization of warfare, despite all international attempts to civilize warfare in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. The subject of civil wars itself certainly has not been ignored by historians. On the contrary, there are rich and sophisticated bodies of literature on each of them, including outstanding studies written by many of the people you'll be hearing from today and over the coming days. Yet there are few historical studies that seek to connect them to each other. That work has been done primarily by historically minded political scientists such as Stathis Kalivas, or indeed by Bill Kissane, from whom we will be hearing in the next session. By contrast, the silent consensus among historians appears to be that civil wars are something best explained as a result of national or regional peculiarities and national crises. And while I'm very much building on the scholarly insights from those studies about peculiarities, I'm trying to understand why this period saw such a remarkable spike in civil wars and how, if at all, they were connected and entangled. To be sure, the proposition here is not to return to the long popular notion that the upheavals of this period took the form of the 30 Years' War of the 20th century as articulated by prominent contemporaries such as Charles de Gaulle or Winston Churchill, and subsequently employed by eminent historians such as Arno Meyer. Nor am I arguing that we should depict the years between 1917 and 1945 as one European civil war, during which opposing ideological forces of left and right struggled for the future order of the continent, a tempting argument put forward from very different ideological vantage points by the German historian Ernst Nolte, or in Hobsbawm's already mentioned Age of Extremes, with Nolte arguing unconvincingly that Nazism was primarily a reaction to Bolshevism. Instead, I want to make a case for a slightly different argument, namely that Europe was at the epicenter of two interconnected waves or cycles of civil war violence, one that lasted roughly from 1914 to 1923, and one that started in 1936 and ended in 1939 with the end of the Greek Civil War. As Stanley Payne has rightly pointed out, in the intervening period, sustained civil war was rare. Ireland and Spain were the only European countries to experience open civil wars that began and ended between 1919 and 1939. But Europe's early 20th century was indeed bookended by civil war in the wider context of the two world wars that enabled them. Neither of these two cycles can be explained through a simple left-right divide. In fact, many of them were fought between fraternal enemies with origins in the same political camp. And I don't think that Ireland is the exception here. Instead, they should be understood, civil wars, as a series of multi-layered conflicts in which political divides often set on top of other ethnic, religious, socio-economic, gendered or regional crises. This, I think, is often ignored because once the fighting starts, these different allegiances or fault lines often collapse into a single one and are then retrospectively sort of seen in primarily binary terms. What makes civil wars interesting as a historical subject is precisely the fact that they are multi-layered conflicts, frequently between more than two parties, and commonly with significant external involvement. Unlike international wars, civil wars are never a desired outcome for either side involved. As Mary Vincent has put it succinctly, the logic of civil war was a function of engagement, not of origins, and certainly not of outcomes. Civil wars are generally intimately related to other forms of political violence, from revolutions to putches or regular interstate wars that trigger or provide the spaces of opportunity for the actualization of internal armed conflict. In the wider context of political violence in this period, and notably in relation to the issue of the civilianization of conflict, civil wars have a special place because they are conflicts in which neutrality is nearly impossible and in which everyone is a potential target. The concept of internal enemies with its connotations of betrayal is central to the logic of civil wars. While in most interstate wars, with a notable exception perhaps of the war that Nazi Germany waged against the Soviet Union, the purpose of war is never to completely annihilate the enemy, but to force the opponent to accept certain conditions of peace, however harsh. The logic of civil wars is different. In civil wars, the purpose is always to completely destroy or permanently remove the opponent, hence the deployment of radical population policies such as partitions or expulsions as instruments originally designed to prevent the escalation of intercommunity violence into civil wars. In the 20th century, this logic had an important impact on what John Horn and Alan Kramer described as the emergence of total war cultures. States applied the logic of civil wars to international conflicts, with other states being branded as exceptionally cruel enemies whose hidden supporters were ubiquitous, particularly within one's own borders. These total war cultures tended to outlive the interstate conflicts from which they emerged. Think, for example, of the Jews and the pacifist left in Germany who were branded as internal enemies by the right and whose removal from society was seen as a precondition for Germany's national rebirth after 1933 by the Nazis. So back to the original question, how can we explain the proliferation of this kind of violence in the first half of the 20th century? And I would like to propose a number of macro-historical factors first. The first of those is the crisis of empire and disagreements about the future direction of politics and society. Building on ongoing socio-economic changes, urbanization, industrialization in some parts of Europe, but also unresolved land questions and isms of different guises, it was the First World War, broadly defined, that was to become the unintentional enabler of imperial crisis and eventual collapse. So the crisis of empire accelerated by the Great War, I think, is a crucial explanator when we look at the proliferation of civil wars in this period. Because before 1914, Europe was largely a continent of empires, both land empires such as the Russian, Austro-Hungarian or Ottoman empires, and the blue water empires of Britain, France, the Netherlands, Belgium, and others. That world of empires came under strain by the first decade of the 20th century, but there was little to suggest that the days of the European land empires were numbered. This fundamentally changed with the Great War as national revolutions altered the map of Europe more profoundly than had been the case at any stage in the modern period. As you can see from the map behind me, dramatic changes, nation states emerge where land empires once ruled. And with that began a prolonged process of violent ethnic unweaving and social engineering that transformed these once polyglot and multi-religious communities into ethnically clean spaces. And this is a process that began arguably already in the Balkans with the Balkan Wars of 1912-1913, in which massacres against Muslim minorities were widespread and carried out by both soldiers and paramilitaries, the latter of which would become a key feature of civil wars in this period. And in addition, up to 300,000 Balkan Muslims were violently uprooted from their homes, prompting a major refugee crisis and political radicalization in Anatolia, which was to have a profound impact on the rapidly deteriorating Christian-Muslim relations within the shrinking Ottoman Empire. And this process of deliberately targeting civilians carried over into the Great War, during which all armies on the Eastern Front, and to a lesser extent on the Western Front, engaged in scorched earth policies in Galicia, Poland, the Baltics, and the Balkans. There were mass expulsions and the deliberate targeting of minorities, which became the norm. And you can see that in different parts of East Central Europe, from, for example, Galicia, today part of modern Ukraine, where in the autumn of 1914, the multi-ethnic fabric of the then Habsburg province very quickly unraveled, demonstrating how closely connected interstate and intercommunity violence can be. So in the case of Galicia, to stick with that example for a moment, it was initially the Orthodox minority of the Ruthenians living in the otherwise overwhelmingly Catholic province of Galicia with a large Jewish minority, who were suspected by the Austro-Hungarian military authorities of secretly siding with the Russians. And as soon as the Russians advanced into Galicia, Habsburg troops, but also civilian mobs, started to attack Ruthenians as suspected minorities working secretly with the Russians. And once the Russians had conquered those territories, the tide turned and they encouraged civilian violence against the Polish-speaking Catholic elites and against the region's Jews, who were subjected to public humiliation, ritualized violence, and murder. In addition, some 17,000 Galician Jews were deported during the Russian occupation. Just to mention one further, perhaps much more widely known example, in Anatolia, more than 1 million Christian Armenians died during the Aget, the Armenian genocide. As scholars such as Donald Bloxham, Ugur Ünger, and others have pointed out, the Armenian genocide had multiple connections to the Balkan Wars. Many of the leading supporters hailed from there, as did many of the members of the special organization that was at the heart of its implementation. And can therefore be used, I think, as an example that this particular genocide was part of a much wider cycle of ethnic engineering through expulsions or population exchanges, and indeed genocides that ended centuries of largely peaceful, multi-religious and multi-ethnic cohabitation in that space. From 1917 onwards, however, an additional element fueled the fires of civil war, the actualization of social and national revolution and the ideological confrontation between Bolshevism and its enemies, which I would like to highlight as a second sort of macro-historical factor that helps us to explain the proliferation of civil wars. The Bolshevik Revolution of 1917 certainly injected a new dynamic into European politics and undoubtedly altered the logic of civil war. The years after Lenin's seizure of power saw a massive proliferation of ideologically charged civil wars, as was the case in Russia itself, but also in Finland, Hungary, the Baltic states, Poland, and parts of Germany. War and revolution opened up spaces for violent non-state actors who fought in the former territories of collapsing or collapsed empires over land, property, food, and clashing political visions for the future, to the extent that one could query whether the First World War ended on the 11th of November 1918, a date invested with profound meaning in Britain and France, but of limited significance to most of the other combatant states of the Great War. Intercommunity violence was ubiquitous as armed groups of different sizes and political purposes continued to clash across Eastern and Central Europe. And in this context, different types of political violence overlapped and fed each other. Between 1917 and 1920 alone, Europe experienced no fewer than 27 violent transfers of political power, many of them accompanied by latent or open civil war. The most extreme case, of course, was that of the former Romanov Empire, where hostility between the supporters and opponents of Lenin's Bolshevik coup in 1917 rapidly escalated into a civil war of historically unprecedented proportions, eventually claiming millions of lives. Here, the difference between regular interstate wars and civil wars was not always easy to decipher. The Red Army was engaged in war with Poland and the repression of breakaway republics in the Western borderlands and the Caucasus, but Lenin also sought to secure victory over his white adversaries and a whole host of other real or imagined enemies, from kulaks to anarchists, from moderate socialists to green cadres, all of whom were suspected of trying to subvert the Bolshevik Revolution. So 1917, in some ways, unleashed both a renewed sense of possibilities and a keener, though often ill-defined sense of threat. The first social democratic chancellor of Germany, Friedrich Ebert, frequently pointed to that elusive threat when, in 1918-19, he publicly spoke of Russian conditions that were to be avoided at all cost. So one could argue that the Russian Revolution changed both the terms of politics and the sense of what violence could achieve, just as Mussolini's seizure of power in Italy in 1922 introduced a new model for the political right. As I said earlier on, it is tempting but incorrect to describe this process through a clear binary left-right divide. Instead, the antagonists often had similar political backgrounds, be it Republicans divided on the Anglo-Irish Treaty, socialist revolutionaries and Bolsheviks in Russia, or in the German case, social democrats such as Friedrich Ebert and independent social democrats like Rosa Luxemburg and Karl Liebknecht. In any case, civil war brought violence into everyday life. Unlike during the First World War, when soldiers were traveling to distant fronts, suddenly civil war brought violence into the community. These armed conflicts that Winston Churchill famously and dismissively described as the wars of the pygmies appeared to be over by late 1923, giving way to a more stable post-war period. However, while open civil wars did not occur again until 1936, the conflicts of 1917 to 23 left a durable legacy of unsettled scores and a wider culture of violent rhetoric, uniformed politics, and street fighting, often with the aim of controlling public spaces. The politicized, militarized young men who had frequently been affiliated with paramilitary groups at the Great War's end became a central component of the shirted movements of interwar Europe that profoundly changed the language, rhetoric, and practice of politics. These shirted movements of men, and in fewer cases of women, quite literally wore their beliefs on their sleeves in the form of armbands, proclaimed the efficacy of violent action over words. And this transition from armies to armbands undoubtedly originated with the paramilitarism of the post-1918 period and was something that we witness in various European societies. Within this broader context of civil wars, of words and symbols, there were undoubtedly episodes of more extreme violence that were highlighted as forms of civil war at the time. We're thinking about Vienna in 1934 or in Asturias in northern Spain that same year, but they didn't escalate into prolonged conflicts as the insurrections were generally put down with force and rather quickly by the state. And as political scientists such as Stathis Kalivas have quite rightly pointed out, there was something very important missing here, namely symmetry, and symmetry is quite important in order to distinguish civil wars from insurrections, for example. Now, these paramilitary movements that you're seeing here all kind of increased in popularity and size with the crisis of liberal capitalism, which was born out of the Great War and which peaked in the Great Depression and led various political factions to envision competing ideals and conceptions of the state that would place modern economic development at the service of utopian ideologies. This meant that these individuals were responding to the same structural crisis of liberal capitalism and the liberal state unleashed by the First World War and worsened by the Great Depression after 1929. Now, obviously, physical violence escalated once again in 1936 when civil war broke out in Spain, a conflict we'll be hearing much more about from Helen Graham, so I won't be talking a great deal about the Spanish Civil War, which has often been described as a transnational civil war. Suffice to say that Spain is arguably the most famous example of an internationalized civil war, but not the only one. In fact, foreign intervention was in fact a hallmark of most of the conflicts I've been discussing today, from obviously German involvement in the Finnish Civil War. In fact, German troops played a central role in winning the Battle of Helsinki, which on the white side was fought almost exclusively by Germans in this particular battle, to the often forgotten Allied intervention in the Russian Civil War and the more perhaps better known intervention of German and Italian troops on the side of Franco in the Spanish Civil War. The internationalized nature of civil war conflicts might offer a connection with those internal wars that occurred under the shadow of World War II. During that war that began in September 1939, most nation-states in continental Europe were shattered, occupied, and/or divided, creating once more spaces for violent clashes between rival political projects for the future to escalate, often with the active encouragement of the occupiers. As a result, most notably after 1941, there was a whole series of interlinked armed conflicts that played out in different ways in local contexts. In many of the Nazi-occupied territories, for example, intercommunity violence escalated between German-sponsored local police formations and pro-Soviet partisans. So what I'm trying to say, and I know that I'm slowly running out of time, is that a conflict that is very often perceived as a clash between two totalitarian systems, the fascist one and the Soviet one, actually is a lot more complex, and can only be properly understood if we understand local civil war contexts which were supported by these two occupying powers. And of course, the Second World War does not end neatly in 1945, as is often assumed. In fact, the years immediately after 1945 are a period to settle scores between different groups that had been either supporting the occupiers or had served in the resistance. You have major waves of continued ethnic unweaving, culminating in the expulsion of millions of Germans at the end of the Second World War. With the end of the Greek Civil War in 1949, however, and this is quite interesting, this period of civil wars in Europe comes to an end, and it's only again in the 1990s with the resurgence of civil war violence in ex-Yugoslavia that it returns to Europe. And if I understand him correctly, Bill Hussein will be talking about the transition of civil war violence into the non-European world post-1945 later on today. So let me conclude. Let me draw a couple of main arguments that can be summarized as follows. First of all, civil wars in this period were both national as well as transnational phenomena with significant regional and national variations, which includes the avoidance of civil war. Second, civil wars in this period were not, as I think is often perceived to be the case, a peripheral issue that primarily affected societies on the geographical margins of Europe. Instead, they reflected broader socioeconomic, ethnic, and ideological conflicts that affected European societies in different ways. Third, understanding the dynamics and logics of civil wars is key to explaining the civilianization and paramilitarization of armed conflict in the 20th century. And fourth, the emergence of radical population politics, such as partitions and expulsions, which were initially introduced and implemented to prevent civil wars. However, just to be clear, the purpose of this lecture has not been to argue for a definitive recategorization of the period as one of civil war rather than interstate war. Instead, I wanted to highlight both the complexity of armed conflict in this period and the importance of treating civil wars not so much as byproducts of larger conflicts, than as something that helped to transform their underlying logic and that contributed to both discourses about and practices of transgressive violence in the age of extremes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Robert, for that excellent introduction, that wide-ranging overview and set of incisive analyses of the European context in which, of course, the Irish Civil War is just a part. Now, we have some time before the next component of the proceedings for some questions, so I would very happily invite anybody who would like to ask a question of Robert to take the opportunity to do so.
Fantastic speaking out of yourself. Just noticing that it seems to be a pattern that floated across Europe, as you mentioned. Would it be then a way forward to bring peace to the nations, to start looking at how to unravel that pattern, to reverse it? If we're looking towards peace across Europe and you see patterns happening in like the physics of it, that you can reverse the physics through the keywords that people use in speeches, the keywords in community, the actions in community, the re-emergence of community. There's always going to be different levels of society, yet if the public society and realm is happy, then you're going to have abundance across Europe. So could we then look at how war has been constructed and then reconstruct peace? Is that a possibility through examining the entire, I suppose, presentation there and saying, how do we deconstruct war? How do we bring peace from Europe all the way through? Thank you.
Yeah, it's a very, very good question. I think what you are asking about is how do we demobilize minds after these conflicts? I mean, part of my argument would be that we have two waves of civil wars, and there is actually a kind of post-war period in the 1920s when war, at least partially, minds are kind of demobilized, and there is a sort of moment of peace. But demobilization of the mind is much harder when it comes to civil wars compared to interstate wars. It's a very complex process, precisely because violence is within the community, and therefore basically the enemy is kind of is your neighbor, if you like, and moving beyond that takes much longer than demobilization after interstate wars. So if you compare it, for example, to the First World War, the Second World War, there are kind of attempts at reconciliation within years of the conflicts, the wars officially ending. Whereas with civil wars, you generally see kind of these, in the Spanish context, people talk about pacts of silence. So we don't talk about it, and therefore we hope that it goes away and there won't be any, it won't keep mobilizing people for more violence. So it's a kind of protracted and very complex process. One of the reasons why I think the period of civil wars comes to an end in 1949 is because of the Cold War. So some of the conflicts that we're seeing here are quite literally frozen in that period. And there's, between the two blocks, there's relatively little opportunity for starting new civil wars within Europe. And that changes again in the 1990s. I don't think it's a coincidence that you see a sort of uptick in inter-community violence when the Cold War ends in ex-Yugoslavia, for example, or indeed in Ukraine, where some of the issues that were raised in the context of the First World War but were never really resolved come back to the fore and are kind of leading to conflict yet again. I should say, perhaps, that one of the exceptions when we talk about sort of the absence of civil wars or inter-community violence, and a very interesting one that I'm sure will be discussed here over the next couple of days, is of course Northern Ireland from the later 1960s onwards, which I know we're using the slightly euphemistic term, the Troubles, for what is a latent civil war situation, and a very complex one, internationalized again. But that would be the exception, and elsewhere you are actually looking at a kind of an absence of civil wars in the 90s, but not in the non-European world, which is something that I think Bill will address later on.
Thank you. Do we have another question? Yeah.
Thank you, Robert. Excellent lecture. I heard you mention the start date, was say, of the Second World War as being September 1939. What would your views be on a current trend to sort of now, instead of having two world wars and a number of civil wars in between, we'll say a lot of historians might say we now call it the Great War, 1914, 1945. In other words, it didn't stop, just continuous series of interlocking conflicts, something like the 30 Years' War, for example.
Yeah, I've always been quite keen to say that there is a post-war period. It just doesn't start in 1918. There's a sort of period of peace maybe between 1923 and 1936 when there are very serious attempts at reconciliation. So I prefer to think of it as two separate but of course interconnected wars which return to some of the issues that were raised in the Paris peace treaties, unresolved matters, irredentism, fight for lost territories, etc. But there is, during particularly the period of German Foreign Minister Stresemann and his French counterpart Briand, there are some serious attempts to avoid a repetition of the war that was experienced between 1914 and 1918 through economic cooperation. So this is basically preempting some of the things that then lead to European unification after the end of the Second World War. So the seeds are already there. So they are connected but separate, and I think it's important to look at it that way, because I don't think that 1939 is the inevitable outcome of European history in the period. So there could have been multiple alternative outcomes as well.
Thank you very much. Any further questions, please? No? In which case, can I invite the audience to express our thanks to Professor Gaeltacht for an excellent introduction.
Thank you, Professor Williams, for chairing, and thank you indeed to Professor Gaeltacht for providing, I'm sure you will agree with me, a really valuable context for the 4 days of papers that will follow today. So thank you again. Now, before we finish our first session, we are delighted to welcome a final speaker. And before I introduce him, I would just like to take this opportunity to acknowledge, on behalf of UCC, the generous funding from the Cork County Council and Cork City Council for the Irish Civil War National Conference. UCC School of History has indeed a long and fruitful history of collaboration with Cork Corporation. There are commemorations, there are exhibitions, there are public events during these decade of centenaries have been the most wonderful examples of public engagement. And we, of course, at UCC School of History are most delighted to collaborate in these initiatives. As my colleague Dr. John Borgonovo said during the week, it is also very appropriate, we think, that the successor of Lord Mayor's Terence McSweeney and Tomás McCurtain should be here with us this morning to present an opening address at this historic conference. So it is with great pleasure I introduce to you Lord Mayor of Cork, Councillor Colm Kelleher.
Thank you very much for that very warm introduction, and good morning. It's a great honour and privilege for me, in my capacity as Lord Mayor of Cork, to address you all here this morning in UCC. And as alluded to by the previous speaker, I have the honour and privilege of wearing the same chain that my predecessors, Tomás McCurtain and Terence McSweeney, and every Lord Mayor since has worn. And one thing I've noticed as Lord Mayor, the respect that is shown for the chain of office of the Lord Mayor of Cork was absolutely mind-blowing when I came into office over 12 months ago. It's not the respect for the individual or even the respect for the office, it's the respect that the chain commands locally here in the city. But as I said, as Lord Mayor of Cork, I do take great pride in wearing the same chain of office used by my predecessors, Tomás McCurtain and Terence McSweeney, in 1920. And because in Cork, the War of Independence was characterised by terrifying violence and British reprisals, such as the burning of Cork, and many in the city took great pride and in the unity and solidarity shown by Leesiders during that great crisis. It is one of the reasons the War of Independence is still so well remembered and commemorated across our city and across our country, and still generates intense interests from the public to this very day. But there is a less vocal memory of the Irish Civil War which followed. It was a decisive and demoralising conflict which was as important to the development of an independent Ireland and to our republic as the war against Britain was. And when you look beneath the surface, you can still find those old loyalties in Cork families and in the DNA of Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael, pro-treaty, anti-treaty, Free Stater, Republican, state builders, or diehards, or however you want to describe them. Those who fought in our civil war all had their own reasons and rationales for doing so. It divided families, brother against brother, yet a century later, it was a good time for us to try to better understand their stance, their politics and their experience during our civil war. So we are particularly grateful to UCC and to the government to gather over 130 scholars and experts on the civil war and invite the public to join this important event and conference on the grounds of this beautiful campus. And Cork City welcomes the conference delegates and all its members of the public who have joined us here in UCC this morning, who may be watching remotely from abroad. We may not agree on everything relating to the Irish Civil War, but we can try to better inform our opinions by hearing from this remarkable collection of scholars gathered in Cork over the next first 4 days. The Irish Civil War, as I'm sure many of you may know, divided families, as I said, and divided brothers and sisters, and mothers and sons, fathers and sons, and whatever political background you may come from, we all would have our old loyalties. I think it's not really taught as much as the War of Independence in a national school level or even a secondary school level. It's brushed over, and it's not until you get into a third level such as this that it's really dissected. But it is an important part of our history, and it should be remembered. And obviously we're into the centenary of the Civil War, and we will commemorate the shooting of General Michael Collins in August in Bailnablaw, which An Taoiseach and An Taoiseach will speak together. Which I think is the right message to personally send out to the world, that Irish Civil War politics, which has lasted for the last century in this country, may not be gone away, but bridges are being mended. And I think it's testament and truth will be shown in Bailnablaw in August, when the leader of Fianna Fáil and the leader of Fine Gael will stand together on the monument to commemorate General Michael Collins, a Cork man. And sadly, it has taken 100 years for that to happen. But obviously, as I said, it's very divisive for families still to this day, particularly the older generation. But we as a society need to move on, and we as a society have rebuilt, and we now are a forward, outward-looking European nation at the heart of the European Union. And where we stand today as a country is down to both sides of the pro-treaty and anti-treaty side. The foundation of our state is owned by no one party or no one background. We all own it collectively together. And I'm delighted to address you here this morning in my capacity as Ard Mhéara Cork, but also the fact that something like this is being commemorated and has been done in such a large scale. So enjoy the conference. The Taoiseach will attend us, will be here later, and I look forward to speaking with you, and Gur Míle Maith Agaibh Kelleher.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I think it's testimony to our efficiency here in UCC, but we're actually finishing up our first panel a little bit early. So I'd like to invite everybody to join us for tea and coffee at the end of the room, and we'll reassemble again at 11 o'clock for the next session. Thank you very much. Hello, ladies. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I wonder, could we ask you to begin taking your seats again now, please? Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, could we ask you to take your seats again, please? Ladies and gentlemen, if I could ask you to take your seats again, please, we'll get started on the second part of today's programme. We're a bit early. Yeah. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the second session this morning. We are delighted to open this second session by welcoming on Taoiseach, Micheál Martin TD, who is with us this morning to present an opening address. Before we welcome on Taoiseach to the stage, I'd first like to introduce our own President of UCC, Professor John O'Halloran, who is going to introduce the Taoiseach. So thank you very much.
Good morning, everybody. Fáilte Goody Collehe na Hallscoile Corky, Lord Mayor, on Taoiseach, Irish Navy Lieutenant Sean Clancy, and Commodore Michael Malone, Cork Ardicus agus Fáilte Goody Collehe na Hallscoile Corky. You're most welcome to University College Cork on this incredibly important morning here at UCC in the heart of our beautiful campus in the Aula Maxima for this incredibly important conference on the Irish Civil War. Being here in the Aula Maxima in this magnificent hall, once again, full of scholars, students, and friends of UCC, we can almost forget the challenges we've faced in recent times. And sadly, Maurice Manning isn't with us this morning. Maurice was one of the big champions of this project, together with my own colleagues, who I'll mention later. And Maurice, of course, is the Chancellor of the NUI, which I work very closely with. And sadly, he's not here this morning. the C word got him, and hopefully he's doing well. He texted me last night, that's COVID, and hopefully he's doing well. He was on duties for the National University of Ireland in Malaysia, and that travel, unfortunately, the pestilence got him, but he's doing well. So, and I know John Borganova, I think, is the same, so being a historian has been a target for COVID at the moment. But I'd also, I suppose, just thinking and reflecting on those who are not here, because they'd love to be here, we shouldn't forget that, and to acknowledge the Taoiseach and government for the extraordinary leadership that we've seen during the last period of our unprecedented time for us as a society. When I think of those not here also today, I think we particularly think of someone who would really enjoy this conference, which of course is the late Professor John A. Murphy. Of all the people that would probably love to be here today and probably cause excitement, as he always did, excitement amongst all of us and for himself, who passed away in February. And it immediately comes to mind as I walked in this morning, beyond his lifelong dedication to scholarship in this institution and beyond in our schools, teaching and learning, his lived experience in many ways embodied the complexity of the Irish Civil War. His parents had fought with the anti-treaty forces, yet one of his primary academic mentors was Professor James Horgan, who during the Civil War took leave of absence from UCC. Not sure you get this leave of absence today, but anyway, that's another history department, to serve as Major General in the National Army. John A. Murphy witnessed firsthand the powerful oratory of our alumnus and former members of governing body, Mary Maxima, TD, and well remembered by my predecessor, President Alfred O'Reilly, who served as President of UCC from 1943 to 1954. And Alfred O'Reilly campaigned for the treaty and was advisor, of course, to Michael Collins in 1922 on the Free State consultation. He also recalled O'Reilly's longtime university bursar, Jim Hurley, a noted anti-treaty guerrilla leader during the Civil War. John A. also recognised a great number of Irish men and women took no part in the Civil War, with many viewing it as a lived experience comprised of trauma and disruption. I also think of John A. today because he believed in the value of robust public debate, particularly with academic settings, and where we are today creates that space and that opportunity for that knowledge exchange, for robust academic debate that we have in this historic room here today, which we replicate across this institution, across a whole range of disciplines on an ongoing basis. When UCC looked to host this conference, we particularly relished the opportunity to use our beautiful campus to encourage an open exchange of ideas about an episode of Irish history that continues to be contested and still attracts intense public interest. Our approach here at University College Cork is to be a public resource, not in just history, but in all disciplines. We recognise the importance of scholarly debate in informing public opinion, and to that end we want to share our expertise and world-class scholarship as widely as possible. It is why we sought to gather together as much expertise over those next 4 days as possible. And I met some of you this morning, and I know we've already started the conversations, and I know it will be incredibly rich. We have found this approach to be very successful and rewarding, and will continue to be so, I hope. The impact can be seen in many ways, including the award-winning publications of the Atlas of the Irish Revolution. And the work that we have managed to do is not just a scholarship, but translating it into accessible public forms that can penetrate deeply across our communities and into the global world in an accessible way. That responsibility we take very seriously. So deep scholarship, but communication and translation of that. And there are a number of people, including our John Fitzgerald here this morning, that has played a very significant role, together with our partnerships with RTE, the national broadcaster, and an exciting project such as the forthcoming documentary on the Irish Civil War. Of course, the date of this conference is also very timely, and just last week we were extremely proud in UCC to have been generously gifted a first issue copy of the 1916 Proclamation of the Irish Republic. This copy of the proclamation was donated by to UCC by Kay and Liam Cronin, who live in Gaeltacht Park and lived there and were born there. In fact, Liam himself was born in Gaeltacht Park, and Kay, his wife, was born in the Grand Parade, a different time perhaps in Cork. And they've generously not only donated the proclamation, but significant monies to support scholarship for both undergraduate and indeed postgraduate access from a disadvantaged community. So bringing an extraordinary generosity. This copy of the proclamation, as I say, was donated by Kay and Liam, and it's in impeccable provenance, known to have been brought directly from the General Post Office during 1916 Rising. As we know, just 1,000 copies of the proclamation were printed at Liberty Hall, Dublin on Easter Sunday, 1916, before it was read on the steps of the GPO on O'Connell Street, Dublin on Easter Monday morning by Padraig Pearse, in the presence of other signatories on the document heralding the Easter Rising and Ireland's advance towards self-determination. As you well know, very few copies of the proclamation have survived, and we are delighted to see the quality of this proclamation is absolutely extraordinary, and was on public display until earlier this week in the Glucksman Gallery. And our plan is to have a treasures gallery on the outward part of the Boole Library, where we'll show a whole range of treasures, including the Great Book of Ireland, together with some of the artefacts from the Hall and Chapel into the future, together with this proclamation. But you will get a sneak view, some of you today also, and it's important to see that. We're extremely proud to host this major conference in partnership with the Department of Tourism, Culture, Arts, Gaeltacht, Sports and Media. And I want to just conclude by thanking some of my colleagues who, I stand up here and do these things, but actually a lot of people, almost all the hard work is done well beyond my office. And I want to particularly single out my colleague, Professor Chris Williams, Head of College of Arts, Celtic Studies, Social Sciences, Dr. John Borganova, and of course, Dr. Mervyn O'Driscoll, Head of School of History, Dr. Helene O'Keefe, also from the Department of History, for making all of this possible. You do all the heavy lifting, you do all the organising, and also just to acknowledge Dr. Maurice Manning, also here this morning, who is a great friend, but also a great friend of UCC, but also of this, and has been chair of the Centenaries group as well. This four-day conference is one of the key events of the State's Decade of Centenaries programme for 2022, and who better to launch this than Taoiseach. Taoiseach Micheál Martin is a proud UCC alumnus, having received both his BA and MA from the School of History. He's an experienced historian. His 2009 research monograph, Freedom to Choose, Cork and Party Politics in Ireland, 1918 to 1932, explored the municipal government during the revolutionary period, including the Civil War. So he was very well versed in the historical complexities and nuances that surrounded the troubled birth of the new state. And of course, he has his own unique personal perspectives and experience of governance, statecraft, Anglo-Irish diplomacy, inter-party relations, and a dynamic challenge of management during both political crisis, pandemic crisis, and I'm not sure, they hope we don't throw anything else at you, Taoiseach. I can think of no better person to open this really important conference, so it gives me the greatest honour and pleasure to invite Taoiseach to address you, but also to open the conference. And Taoiseach, thank you very much.
Gorvina Bagot, Uachtar an Holscoile, John agus Ardvera Chorky agus Gwynúis le Gaeltacht, Bolamar dúspáide ma fíor bhuiachas a gháil an Holscoil asocht an cuide bheliv madan ag an ggóháil náisiúnta agus anhachtach going agus an tlína raibh sibse in nón scoláirí den sco a chóirt le chéile chun príomháimhre phlé agus analís a dhéanamh agus tá sulla go mé ganna chuid daoine an tanmh agus tarifa a bhaint as an méad bheith siúils na léhananta na seachtainna seo. I just want to thank you very much indeed for the invitation, for the privilege to be here as Taoiseach and to pay tribute to all of the organisers of a first-class conference, which I think is a critical one in terms of developing our understanding of the Irish Civil War, its critical role in terms of the formation and evolution of the state, and to say that I'm particularly pleased as Taoiseach to be here in the Aula Maxima, because for many of us and for those who may not realise, I did most of my exams in the Aula Maxima. I never thought I'd see the day when I'd be coming back as Taoiseach to speak to an audience in the Aula Maxima, and it brings to mind many of the great characters and great scholars that graced the history department of UCC down through the years. I was very fortunate to be a student of that history department. As I think a great time for its development, in particular the late John A. Murphy, who had that great knack of really just asking the unsettling questions about sort of views you might have had coming from Republican background as I did, from my home in particular, having certain sort of preconceptions. And John A. kind of would really ask the questions, and he did a course on Irish nationalism actually, and he'd pose all the questions. And the great skill of any teacher or any historian is to pose the questions and to make you curious and to make you think a bit more perhaps than you did prior to hearing the lecture. And of course, he came from a particular background, as the President said, and he was very proud of his late father, who won an All-Ireland with Cork senior football team. And hope springs eternal on that front, shall I say. But I also remember, and I don't want to, before I go into my major contribution here, I just want to say that we remember great colleagues like Professor Joe Lee, who always lectured like someone unleashing a staccato machine gun. I mean, he just belted out the sort of the points. And of course, Dermot Keogh, who oversaw my master's degree, John O'Brien, who made us, as a postgraduate student, you can be lazy. You may be slow to put pen to paper. At that time, we did masters through thesis, full thesis. So John organised seminars and so on to get us to put pen to paper. And Dermot was had a great interest in this particular period. And I mentioned Donnacha Corrán, the late Donnacha Corrán. And I just finish on this point before I go into the comments on the Civil War. Donnacha gave me a very rare insight as a student. He did a special honours course on hagiography, the lives of the saints. He felt there were political documents, by the way, to support the aggrandizement of the particular saint or the particular church in a given location. Very useful for a later career in political life. But on one occasion, he just said, it was about only 7 of us in the class, and he said, I'm going to tell you the questions I'm going to ask on the paper. And we all looked, and we couldn't believe our look. And I had a great insight into maybe all of those who were organising how you assess and how you evaluate. He said, I don't see examinations as an attempt to catch you out. I rather see exams as a basis for you to show me that you know what I've been talking about in the last while, and that you've learned and you understand the issues that I've been raising with you. So I see exams as an opportunity for you to show that you have a clear understanding of what we've been about in this particular course. And he gave us the 3 questions, and I did them in here, and I was very grateful to him for that. But I think it's a useful insight. But on the major subject that is the subject matter of this conference, the Irish Revolution left behind it countless tales of heroism, of idealism, of sacrifice, and of hardship. And they have ensured that for a century, families and communities throughout our country have maintained a deep personal link to those times. Through countless retelling of stories and the exploration of every new piece of information, our revolutionary times have continued to engage the imagination of each subsequent generation. In my own family, as children, we learned of the incredible determination and bravery of our grandparents. We heard of our grandmother's service in Colm, of her deep commitment to the cause of freedom, of how she smuggled arms in her clothing, and of how she helped Sean Moylan and many others to escape. We also heard of our grandfather's service in the Gaeltacht Mountains, his role as a member of the rescue party, which spirited Sean Hogan away from Knocklong, and how we met so many of the great figures of those days. But there are things of which we weren't told. What we didn't hear were stories of the events between June 28, 1922, and May 24, 1923. The Civil War was not a time to be celebrated. It was remembered in very different ways and without enthusiasm. In this, my grandparents were a reflection of the rest of their generation, where those who were most touched by the Civil War were the people least likely to talk about it. And yet, in spite of this, it cannot be said that the Civil War has been forgotten. In fact, it is quite the opposite. More than any other event marked during the past decade of commemorations, our public discourse is very clear about what it sees as the core narrative of events and themes of the Civil War. Within this, it has effectively been reduced to a handful of elite decisions and has been presented as having a fixed impact on politics. Unlike popular engagement with the history of the tumultuous decades before 1922, there has been little or no change in the public understanding of the Civil War, and we are the poorer for this. During the War of Independence, people who had come from many different traditions had ultimately formed a highly united campaign for independence. After the treaty, there were many different emotions and perspectives which motivated people. Passionate and sincere debates continued over a wide spectrum of views and actions. As at no point in the following year and a half could it be said that the country was divided neatly into two separate groups. There were near constant efforts to reconcile different opponents, and in contrast, there were also many efforts to further radicalize actions. It did not have a single cause or a predetermined progress. Its protagonists were not all defined by a fixed will and rigidity. It cannot be understood by reference to the actions of a handful of individuals, and its legacy is not meaningfully understood by applying a one-dimensional view of subsequent party politics. In contrast to the personal level, nationally, we have never stopped talking about the Civil War, but we've done too little to try to understand it. The questions we ask, the lenses which we apply when reviewing it, have remained largely unchanged. As we saw in 2020 during the formation of the current government, the Civil War is still regularly used as a means of simplistically dismissing political divisions and avoiding an engagement with much more challenging and informative perspectives. As Fergus O'Farrell wrote in his study of Cathal Brugh, we are constantly confronted with the Civil War legacy of lost nuance. In truth, the Civil War has often been used to block a deeper debate about the course of much of our modern history. The use of history to delegitimize others in contemporary debate and to limit perspectives is not new. In fact, it has often been a central part of the popular use of Irish history for at least 3 centuries. For example, John Curry's mid-18th century historical writings were motivated to try and tackle what he saw as the pervasive misuse of Irish history in popular debate to prevent relief for Catholics. The Civil War is a formative event which has in many ways been robbed of the essential elements of popular historical understanding, context and complexity. As a country, we need to make fewer assumptions about the Civil War and be far more willing to engage with all of the events of that time. We need to begin to understand the many pressures felt by all involved, their diversity, and the fact that the divisions between them were simultaneously both narrow and broad. We need to consider a much wider set of contexts from both European and colonial experiences. Ultimately, we have to do far more to engage with how the state, which was formed in 1922, has changed radically and has maintained one of the world's longest records of continuous democracy. It did not freeze us at a moment in time, and it has not prevented the remarkable development of the state. I believe we can do this. We can begin to more fully engage with and understand our Civil War. And we can do this because of the remarkable depth of historical research which has been undertaken in the last 20 years. Just over 30 years ago, Joe Lee challenged historians of modern Ireland to seek out new perspectives on the Civil War. He pointed out that, no matter how sincere, presenting the Irish Civil War as unique in terms of bitterness and impact was getting in the way of an honest and informed understanding of one of the most important periods in our history. There is no doubt that a new generation of scholars has taken up this challenge and produced a body of work which we as a country should do far more to engage with. Using many different approaches and emphasising diverse elements of the cause, course and legacy of the Civil War, this scholarship is united with one great strength: a willingness to disagree and to seek new perspectives. There are a remarkable number of examples of this work, so I will just mention a few. Here in UCC, the Atlas of the Irish Revolution has gathered an extraordinary amount of information which weaves together the local and the national, showing the progress of events as well as providing essential snapshots about the society, culture and economy of the time. Its great success has provided widespread access to many new themes. The both theoretical and practical work of Bill Cassan has set our Civil War within the framework of a deep exploration of the dynamics of civil wars in general, allowing us to see similarities with others and therefore to better identify unique traits. He and others have helped put ideas back into a discussion which had often excluded them. And Dolan's often very moving work, which helped open a challenging exploration of commemoration and her examination of the social and cultural bonds which ultimately helped rebuild our society deserves to shape debate for years ahead. The comprehensive opening of various state archives has underpinned the deeply humane stories explored by Dermot Ferreter, reminding us of the social reality and long-term impacts of the Civil War in many parts of a diverse society. He and others, drawing on these sources, has shown us the many faces and fates of those who fought the Civil War. In recent years, we have benefited from the discussions which President Higgins has led on the idea of ethical remembrance and the duty of a modern society to engage with its past in an honest way which recognises and respects but does not exploit trauma. I also think we should be proud of the fact that some of the most influential work internationally on the violence found through much of Europe in the years after World War I has been led from UCD, and that this work has placed 1916, the War of Independence and the Civil War within the research agenda of scholars throughout Europe. And of course, there are many more themes which have benefited from this new era of research, and many more scholars who have contributed to this work. The remarkable quality and breadth of the contributions to this conference is testament to the vitality of what should be seen as one of the great eras of Irish historical research. Critically important in this has been the creation of research funding mechanisms, which ensured that the humanities and social sciences have had access to secure funding awarded through independent and expert procedures. Unlike the situation in many countries, from the moment we put in place new research programmes over 20 years ago, there has been no effort whatsoever to impose any agenda or ideology into state-funded historical research. We did this because we believe that a successful democratic society needs a wide, diverse and independent range of historical research. We cannot allow partisan agendas to play a role where justification rather than understanding is the objective. And this is not something to be taken for granted. At the forefront of the assault on free democracy in Europe and around the world has been an effort to limit research and impose state narratives of history. Putin's imperialism draws heavily on this, bringing to mind the words of John Curry from nearly 300 years ago when he railed against the use of history, and I quote, "to oppress the living by the abuse of the dead." Russia is the worst example, but this period of rising populism and growing threats to liberal democracy has seen many countries try to limit freedom to explore history. Laws which criminalise expression of different views of history are becoming more common, and a standard weapon of the populists is an attempt to impose a simplistic national narrative. Equally, they seek to excuse their own excesses by reference to their version of history. It would be naive in the extreme to believe that efforts to manipulate history are not found in our own country. As Richard Burke has pointed out, the fallacy of continuity has often played a distorting role in our approach to history. To combat this, we must do more to value and engage with the diversity of advanced historical research available to us. The success of the various conferences, such as this, which have provided the intellectual spine to the decade of commemorations, is something we should build upon. The advisory committee, which reports to Minister Catherine Martin, has been incredibly valuable, and we should certainly look at continuing its work. I think we should look also for new ways of supporting and expanding funding for academic research on Irish history, both here and abroad. The community of scholars and students interested in Irish topics internationally cannot be taken for granted, and I want us to do more to support conferences, networks and projects. The level of interest in Irish studies is a tremendous strength for our country and its position internationally. It's not something which we can take for granted, and it deserves our fuller attention. In engaging with our Civil War, the biggest task is to add to this period of diverse scholarship by creating public space where its context and complexity can be respected. We need fewer certainties and more debate. We need to engage with it in a manner which challenges us and gives us a greater understanding of a formative event in our modern history. There are many aspects to this, but there are a few themes from recent research which I believe deserve a bigger place in how we remember and discuss our Civil War. In broadening the popular understanding of the Civil War, an important starting point needs to be a move away from a highly limited understanding of the underlying causes of the war. It is remarkable how often the nature of the treaty split has been reduced to a clash between elite personalities, leaving out the dominant pressure from London, which insisted on provisions which all involved understood would not be welcomed universally. The treaty was the conclusion of negotiations with a power which asserted its continued right to insist on certain provisions relating to the Crown, Empire and defence. It was not a clean break, and it included a mix of different models of independence. And the threat of terrible and immediate war was both central to the treaty and the opening shots of the Civil War. It was sincerely and successfully argued that the treaty achieved key national goals, but even its strongest advocates acknowledged its limits and the context in which it had been agreed. Kevin O'Higgins accepted that the threat of force which lay behind the treaty meant that the status of the two islands was not really equal, but he felt that it could evolve. Erskine Childers, in contrast, argued that the threat of force would always be there, because the proximity of the islands and therefore that equality of status was not possible under the Canadian model. This point has been made in different ways in recent years, particularly with the idea that the unity of the separatist movement would have been maintained in either rejecting or accepting the treaty if it had given fewer or more concessions. Given how central the idea of self-determination was in the War of Independence, particularly for active participants, as well as the different political traditions involved, a split on the treaty as agreed was inevitable. I am very struck by the idea, which some scholars have explored, that the work of key personalities actually made the differences seem smaller than they otherwise would have been, and that they came very close to finding workable compromises. There is every reason to believe that the war itself could have been avoided, and I believe that the tragedy of the first 6 months of 1922 was that the key figures in Dublin were never allowed a free hand to find a shared route forward. Constant interference and inflexibility from London was central to the fact that nothing came of these efforts. The implied and open threats made to the provisional government directly escalated division and reinforced the views of those who questioned the good faith of London. The insistence that an electoral pact would abridge the treaty had no legitimate basis, and a constant effort to force confrontation did great damage. It is very striking that the only offer of assistance made by the departing power to a new government facing enormous hurdles related to weapons and ammunition. If it is true that Irish divisions arose from an outsized focus on the impact of the Crown and Empire on Irish self-determination, then it must also be understood that it was London's inflexible insistence on its interpretation of these provisions which gave them their importance. How different could things have been if Collins's draft constitution had been supported rather than vetoed by London? Instead, what emerged was another example of rigid inflexibility. It is quite right that we have questioned the over-reliance of looking to a former colonial master as the cause of every historical ill. However, I see no positive way of describing London's behaviour in those critical months and the repeated direct push for an opening to the conflict. We also need to do more in our public discourse to understand the highly distinct phases of the Civil War. I think it is in this that we find many of the questions which are most challenging for all sides in the war. The 2 months following the shelling of the four courts saw the effective victory of the provisional government and its control of all major population centres. While this was the phase of the war which was strategically decisive, much of the impact of the conflict is to be found in the following 9 months of lower level and more deadly events. It was during this phase that restraint was removed and the participants began to more uniformly see each other as enemies. It was a period when we began to see the dehumanising stereotypes so often used against the Irish in history, including during the War of Independence. In this spirit, Kevin O'Higgins later described the Republicans as having a savage, primitive passion which had been thrown up during the War of Independence as part of what he said was, quote, a weird composite of idealism, neurosis, megalomania and criminality, unquote. On the other hand, the new government and its troops were dismissed as no different from the previous administration, and their contribution to the independence struggle was belittled or dismissed entirely, and they were painted as a caricature of opportunistic cynicism. Obviously, the new powers introduced in September 1922, their use and the severe actions taken at local level was and remains central to how the Civil War is remembered. We've not done enough nationally to engage with this. It is a failure found in societies throughout history, that actions taken as part of a successful campaign can be presented as justified by the overall success. The powers taken by the new state and the scale of the executions which it carried out went beyond those of the British state during the War of Independence or to those seen in comparable civil wars. I think it is perfectly reasonable to question the place of these executions in achieving security for the new state. And this also includes other actions like Ballyseedy and the great cruelty seen in many localities. No positive cause was served by the murder of Noel Lamass in a manner so brutal that the coroner was shocked almost into silence. When Dick Barrett, Liam Mellows, Rory O'Connor and Joe McKelvey were executed, it was manifestly illegal and it damaged the standing and authority of the new state. They had each been in custody for over 5 months, and in the case of Dick Barrett, he was executed without trial or court-martial as a reprisal for an IRA policy which he was known to have opposed. I think we need to find a way of talking about our state formation while admitting the radicalising and destructive impact of such actions. But it's also, of course, essential to acknowledge the full picture. For example, the murder of Deputy Sean Hales was manifestly wrong and promoted no positive cause, something which Dick Barrett, his old acquaintance from Cork, understood. And as a young research student, I spent many hours with the writings of Liam de Rochta, a pro-treaty TD for Cork, who was subsequently at the centre of civic politics in this city. In April 1923, his diary records him reflecting on the events of the Civil War, saying with deep regret, and I quote, "Both sides are silent when the murder is committed by their own supporters," unquote. To this day, this remains a deep problem in conflict resolution on this island. It is truly remarkable how often we only hear demands for investigation of the crimes of others. I think we also need to complicate our public narrative of the Civil War with a recognition of just how many efforts were made to try and prevent its outbreak and to restore peace. It was never the case that either side lacked any peace party or that there was an embracing of the conflict as positive. Following the tragic death of Michael Collins, while the government prepared new powers and a new approach, Richard Mulcahy, from his own initiative, met with De Valera to see if there was an opening for ending the conflict. While he had a special place in the demonology of Republicans after the war, I think he has been treated as unfairly as have many figures on the Republican side. Underpinning these peace efforts was a core of people who never forgot how much both sides had shared in previous years, and for many of those, bonds were never completely sundered. It is in the peace efforts and private complexity of the views of many of the leaders that you find a motivation for behaviour after the war which actually downplayed its divisions. At local and national levels, there are many continued points of contact which complicate the idea of a clear and deep division. Tom Garvin has made the point that sociological factors did not cause the war, but they did give it bite. Less appreciated is that many of the resentments which formed part of this were found within the two sides. Todd Andrews' autobiography contains a trenchant view representative of many Republicans that a small academic elite had been preparing for power for decades and were now pushing aside those who had actually secured independence. Less well appreciated is how elements on the pro-treaty side agreed with this. For example, Richard Mulcahy railed against what he felt was the takeover of government by lawyers and professors, personified by what he called a Ballsbridge complex. We also need to find a place in our narrative of the Civil War concerning the impact which it had on the place of women in Irish society and public life. Women were central to the radicalism of the 1918 election and the following years. Newly admitted to the franchise, they were less likely to conform to established patterns of allegiance. Without women, the scale of the 1918 victory would have been impossible. Following that election, while still a tiny minority, they played an important role in Dáil Éireann and the government. And of course, the proclamation had been one of the first nationalist declarations of independence to explicitly refer to women as part of the political nation and holders of rights. Unfortunately, the bright progressive moment which suggested that Ireland could be a leader in this field was dramatically extinguished. There are many reasons why women within the separatist movement were more radical during and after the treaty debate, but it is inescapably true that this radicalism was used as a basis for a deep and unfortunately long-lasting misogyny. There are many examples of women being dismissed and marginalised during the Civil War. One of the more extreme is to be found in the words of Bat O'Connor, later a TD himself, who said of women TDs that they were guilty of, and I'm quoting, mudslinging and name-calling and spitting and frothing to the mouth like angry cats. I think the Irish people will not be in a hurry again to elect women to represent them, unquote. That last prediction was unfortunately true and is a largely unappreciated legacy of the Civil War. Perhaps the biggest gap in our popular engagement with the Civil War relates to the place of Northern Ireland. The ongoing conflict in Northern Ireland was a central concern during 1922, particularly for Michael Collins. The overt and aggressive use of the security agenda for sectarian ends was both understood and condemned. Once again, the inherent bad faith in London showed itself in the complete failure to insist on protecting the minority, as well as the creation and funding of a new sectarian policing group. The nature of the 1920 partition and its subsequent strengthening is that it created two administrations based on a sectarian headcount, it sundered historic connections within the island, and it undermined the ability to build a more diverse and prosperous state. The administrations were designed in a way to make the issue of partition almost unsolvable and to promote a steady drift apart. Those early years are critical, and we should do more to understand them. Unquestionably, the Civil War did have a deep impact on our politics, though, as I have said elsewhere, the phrase Civil War politics has been consistently used to block an understanding of many changing elements of our politics and to rob individuals of the agency which they showed in changing their patterns of support. It is a phrase which effectively dismisses a century of politics and ignores the fact of the many divisions and choices made during that time. I think this has blocked a deeper understanding of what has worked in developing independent Ireland and how the legacy of the Civil War has been part of this. After 1923, no party contesting an Irish election while advocating armed conflict won more than 4% of the vote. And that is a remarkable fact, given the extreme political ideologies of the last century and the efforts of small groups here to promote conflict. When the Civil War finished, there was no significant body of people in favour of restarting it, and the later examples we had of extremist ideologies and street violence were ultimately marginal. This state became a moderate, centrist European democracy. It has the only example in Europe of a defeated revolutionary force which won power and introduced new constitutional limits on this power. We never developed a politics which conformed to the simple idea of a clean left-right division. But we certainly did have a politics where large numbers of people changed their allegiance. Equally, as detailed work published in recent years has shown, we produced governments which had significant differences in their policy programmes. And at critical times, the democratic republicanism, which defined the century after the Civil War, showed itself to reject the backward-looking and defensive nationalism often found elsewhere. No greater testament of this can be found than in the fact that the last major act of our revolutionary generation in our Parliament and government was to set Ireland on a determined course of joining what is now the European Union. Over the last century, we've made many assumptions about our civil war, but we've never systematically engaged with it. Deprived of its complexity and context, we've rarely ventured beyond set opinions about personalities and inevitable outcomes. I think it's past time that we went beyond this. We need to listen to the stories of that time as much as we have those of the War of Independence. We need to do more to understand its events and impacts, particularly because breaking a cycle of division and building understanding between all who share this island remains the great challenge of our generation. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you sincerely, An Taoiseach, for that very valuable opening address, dealing as it did with the history and the legacies of the Irish Civil War, and also, of course, the value and the significance and the impact of historical research into Irish history, the results and the fruits of which we will see over the next 4 days. Thank you, An Taoiseach. Thank you also to Professor John O'Halloran for his opening address. We were delighted, obviously, to have him here to champion, as he has been, for so many of the public engagement and history initiatives here in UCC. Before I move on to our next speakers, I would just also like to extend a final thanks to An Lord Mayor, Councillor Colm Kelleher, who's going to be leaving us now. Thank you very much. So, this morning's programme is an embarrassment of riches. We have another wonderful plenary lecture to look forward to during this session. So, at the moment, we have our chair, Dr. Helena Buffery, and I'd like to invite her to the stage. She is a senior lecturer in the Department of Spanish, Portuguese and Latin American Studies here in UCC. Thank you very much.
Welcome everyone. It's a great pleasure to be able to speak before you now and to welcome Professor Helen Graham to speak about the Spanish Civil War in the context of these discussions of the Irish Civil War in a broader European context. Professor Helen Graham is Emeritus Professor of Modern European History at Royal Holloway, University of London. She has published widely on Francoism and on the War of 1936 to 1939 in Spain in broader European and transnational context, including her 2012 book, The War and Its Shadow, Spain's Civil War in Europe's Long 20th Century. Her other books include The Spanish Civil War, a very short introduction, which has sold thousands of copies in English and has been translated into Spanish, German, Turkish, Greek and Portuguese, and is even available as an audio book in the US, just to put a plug in there. I particularly recommend the final chapter of that book on the uses of history, which An Taoiseach has just spoken about now, which provides exceptional insight into the way in which Civil War politics and narratives have shaped Spanish society and culture in the decades since the 1940s and continue to shape Spanish society and culture today. I always feel I've done my job if I've got my students to read that chapter, not only in order to enhance their understanding of Spain, but also to really help them to become ethical and responsible citizens in their engagement with history, with the past, with commemoration. Professor Graham has previously taught at the University of Southampton, at New York University, and between autumn 19 and spring 2022 was holder of a Leverhulme Trust Major Research Fellowship for a study of Franco's prisons between 1939 and 1978, on which a special issue of the Journal of European History Quarterly will appear in early 2023. I am particularly pleased to welcome Professor Graham today as a pioneer in leading radical and inclusive cross-disciplinary approaches in the humanities due to her collaborations with linguists, literary scholars, media and culture historians and theorists over the past 30 years. Her Spanish Cultural Studies and Introduction, co-edited with Joe Labagni, remains core reading for students of Spanish language and culture today. It's a book that stayed on reading lists since the 1990s. I'm going to hand over to her, but we need a little bit of help getting the PowerPoint set up if possible. So I hope we'll get some aid there. But thank you, Helen.
Thank you very much for inviting me to speak, and this does seem to be working, so that's great. In a sense, I'm zooming out now back to earlier this morning. I realise there's not quite as much in this about Spain specifically as perhaps people are expecting, but in a sense, a lot of what I say will resonate with some of the things, from a different perspective, but with some of the things that Robert Gaeltacht said this morning, which some of you heard. Anyway, I was told there wasn't a lot of time, so this is quite an impressionistic take with a few vignettes, images, and the occasional statistic anyway. It's been said that the Great War of 1914-18 changed everything and nothing. The war fatally wounded Europe's old order of empire, but as for its accompaniments, elite rule, rigid social hierarchy, and deference is very important in this story. Though they'd taken a very heavy blow, they were far from extinct, indeed had many supporters, and not only in patrician ranks, but also among many popular sectors who would from 1918 coalesce as coalitions against change. We heard something about this morning. From Mannerheim in Finland, through Horthy's Hungary, to Pilsudski in Poland, to Primo de Rivera in Spain, to Metaxas in Greece, and soon there would be similar fraughtness in what would emerge as Yugoslavia. Whether the forms of these regimes were formally constitutional or overtly authoritarian, the underlying and sustaining coalitions, social coalitions against change, were recognisable in similar configurations, really. They were people of the middling sort, small-holding peasants, shopkeepers, more affluent townsfolk, provincial officials, often ex-imperial in some places, the police, citizen guards, all fearful of loss really of various kinds, property, status, a familiar world, and driven thus to build a defensive traditional social order from an ultranationalist perspective, and which was therefore, of course, everywhere under an anti-Bolshevik banner. But I think we have to pause for a moment and think about what anti-Bolshevism means. At its deepest level, it was a way of focusing a much more free-floating fear and anxiety around domestic change, social change, a fear of losing a familiar, psychologically familiar world, and which was comfortably hierarchical. I think the key word here is hierarchical. And all of these fears were crystallizing around 1918 because changing everything, changing nothing. The Great War had also indubitably opened things up. It had loosened things up everywhere. The genie was out of the bottle. Various kinds of wartime mobilization had meant that people were not only on the move physically, along with their bodies, their ideas were on the move, and their very sense of themselves was on the move. And there was no stop, for good or ill, there was no stopping that after 1918. Many were asking challenging questions of the beckoning future. What would the new Europe look like, and in whose image would it be made? Who should speak through politics? what privileges should inherited wealth still be permitted to command, which counted for more, the political rights of newly enfranchised populations or older notions of duty and service. So post-1918 Europe remained a terrain of integral conflict. It was hardly surprising, given all of the stakes about the ongoing distribution of power within individual nation states, whether old or new. And the resulting fault lines were not just ethnic or religious fissures, there were also conflicts around social class. And all of those markers came together, they intersected, they flowed together in the erupting battles and wars of social change which striated the next 2 decades. We could perform close and specific political analysis of the chain of crises and conflicts that erupted across Europe as a result, not in 30 minutes. But to summarise them, we could say that, and I don't think this is really a binary, I think it's actually true, we could say that all of those conflicts in one way or another arose between those who wanted to preserve in some shape or form or refashion hierarchies, social and political, cultural, of social structure, not just racial and ethnic ones, but on the one side that, and on the other side those who sought to effect some form of more relatively levelling egalitarian social and political change, whether by revolutionary or reformist means. The cities, the industrial urbs, were now the focus of a relative social and cultural fluidity. And given this, and if you apply to that a wider anthropological lens, which I think at this point in the 21st century is quite useful to do, we can say that everywhere in this continent, including in Spain, such conflicts arose from this common hinterland of accelerating urbanisation, industrialisation, and crucially, from the accompanying processes of increasing migration from countryside to city and the increasing coalescence in urban areas of diverse worker populations, the antechamber, if you like, of mass society. From 1918, the resulting socio-political tensions would crucially produce a specific process of transnational, trans-European or intercontinental migration. For example, as post-war regime, and this is, in a sense, I'm going to talk all the time really today about migration. For example, an example of this, in the post-war regimes in Hungary and Poland, as they rode back with greater or lesser degrees of overt or lethal violence, but it was always very violent, they rode back against loosening forms of change and came down very hard on social constituencies they saw as harbouring that change. So tens of thousands of people felt compelled to leave, to become migrant workers in cities to the west, predominantly in France and Belgium. There was still some migration beyond Europe, but this is a continental migration towards the west, or from south upwards. Those who left were both urban and rural workers. Many, of course, had been soldiers, but they were no longer now prepared to return to forelock tugging and the deference which was expected of them within the resumed old world. Thousands of skilled workers left Hungary, for example. So this was a mass displacement of people in a convulsion caused by post-war regimes, which represented, broadly speaking, coalitions against change, which sought to keep a tight rein, especially on urban space, the city, and on forms of social and political organisation therein, particularly if it was about unionisation, but more generally too. In other words, what these regimes were doing was performing a simulacra of an old traditional society reborn, in which those soon-to-be migration-bound were deemed unfit to remain. Some of the young farm workers who left from Poland would fetch up, using Poland as another example, would fetch up years later, and several successive countries of migration later, some having fought for the Republic in Spain in the interim, in French internment camps in 1939. Many others were restless city boys, though most, of course, never found the fame that one of their number did, André Friedman from Budapest, who became the great war photographer Robert Capa. This is a picture of he took of these ex-brigaders and Spanish Republican soldiers on the beach, in moving between zones of one of the internment camps. He as André Friedman, as he then was, left Budapest, like so many others, he really grew up and grew fed up of the sort of run-in with zealous policemen, paramilitary types, citizen guards, and so he and they went travelling. So the points I'm making is really that the post-1918 convulsive displacement of certain sectors of population in order to achieve the supposed homogeneity and quiescence of national populations certainly isn't only about anti-Semitism and ethnic or racial minorities. It's about this bleeds into an expulsion along social class lines. These were unruly populations who were being squeezed out, whether or not they were of Yiddish cultural extraction or not. They were being squeezed out as unruly sectors of population. And that picture of mass social displacement post-1918 holds true for, it's an inter-European phenomenon. South and Southeast Europe, whether you're talking about Italy, Yugoslavia, Bulgaria and Romania. So these interwar decades were then an uncertain terrain, made a lot more hostile by the effects of the Great Depression. But individuals and groups were seeing everything as still in play, still to play for. And that was especially true, I think, for migrants, who saw in the possibility of social and political change, of more fluid and equal social relationships, that was a promise for them, not a threat. Unlike for the gentry pacts and the social coalitions against change. We tend to think about belief in the value of the city, belief in the city, as being a belief of a creative and intellectual minority of migrants. But I think you can make a case that it's true for much broader constituencies, ostensibly less self-reflexive ones, ordinary people so-called. They were all still looking for a space and a place. And in some ways, there's an idea of the city in people's heads. And this is why so many thousands and thousands of European migrants identified with the conflict that erupted in Spain in July 1936, because it reprised for them, or for their parents often, because we're now talking about several generations of migrants, the sort of conflicts they had been expelled from. And here you have in Spain in summer 36, another social coalition against levelling change rearing up. So the international volunteers, of whom there were, by the latest counts, between 32 and 35,000, in the international brigades, but also various other contingents too. All of those people who went to fight in Spain, in a sense, saw it as a representative of old world hierarchy of the pre-1918 world. And you can't, I think, take away one thing from what I'm saying today. You can't understand the massive phenomenon as a historical phenomenon, international volunteers in Spain, without computing the trans-European migration of the post-1918 period. It's often said 12,000 French volunteers went from France, the largest single cohort from a single nation-state space. But that 12,000 contingent contained very large numbers of migrant workers from Hungary, from Poland, from Italy. And wherever we look in Central or Southeastern wherever we look amongst the volunteers from Central, South or Southeastern Europe, they are frequently migrants, exiles many times over, not just one country, but 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 countries. As Hungarian-born writer and journalist Arthur Koestler would recall of one of the young Polish workers he met when they were both incarcerated in a French internment punishment camp in 1939. This was the young man he met had been through 7 countries between leaving Poland and arriving in France. So, coalitions against change. Spain. A war against the city, for surely it was. In Spain, sectors of the military, largely from the colonial North African army, made a violent coup against the Democratic Second Republic, a regime with a fairly mild, socially and economically levelling intent through land and social welfare reform, but a regime which also sought to shrink the power of both army and Catholic Church as the pillars of the Ancien regime, and to expand a civilianized and a secular state. I mean, people usually know about the secular bit, but this was about being a civilianized state as well. The coup was intended by its architects quite literally to court-martial social change, to halt, to push back, to overturn what they saw as unwelcome levelling, de-hierarchizing effects which emanated from urban industrial Spain. And it was urban and industrial Spain which, in an obscure and irrational way, these colonial army officers who led the coup, they blamed these urban constituencies for the loss of Spain's 19th century empire. All of this really amounted to a fear of the future. The military coup makers in Spain, as elsewhere, were hankering after a hierarchy which had, obviously, the desire for this had deep psychological roots. It was a psychic investment almost, both patrician and popular, in certain forms of order, and there was a deep discomfiture about these forms of order being disrupted. I think the psychological aspect in all of these wars is one we do well to think about. The disruption of comfortable ways of being and thinking. The coup makers, of course, failed in their intention to take over because they hadn't understood that the Spain they imagined no longer existed, or rather that there were other urban populous Spains that could and would resist them and their old Castilian inland coalition against change. And again, all of that goes back to the First World War too. It's often, Spain was not a belligerent in the 1418 war, but as has been well said by a colleague of mine, Spain didn't enter the war, but the war entered Spain. And what's meant by that is the massive industrial mobilization and demographic shift which the war meant for Spain. Massive sort of influx to Barcelona, particularly of industrial labour, and the whole expansion of political expectations of city sectors, not only industrial labour, but also burgeoning lower middling classes of the eastern seaboard cities, from Barcelona down through Valencia and Alicante to Almeria. All of that, it's not an accident that Republican Spain was the eastern seaboard. It was the Spain that had been transformed since 1918. That was the Spain that resisted the coup makers. And obviously these images, which are immensely iconic and incredibly well known, are often signed as workerist. And indeed they were, but they were also about a whole kind of hybrid coalition of social and demographic forces, which involved all of the kind of lower middle class cohorts, constituencies, particularly of eastern federal Spain. I mean, if you look, you think about which areas supported the insurgents and which didn't, it's very clear. But if Spain's army officers had misunderstood what Spain was in 1936 sociologically, not so Europe's constellation of the displaced and repressed. They did not misunderstand. They understood that this was a reprise of the war against old hierarchies, or new hierarchies too, because I haven't mentioned fascism, I'm coming to that, but it was a war against hierarchies. And so they came to fight or otherwise support the Republic as international volunteers, whether on the battlefield or in key support services, especially in medical support services. I mean, one of the most interesting areas of historiography now is in the kind of medical advances and the medical organisation within the Republican Army, the huge advances in triage and blood transfusion, which are very specific to the campaigns in Spain. The machinery of getting volunteers to Spain was obviously provided, as most people know, by the organisational networks of the communist movement in Europe. Didn't get all of the volunteers there, but they did get a lot of them. Obviously, moving people around without papers, clandestinely or semi-clandestinely, is difficult. It does require large organisational infrastructure. But I think what explains the human motive force of mass volunteering was that we're not a Comintern army. It's not abstract ideology or discipline which explains the volunteers. They were volunteers. It's the histories of displacement. It's the social history, which I've tried very impressionistically to sketch something of. It's the history of displacement, and even if they weren't a migrant, you lived a life against the odds. And that was really the imaginative community that, that stood up in Spain. Being a communist, or indeed to some extent being an anarchist or a socialist or a libertarian or whatever, for grassroots people at that time was much more about a form of belonging as they searched for a place to be in the turbulent struggles of the 1920s and 30s. Political membership was, as I've written, a form of body armour, so that the least powerful could don in the hostile climes of interwar Europe. And that body armour, as I've just said, it's always kind of signed as communist, but it could as well be anarchist, syndicalist, or sometimes socialist. So for all of these volunteers, Spain becomes a microcosm of continental European war, understood as wars for social change, understood as convulsion and conflict. So I hope that, to some extent, makes clear the title. I was very insistent on the italics in the title, that the war in Spain, a larger war of social change, fought out on Spanish territory. It's a sentiment that is very frequently, or was very, they're all gone now, but for over decades expressed by volunteer veterans themselves, wherever they came from. But that's not a post hoc distortion. We can see that conceptualization of the war in the contemporary wartime press in Spanish Republican territory throughout the battlefield war, the Great Social War, La Gran Guerra Social. So all of this defense of greater levelling, fluidity, inclusion against brutal re-hierarchizing is, of course, inevitably about fascism and anti-fascism. But I've deliberately not spoken those terms really so far because I wanted to come at their content from a more literally peripheral angle, a wider angle, so we can see afresh in the meanings of these lives what that actually meant. Anti-fascism wasn't, in the case of these volunteers for the Republic, wasn't necessarily a set of abstract beliefs. It was a lived anti-fascism. It was about making a life worth living. That's why so many of them had gone travelling in the first place as migrants. In Spain, too, they were attempting to prevent the reimposition of that hierarchy that Franco and the Coalition Against Social Change wanted. So to try to keep things open in the glimpses of that were perceived after the Great War. And in that sense, both psychologically and sociologically, we can similarly talk of lives of the volunteers from both Ireland and Britain. In Britain, the majority of the volunteers came from the big industrial cities and ports, including obviously many who were Irish migrants. In Wales, from the mining areas in South Wales, but also, in a sense, British volunteers came from across the Commonwealth and Dominions. In terms of Britain, you can frame a lot of this in terms of in conventional political terms, if you want, as battles between anti-fascists and black shirts, Cable Street 1936 or whatever, mirroring urban street fighting elsewhere in Europe, whether in Vienna in February 1934 or in Asturias in Spain itself, all of which, of course, were sharpened by the Great Depression. But these long-running battles for social change in Britain also manifested themselves in other very diverse ways. The hunger marches are perhaps quite well known, but also the participation of those who volunteered for Spain in things like the mass trespasses of the 1930s that pressured for the opening up of the countryside, the national parks. People didn't see, they saw these as different fronts in a single war, if you like. Or if you take the case of, I'm now... that was just a picture of volunteers, but okay. Or the case of midwife Patience Darton, who went from delivering babies in the East End of London to the poor of the East End of London to nursing at the Spanish Republican front. And she said this numerous times in interviews, she saw no difference whatsoever between what she was defending in Spain and the times that she'd gone into battle, as she used to say, for her poor mothers against the hospital establishments in the East End of London. So she saw it as all part of the same thing. It was about opening up stunted life chances, right? Pushing back against stratification. In the way that the prospect of mass literacy in Spain turned Spanish conservatives apoplectic, not to mention the prospect of co-education, of educating girls and boys together in the same classroom. So this opening out has very many fronts. Of the approximate 260-odd Irish volunteers, or 262 I am told, although I am not a historian of this, more than 100 of them, so over 100 of them, 117, arrived in Spain from intermediate countries of migration, including, of course, Britain. Maurice Levitas, who was born in Dublin in 1917, whose family had moved for economic reasons first to Glasgow and then to the East End of London, left from London. Of the Irish volunteers who left directly from Ireland, some had been migrants previously, whether political or economic or both. I mean, these things bleed into each other. It goes without saying that those going from Ireland were opposing hierarchies which specifically meant imperialism, and particularly British imperialism. Their own lived experience of deaths of family members, for example, at the hands of Black and Tans, were reminiscent of other volunteers, for example, ones from Finland who talked about avenging deaths of family members at the hands of Mannerheim's whites in the Finnish Civil War of 1918. A majority of the volunteers who went to fight for the Spanish Republic from Ireland were anti-treaty, seeing pro-treaty forces as allied with big farmers and with Britain. Many Irish volunteers had previously been in the IRA, as many as 50, it is estimated, including Kit Conway, who'd left Ireland for the US after the defeat of the anti-treaty side in the Civil War, but returned later in 1932 to Ireland. In Spain, Kit Conway rose to be a brigade company commander and was killed in February 1937 outside Madrid at Jarama in one of the big battles to protect supply and communication routes to the Republican capital. Among the IRA cohort going to Spain, predominant were those who wanted to invest the IRA itself with an explicit agenda for social change, levelling social reform, as opposed to it having primarily a nationalist inflection, even while obviously accepting that it was a subaltern nationalism. These were the IRA activists who split in 1934, who'd been involved in the Tenants' League in Dublin tenements and in the rent strikes. For example, Bob Doyle springs to mind, who first joined the IRA because of Kit Conway. The motives impelling Irish brigaders or Irish volunteers to go to fight for the Republic in Spain were always a mix of the political and personal. That wasn't invented in the 1960s. But what it actually meant did vary according to the different phases. It's interesting that the first wave of volunteers who went from Ireland itself in late 1936 wasn't so much the fact of the coup in Spain as the Irish establishment's very vocal support of it, as people will well know here, the particularly inflammatory marks in favour of the insurgents made by the ecclesiastical cupula, and of course the fact of former police chief Owen O'Duffy's forming up of a blue shirt volunteer battalion or volunteer force to go and fight with the coup makers. All of that galvanised that first set of autumn 1936 Irish volunteers for the Republic. Their leader in Spain, Frank Ryan, who like Kit Conway had also fought in the anti-treaty IRA, is on record that he had first understood the significance of Spain, the stakes, if you like, via a kind of negative image of what was being said by establishment Ireland. Although that's not true necessarily for Irish volunteers who leave from elsewhere other than Ireland, or who leave later than mid-1937, because by mid-1937 O'Duffy had effectively ignominiously departed from insurgent Francoist Spain. So those people were more directly focused on the sort of stakes of the social war in Europe and in Spain. In all, international volunteers to Spain came from some 54 countries, points of origin across Europe, and indeed across globally too. Extra-European migrants, for example, from North America or Canada, were basically, a lot of them were sometimes first or most from the US, second generation European. They were the children of European migrants. There were also obviously refugees from Nazi Germany, one on whom I've worked quite a bit. Rudolf Michaelis was an anarchist and Berlin museum worker who fought in the famous anarchist Durruti column and later in the international brigades and the Spanish Republican Army, because by mid-1937, every volunteer, whatever their ideological affiliation, was basically fighting in the brigades within, which were populated by then by Spanish Republican soldiers within the Spanish Republican Army. There were also, of course, many Spanish migrants who came back from the Americas or North and South to fight for the Republic. So migration is everywhere in this story. Migration is everywhere. The military coup makers of July 1936, of course, never intended it as a battlefield war. That was accidental. That escalation, we always talk about the civil war, the civil war that broke out, but what broke out was a military coup. It was an accidental, it was a very precise process of escalation, but it was also accidental because of entirely other agendas. Those of fascist Italy and Nazi Germany, there seemed to be the Axis, who were keen to upset the international balance of power and disrupt Britain from its primordial imperial position. It was the Axis that gifted the coup makers in Spain an army, the colonial army, which it brought from North Africa in German and Italian aircraft. So having gifted them an army, it also gifted them the sustained and integrated military means to fight a 20th century war. Otherwise, it would have been a 19th century war with the Spanish army and its armaments. So it was basically these external agendas which kind of changed the nature of the war into a grueling 3-year war. Of course, British-impelled non-intervention perpetually and illegally starved the already disadvantaged Republic of weaponry and meant that it could only ever fight a defensive war for 3 years. It could never arm its reserves, never, ever, ever. But of course, the fact of that war effort, aided by European volunteers, allowed Britain 3 years' time to rearm as well. In the end, of course, it would be the Axis and non-intervention integral to that equation, which enabled victory for Franco and now leading the insurgent coup coalition, the coalition against social change. And that meant Republican defeat in Spain. Well, a mass aerial bombardment was, as everybody doubtless knows, was one of the kind of new things on this scale, on massive urban populations. The ensuing, after defeat, the ensuing Republican diaspora, February 1939 from Catalonia, across the French border, 500,000 civilians and soldiers and international brigaders, international volunteers who had no homes to go to because, I mean, obviously Britons, Ireland, Irish people, North Americans went back, except for those who had to be released from Franco prison camps and prisons, but that's another story. But those who could not go home, the European international volunteers who could not go home, went with that Republican diaspora across the border into France and into the waiting internment camps. At the same time as 500,000 Spaniards were flooding into internment camps, the French authorities were also expelling hundreds of thousands of migrant workers, mainly Poles and Algerians, and but some others too, in spite of labour shortages. So there's an awful lot going on here. These camps, I've put here an extended quote of Arthur Koestler's, but just to read the beginning of it, a percentage of the continent's population had become quite accustomed to the thought that they were outcasts. I mean, he wrote this of his own time in Le Vernet camp, internment and punishment camp just outside Toulouse in 1939. There were beach camps, which many of the sort of civilian refugees was their first base. But these camps, Le Vernet, where Koestler was, were punishment camps. There was a whole network of punishment camps spread out across southeastern France, mainly in Roussillon, but also some in North Africa, not always in sort of metropolitan France. In these, international volunteers and Spanish Republican soldiers were incarcerated. Koestler's account of his own imprisonment is published as Scum of the Earth in 1941, the first book he wrote directly into English. And that book, I recommend it to you, it's a very important book. It invites the thought that these punishment camps were themselves part of a solution, not only to the refugee influx from Spain, but in much deeper ways, a reinscription of hierarchical control that were addressing the moment of loss of control after 1918. It was the lucky ones who escaped these punishment camps, or escaped too from the various forms of penal labour into which Republican soldiers and international brigaders and other assorted migrants were put by the French authorities in the long months after February 1939. Escapees before and after the fall of France joined the ranks of what are known as the irregular civilians, the undocumented, who lived in France in semi-clandestinity, learning very fast that there could be no difference between survival and resistance. And it was, of course, the military skills and experience in sabotage techniques and so on of those who'd been in Spain that would lay the basis of the incipient early resistance movement in southwest France. You have to remember that the Spanish Republican Army had had a guerrilla corps which had operated behind Francoist lines, in which international volunteers had also fought or served. So that early incipient resistance, it becomes much more generalized, of course, on a larger scale, in resistance to the realities of what occupied Europe is like when general populations across occupied Europe, Nazi-occupied Europe, wake up to the realities of Nazi asset stripping and, above all, the massive labour conscription involved in those occupations. Resistance would swell more generally then across from 1943 as the tide of World War changes, post the Nazi defeat at Stalingrad, the Allied North African landings, November 1942, and from there, Sicilian, Italian landings in July 1943. So the expansion of resistance. And from that point on, these long-running wars of social change bled into the myriad ongoing conflicts which spread out beneath the Third Reich's own carapace of war and occupation. So these are confrontations between resistor and collaborator compatriots, which occurred within various different sets of national borders, crystallizing therefore as basically as forms of civil war, where the stakes were the future configuration or distribution of power within individual countries. And again, as in 1918, who would speak through politics? Which new social or which new political rights, or in this case probably more social rights, would be conferred or not conferred? The revolutionary energy and the impulsion which temporarily inhabited that wartime moment when Europe's centre moved left was generated obviously out of this wide popular anger at the brutality of occupation. Of course, not every war fought inside European territory under the umbrella of the Nazi war had this clear dimension of an internal war for and against levelling social change. It certainly didn't in the East European borderlands, in the interstices between and behind the German and Soviet front lines from 1941 onwards, which is to say on the western and southern edges of European Russia, the Baltic republics, Poland, Ukraine. Here all the resistance was of a much more conservative nationalist tenor, and it was both for territorial and ideological reasons anti-Soviet, as it had previously been anti-Russian. But in Europe, west, south and southeast, in France, Italy, Yugoslavia, there the core resistance cadres had been in Spain. And so here the civil wars are wars about social change. And for example, from 1942-43, when United States international brigaders, many of whom, again, as I've said, were second-generation European migrants themselves, were parachuted back to Europe, wartime Europe in the 1940s, from late 1942-43, as part of the United States equivalent of the SOE, the OSS, the Special Security Services. Their function was to liaise with European resistance movements. And of course, they already knew many of them personally because of the war in Spain. In France itself, the memory of Spain articulated the experience of the urban resistance. And it did that nowhere more iconically than in the MOI, which is the Migrant Labour Front in France, whose origins lay in the French Communist Party's earlier organisation of migrant labour. And I wanted to just recall the MOI today to end here, as it offers a resonant encapsulation both of the crucial embodied presence of Spain in Europe's anti-fascist resistance movements, but as well as underscoring eloquently the multinational, multi-ethnic, and culturally hybrid profile of these resistances. In the wartime MOI, alongside Spanish Republican soldiers were other migrants: Poles, Hungarians, Italians, Romanians, Austrians, Czechs, and Armenians. Among them, of course, were many former international brigaders, and many of them escapees from French punishment camps, Gurs, Le Vernet, and many more. The execution in February 1944 of 22 MOI fighters, several of whom had fought in Spain, after the MOI had inflicted some serious losses on the occupying forces in Paris, gave rise to the famous red poster, the affiche rouge, hundreds of copies of which the occupying authorities plastered all over Paris. The attempt in the poster is to delegitimize the resistance through an appeal to French chauvinism. Hopefully, for us, it now documents something quite different. That the MOI was the antithesis not only of the Nazi new order of racial and social hierarchy in Europe, but also of old Europe's preferred hierarchies too, because of course all of those old Europe's preferred hierarchies were being mediated and channeled through Nazism and Nazi occupation, which brings me back more or less to where I began. By 1945, MOI is very heterodox, just what I've just said: Hungarian migrant workers, Armenian Jews, Spanish guerrilleros. I mean, the particular group who are vilified in this poster were from a group led by Misak Manouchian, who lost his family in the Armenian genocide. All of this profile, this multi-ethnic, multicultural profile, would also disturb the French Communist Party's own desire to present the French resistance as uniquely French. Not to mention how a few years later, it would also be visceral Stalinist fears around the same perceived heterodoxy of the international volunteers and the whole political environment in Republican Spain that would lead directly to many of the Central and East Europeans who had volunteered for the Republican Spain going down in the purges in Eastern Europe. Even if they didn't go down in the purges, they were marginalized and silenced in perpetuity. Rudolf Michaelis, who I mentioned briefly, that happened to him in the DDR. In 1923, he'd been a stoker in the State Museum in Berlin. By 1946, he was a director of that museum, and very shortly afterwards, he was a primary school teacher. So you could all write the history of Europe in that biography. But anyway, history gains and losses. At the same time as this hideous process was happening east, similar things were also happening to international brigaders in the West, of course, but that's another story. Looking from where I started, at the same time as this new order is doing those things, one can say that, of course, it did, it's irony, it did finish the unfinished. The Eastern European order did, in one key macro-structural effect, did finish the unfinished business of the Great War by sweeping away the patrician landed order, the old regime of landed elites, which had clung on in 1918, outlasting the old European empires. There are a whole series of these pictures, but I think this is by far the most evocative. I'll leave it there. I mean, I'd be delighted to. I don't know that I can answer questions about the Irish brigaders in any great empirical detail. Well, I can do some, but I can certainly talk about any aspect of the Spanish Civil War, which kind of, came in and out of focus there, but mainly because I was trying to zoom out anthropologically to try and talk about the kind of motive for. But migration is my message.
one question. Thank you very much, Professor Graham, for this kind of nuanced insight into the diversity and complexity of individuals and social and political agency involved in the Spanish Civil War, and giving us this wide transnational perspective of movement and of continuation of wars through that war, but also taking us to think about the kind of involvement of Irish individuals in that war. I think we probably have time for maybe one question before we move to the next speaker, but I can see a hand up right over there, so you've just voted yourself in.
Thank you very much for a fascinating presentation. I just had a question on sort of, and I hope I haven't misunderstood, just in terms of the, let's say, the war against social change. How do you, to some extent, do the syndicalist type movements that talk about social change, so, you know, phalanges, so within the sort of the counter-Republican, within the nationalist coalition, there are obviously Carlists and phalangists, and there are syndicalists who talk the language to some extent of social change, and they talk the language of class. Mm-hmm. And even within our short-lived kind of blue shirt movement here, you had, you know, people like Ned O'Brien who talked about syndicalism as being very attractive. And then, of course, Sir Anthony Esmond from Wexford talking about no in a very Carlist kind of way. So I just wondered, to what extent does that sort of complicate things? And also, it does seem that, of course, that syndicalist, working class, kind of phalangist, sort of labour movement is essentially trampled on, obviously, and eventually sort of, you know, suppressed. But I'm just interested in sort of how they do that as well, you know, how they outflank the kind of labour-type movements that are part of the nationalist coalition.
Well, I think, in a sense, you probably have to disaggregate Carlism from, which obviously has overlaps with some of the reivindications which the sort of libertarian left were tabling. I mean, the libertarian left is basically loses various wars during the Spanish Civil War. It loses its first one against the the re-emergent Republican state, which is partly about the need to centralize and hierarchize industrial resources to fight the war. That's not just a blind for basically crushing the anarchist left. But in a sense, the Carlists kind of did, obviously the Carlists are fighting for Franco. And they did quite well out of fighting for Franco in the sense that they got pretty much Franco was, the insurgents were, great one single hierarchized unified Spain, Madrid. But in fact, the Carlists actually got quite a level of being able to organise their own sort of bailiwick in north after the war. I mean, as well, not just talking about what happened in the war. So I think kind of in a sense, there are overlaps between Carlism and other forms of anti-state, anti-central state libertarianism, which go down to the reconstituting republic during the war. But I mean, in a sense, it's hard to put them together to talk about what happened to them, because very different things happened to them. In a sense, the Carlists got a theocracy, which is the one that clearly, absolutely, in no way describes what the libertarian movement was after. Neither gods nor masters, But in it, so in a sense, that's you have to disaggregate them. I think. Is that what you were getting at? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So it's not in terms of social, they want social changes. The parts of the land movements want to take with them the parts of the old regime. Obviously, that strain is controlled by Franco afterwards. Well, I mean, I realise I have to stop, but Francoism itself is obviously an amalgamation of old and new. I mean, people think of it as Horthy, but actually it was Hitler, because after 1939, it basically constructs a totalitarian state, which is mass mobilised from the ground up, mass denunciations, mass imprisonment. It's concerned, Francoism is concerned to control every inch of space. And, the land masses covered in camps for 20 years, you know, sort of labour camps, forced labour camps. So the Cold War has obscured our view of Franco too, but that's a blend, but a kind of hierarchical blend. And now we have to stop.
Wonderful. Yeah. I can see that we're going to be continuing this conversation later this afternoon. But thank you once again, Professor Graham, on behalf of everyone.
Thank you, Professor Graham, again, as Dr. Buffery said, for such a nuanced and interesting and thought-provoking plenary. Now, at this point in proceedings, I believe that our President, John O'Halloran, is going to escort the Taoiseach to inspect the 1916 proclamation that Dr. O'Driscoll referred to in his speech. So I'd like us just to extend a final thanks again to An Taoiseach Micheál Martin for joining us this morning. Now, it is my absolute pleasure to introduce, first of all, to introduce Dr. Mervyn O'Driscoll again to the stage, to introduce our next plenary speaker. He has already been mentioned in the speeches of An Taoiseach this morning, and also by Professor Gurwath, Dr. Bilkissan's plenary. To introduce him properly, Dr. Mervyn O'Driscoll. Thank you.
It's my great pleasure to introduce Dr. Bilkissan, the Associate Professor and Reader at the London School of Economics, Department of Government. I must admit I'm here under false pretences. I'm not John Borgonovo. I wish John Borgonovo could be here today. Unfortunately, he was taken a little bit unwell. So I will do my best to emulate his inimitable style. Thank you. Bill is a very productive researcher, and his work is read with great interest by both modern and contemporary Irish historians and political scientists. He manages to combine, I think, insights into the nature and origins of Irish democracy. He's explored Irish democratic consolidation, Irish republicanism, Ireland's constitutional evolution, and he's brought some wider perspectives to bear on national identities from European context to Ireland. In particular, he's got a very strong interest in Turkish nationalism and the Anatolian civil war, in effect. Was it a civil war or not? So his work offers fascinating insights into many of the central topics that are of direct interest to us here at this conference, and brings very broad and rich perspectives. He's author of a number of groundbreaking books, including Explaining Irish Democracy, first published in 2002. Of central importance to this event, The Politics of the Irish Civil War with Oxford in 2005, which situated the Irish Civil War as part of the general process of decolonisation, which Professor Gurwath talked about earlier, and explains why the divisions in the Anglo-Irish Treaty proved so decisive. And how it impacted on Irish democracy with lasting effects. He's also worked on the history and politics of Irish constitutional democracy, reconstruction of national identities in Europe's internal wars in this critical period from 1917 onwards. And a few years ago, in 2016, he published another book called Nations Torn Asunder, The Challenge of Civil War, looking at what we can learn from our historical knowledge of pre-1945 civil wars and to determine what insights that can show us about more contemporary wars in the post-1945 period. And civil war has been a recurring feature of human societies throughout history. So therefore, it's a great pleasure to welcome Bill to the stage, and we look forward to his insights. Thank you.
Thanks for the introduction. It's a great pleasure to be here, not least because of the fact that in 2005 I published this relatively long book on the Irish Civil War. 17 years later, it's nice to know I'm coming back into fashion. Now, since then, one of my ambitions has been to write a book about civil war, which I eventually did in 2016, that was very broad in its scope, both geographically and historically. And I must say, in attempting to do so, I encountered a number of obstacles. And I remember there was a historian in my department who said to me, "Bill, you can't write a general book on civil war." And I said, "Why not?" He said, "Well, civil wars have happened in every type of society, in every period of human history, and for all sorts of reasons. So therefore, you won't be able to generalize about them in any precise way." And then he said, there's also the problem that even though the world's greatest political philosophers like Plato or Machiavelli or de Tocqueville might have mentioned civil war in their books, very few of them actually wrote a book about civil war. It was almost as if civil war was a residual category. So I didn't have a great book to rely on. What I had to rely on, and to some extent it's the literature I'll be summarizing in this lecture, is the literature that has emerged since the end of the Cold War, largely written by social scientists, about the contemporary phenomenon of civil war. And this literature is a product of two things. Firstly, when the Cold War ended, many people who were interested in security were no longer interested in the great powers or the Cold War. They were interested in internal conflict. And then I think there was, after 9/11, a kind of shift in terms of social scientists becoming interested in what are called weak states that became regarded as sources of international insecurity and terrorism. So you had here, and I am by instinct a historical scholar, a largely social scientific literature which covered civil war. And what I tried to do in my 2016 book was basically subject that literature to a historical critique, but also summarize that literature for people who would be more familiar with big cases of civil war, like Spain, like Ireland, like the American Civil War, and so forth. So my attention as a scholar was actually to give it a fair-minded evaluation. Now, you might ask the question, why would I be the one who is going to give a fair-minded evaluation? I remember in 2006, when I had my first book launch of my book on the Irish Civil War, the person who was introducing the book said, "This is a very fair-minded book. I hate fair-minded books." But nonetheless, I've tried to do so, and as I go along, I'll be trying to summarize to some extent what social scientists have said about the phenomenon of civil war globally, and especially in the period since the Second World War. So the first kind of generalization that people have taken from this is that after the Second World War, wars within states largely replaced wars between states as the dominant form of warfare. One study published in 2002 by two American political scientists found no less than 129 civil wars in the world between the period 1945 to 1999. The second thing people talk about, and here there's a difference with the previous keynote talks, is there's been a shift of location from, I suppose, the European continent to the global south, to such an extent that this shift in location means that 77%, or roughly 77% of conflicts that we see since 1945 occur in new states, that is, states that are products of decolonization. A third generalization concerns two concepts. One is conflict duration, the other is intractability. And this is the tendency for civil wars to last a very long time. You can find in this period from 1945 to 1999 more than 30 conflicts that have lasted more than 10 years. You think of the Lebanon, lasted more than 10 years. El Salvador lasted more than 20 years. Colombia lasted more than 30 years. So this idea that we're not just dealing with conflict or episodes of conflict, but with something that is very intractable. And then the last, I suppose, empirical generalization people have made is that these conflicts have shown themselves to be just as deadly as conventional wars between states. Consider Mozambique, a country in southeastern Africa, independent from Portugal in 1975, begins a civil war in 1976. Out of a population of 15 million in 1976, between 900,000 and 1 million people get killed in a civil war that ends in 2002. So basically, this literature taken together gives the impression of a world outside the fortunate Western states, a world at civil war. Now, what drives these patterns? As I said, much of this literature is of a social scientific nature, and if social science is of any use in this particular field, it should be very specific about one thing, which we call causality, or causes. And the first thing is, I think it's pretty obvious that this panorama of conflict is absolutely unintelligible unless we take into account that in the 20th century, and particularly since the end of the Second World War, the process of decolonization has produced more than 130 new states. That means 130 new units within which civil war can actually take place. So you think of Ireland, for example, as a classic example. You have a treaty signed on December 6, 1921. Within 7 months, there's a civil war. So state formation gives rise to civil war, and civil war is the form in which the state comes into being. So this connection is quite important, but there is a nuance, and this is that largely the patterns tell you that the problem with new post-colonial states is not the immediate struggle for power and authority for a successor regime, but over time, the way in which frustrations with the experience of self-government manifests themselves in violent opposition. So to give you an example, Algeria is a country that is often cited from this point of view, independent from France in 1962 after an 8-year war of independence. For the first 3 decades, it's kind of peaceful. And then in the 1990s, unfortunately, it enters this dark decade of the 1990s and experiences something like a civil war, which I think is a product of the failures of the Algerian state to provide democracy, legitimacy, a viable social contract for the citizenry. So that's the first thing, the creation of new states. The second thing is the patterns also tell us that in this period of time, civil war is a recurrent thing. That is to say, a country that has experienced a civil war in its past is 4 or 5 times more likely to experience another civil war. Here, Southern Ireland is, of course, a big exception. It ends in 1923, and unless you regard the Troubles as a continuation of the Irish Civil War does end in 1923, and that's it. In other parts of the world, we think of the Sudan, for example. For the whole period since independence, the Sudan was in a state of civil war. And then when North Sudan seceded and became an independent state, it too found itself in a state of civil war. Now, the American-based historian David Armitage has a very good way of, I think, conceptualizing what this experience of recurrent war actually means when he talks about conflict being both recurrent and cumulative. In other words, that when a civil war happens, it has discrete causes, but when it's experienced by the population as part of an unfolding series of conflicts. that the conflict you are in now is the product of past conflict and may require future conflict to be resolved. I think that has been the case for many parts of the world. The third thing, and maybe most peculiar thing about this literature, because it's dealing with almost civil war as an underlying way of life, when it comes to causes and what actually causes civil wars, it's not leaders and their ideas, it's not Collins and De Valera, it's not pro-treatyites and anti-treatyites. There is a search for causes which explain not events, but a kind of underlying vulnerability to conflict in weak states, and to identify factors that might explain why this condition of state weakness results in conflict. These factors have been insecurity, poverty, multi-ethnicity, socioeconomic inequality, climate change, natural resources, lack of democracy. The focus is not on men and their ideas, but on the social and physical environment in which the new states exist. Then there is the question of nationalism and whether the new state's problems are not simply expressed by the concept of something being wrong with the state, but the problem of building new states, modern states, on the basis of divided or non-existent nations. For those of you who are familiar with post-colonial theory, you'll probably know the famous psychiatrist Frantz Fanon, who was in Algeria during the War of Independence, and in one of his books he describes the new post-colonial state as an empty shell. That basically the problem was that you liberated a country only to find that in substantive terms this new nation was in fact an empty shell. So ultimately what has happened is that many countries in Asia and Africa have had to build viable modern states in societies where they don't have that strong sense of political community, maybe a map image of what their nation is, just like we have a map image of Ireland, a dominant capital city, a dominant ethnic group, dominant language or whatever. And one Canadian international relations scholar, Calvi Holsty, says the problem was that it took European countries like France, Germany, England and Italy centuries to produce a fit between state and nation, and in these post-colonial countries they're expected to do that in a matter of decades. So those are the things I think that people have thought are to blame for the phenomena of civil war in this period since 1945 and its location. Now, the literature I've been discussing is a very ambitious literature. It's social scientific, very often statistical in methods, and it's always looking for factors with the most general explanatory power. Now, I work in an institution, the LSE, which has as its motto to know the causes of things. And I think a lot of scholars in this Civil War literature would be quite happy to have that motto for themselves. At the same time, I'm also a historical scholar. As I've taught the topic of civil war and worked on it, I've become more skeptical about the ability of social science really to explain the phenomenon of civil war. So much so that, in fact, I would like to put on my door in the LSE a notice for the students not to know the causes of things. I haven't done it. It could be misinterpreted. The students themselves would probably like it, but my fellow academics might actually remove me from the next research assessment exercise. But I think nonetheless that this literature has raised certain issues which all of us, I think, whether we're interested in Ireland or whether we're interested in the world in general, have to accept are pretty fundamental to the study of civil war. And the first thing is the most basic thing in any research project, which is how do you actually define civil war? The standard social science definition has 4 elements. There must be 2 sides. It must largely be internal to a country. The state must be a protagonist. And let's say at least 1,000 people have to die for this to be a civil war rather than a lower form of conflict. Now, when you have a definition like that, it allows you group together many cases. And the more cases you have in a study, probably it's true that you're better able to get at the basic patterns, or at least make a generalization. So as I said in one study in 2002, they had 129 examples of civil war in their sample. But then they go on to say, in fact, 3/4 of these conflicts have been insurgencies. So then we ask the question, what's the difference between an insurgency and a civil war? And why are we saying civil war rather than insurgency? You think, for example, of the Irish experience. The conflicts which took place between 1919 and 1921, we call the War of Independence. In 1922 and 1923, we had the Civil War. And then 1969 to 1998, we had the Troubles. So we're using different concepts for different experiences. Where in this literature, all of these would be called civil wars or part of one civil war. So there is really a question here about whether we have been seeing many types of conflict in a given specific period, or one thing called civil war. So to go back to the question of insurgency, the conflict that took place in Turkey from 1984 between the PKK and the Turkish state was, in my view, an insurgency that did not actually plunge the whole of the society into a civil war. And largely, I think, over the last 5 or 6 years, the state has got on top. In these studies, it's called a civil war. So there's always a question of definition. And basically, I think it's insoluble. I don't know if many of you remember the account of the negotiations which took place between Eamon de Valera and Lloyd George in the summer of 1921, when Lloyd George said of de Valera, he was a very hard man to negotiate with. It was like picking up mercury on a fork. This is ultimately the case for defining what a civil war is. No one has succeeded in doing it satisfactorily. This type of complexity for historians is not a problem. It's an open question whether the events of the War of Independence and the Civil War and the Troubles were part of one conflict or not. Historians can be quite happy with that type of complexity. But I think political science and social science finds the question of definition much, much harder, and maybe not so much a source of opportunity as a source of confusion for the scholar. So that's the first thing that is quite difficult about this particular area. The second thing is, does the concept of civil war, the word itself is rooted in the Roman tradition of citizenship, does it travel? Now, my view is that civil war is ultimately a crisis in social relations. The most sensible thing I've ever heard a political scientist write about defining a civil war was an American political scientist, Roy Licklider, who said that if the two parties fighting the civil war do not have to face the prospect of living together in the future, it's hard to say it should be a civil war. And this sociological approach really means that in any society, and Ireland is a very good example of that, civil war poses a challenge to social existence which other forms of conflict, including insurgencies, may not. So it is almost as if in order for there to be a civil war, we have to assume that there is a certain level of social and political integration to begin with. That's fine, and I think it's fine for Ireland. But I also read a book by the Polish journalist, now dead, Richard Kapuscinski, Another Day of Life, where he was travelling around Angola in the mid-1970s. And Angola at that time was just independence had just been achieved, and it found itself in a state of civil war. And he noticed that some of the tribes that were living in Angola had no concept of what Angola was. They had no concept of the territory, they had no concept of the borders, they had no concept of the two sides who were fighting the civil war. The nearest enemy was the next tribe. And what Kapuscinski said was that in fact it might take a war, it might take a civil war for people to become aware and mobilized in the political system, the wider collectivity in which they find themselves. So this question of civil war, which in the Western tradition many liberal scholars have written about it, many Marxists have written about it, and the Marxists of course believe that civil war would develop in the late 19th century and early 20th century in the most industrialized, the most developed countries like France and Germany. How does this apply to societies that are a product of colonial rule, that the level of nation building is very, very limited before they become independents? And can civil war be a crisis of social relations in the same way? That's just a question. Does the concept travel? Then there is, from an Irish perspective, a very important ethical question. Are civil wars to be universally condemned and regretted? What if a civil war proves compatible with democracy, state building, ultimately economic development? Can a civil war have a formative role in the history of a society? I remember the pro-treaty minister Ernest Blythe being interviewed, I think it was in the 1960s, when he said to a journalist, "Every country must have a civil war sooner or later in its evolution." And those of you who are familiar with the historiography will know that in Ireland, it's very difficult for people as scholars to make judgments about the Civil War without taking into account what happened over the next decades. And one of the things that happened was a relatively successful process of state building. What is the price we are willing to pay for constructing a state? What measures is a state entitled to take in order to establish itself? This is an important ethical question, and it's debated among political scientists between people who say all war is to be lamented and others who say conflicts which are frozen conflicts like Nagorno-Karabakh are best resolved by force ultimately. On the other hand, we have to say, when we look at the Middle East today, Iraq, Syria, Libya, Lebanon, there doesn't seem to be any potential in these conflicts either for democracy, nation building, or state building to succeed. So in that sense, the older associations of the concept of civil war, which go back to the ancient Greeks with chaos, disorder, and destruction, they seem perfectly appropriate for that part of the world. But nonetheless, within this debate on civil war, there is this ethical question of whether or not civil wars should be let have their course. The last thing I wanted to talk about is the question of whether civil war is irrepressible, whether societies can ever move beyond civil war, and what different philosophies of history can tell us about that question. The older idea in the literature, going back, let's say, to the Greeks and Thucydides, was that civil war expressed something constant in human nature. You couldn't really escape from the possibility. You could construct a political order that suppressed this possibility, but the possibility was only suppressed. It hadn't disappeared. And one way of looking at this is that since the Greeks, no regime form that has been constructed, whether monarchies, republics, federations, has proven to be impervious to civil war. In the early 19th century, the French historian Alexis de Tocqueville went to America, and he was so impressed by American democracy, he said, well, we have come across a political system that is not going to fall apart in a civil war, and even if it does, it will be very minor. But unfortunately, in the 1860s, there was a pretty big civil war in America. So where do we go with this particular debate? Is democracy the cure? Is development the cure? Is globalization the cure? I don't really know. When I'm teaching this subject, I find it very useful to show videos of the Harvard psychologist Steven Pinker, who actually believes that the world we live in now is very peaceful, and it is more peaceful now than it has ever been in human history. And he wrote a book called The Better Angels of Our Nature in order to actually establish this, and produced a lot of statistics and a lot of anecdotes. And he's a very optimistic scholar, I must say, the better angels of our nature, almost as if the circle of humanity, through globalization, travel, the media, more migration, the more we form this global community, the more peaceful we are becoming. And I suppose not just civil war, but war itself then becomes a much more minor thing. This is an interesting debate, and I don't really intend going on any further about it, except to conclude with a very different story, an anecdote that I read in a book by Milovan Djilas, who was a Yugoslav communist partisan in the Second World War, who was sent by Tito to meet Stalin on behalf of the Yugoslav communists and formulate common policies and so forth. And of course, Djilas was a communist originally, and he then became a kind of revisionist, but he went to Russia several times, and it was quite interesting that he noted that when you were meeting the Russian leaders for highly important discussions, that generally what you did was eat a lot and get drunk. And that was his experience of the Russian elite. But at one point in his trips, he actually got on a plane and he went to what is now eastern Ukraine, actually, to observe the fighting that was taking place. And when he was there, he met a group of young Soviet officers who were fighting the Germans in Ukraine at that time, and he was very impressed with how meritocratic the Soviet army was, because he really thought they were very high-quality officers. But the one thing he found was really high quality about them was their understanding of the world. And so at one point he was discussing the Marxist theory, which you find in Trotsky and you find in Lenin and you find in Karl Marx. Actually, in the West, I think the Marxists were the ones who thought most fully about the concept of civil war. But they had this idea that the problem was class, and that when you had a revolution and you eliminated a class-based society, you also eliminated the need for conflict and civil war. And so, they were committed to not only the Russian Revolution, but to world revolution. So the question then emerged, if you had a global revolution, would then you end up with world peace? And at this prospect, the officers all laughed and said that what would happen if you actually succeeded in bringing revolution to the rest of the world, and basically the class-based societies disappeared from the earth, then you just have a world civil war. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill, for a very provocative and thoughtful and wide-ranging paper, which I think puts the Irish Civil War in context. In fact, one could respond to various points that Bill has posed. And therefore, what I'm proposing is to have a short period of questions, and I'll open it to the floor. Sorry.
Thanks very much, Bill. I really enjoyed the discussion of definitions, you know, when does civil war start and end versus insurgency. I just wondered, to connect it with Robert's also excellent lecture, in terms of the term revolution, which is very important in the European context, do you find that a useful framework or terminology, sort of seeing, you mentioned it at the end in regard to class issues, but if we look at the Civil War as the end of a wider revolution in Ireland, is that something that's, from your perspective, given your familiarity with all these the political literatures as well? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. There's a great German historian called Reinhard Koselleck who talked about what were known as asymmetric counter-concepts. The dominant concept was revolution. Revolution is progressive. Revolution brings change. And the negative concept associated with it is civil war. And civil war was seen as something that stops the progressiveness of revolution and is in fact just something destructive. So it's interesting that in this world of conceptual history, when we say revolution, we can never get away from civil war. Now, the question you're asking historically, is it a useful way of thinking about Ireland that there was a revolution and that there was a civil war, which, John Reagan might be here, countered this revolution? It seems to me, actually, a pretty interesting and valid perspective. And this might be a very peculiar way of answering the question, but just a few weeks ago, I was reading a pamphlet by the Russian Marxist thinker Leon Trotsky called Problems of Communism. And this was written during the Russian Civil War, and he was considering how to consolidate a revolution. And what I found really funny about it was everything he was saying was totally applicable to Ireland, apart from that large element of class conflict. Because what ultimately he was saying is that we need partisan movements, we need decentralized military leadership, we need popular, spontaneous mobilization to defeat our enemy. But if we have to consolidate the revolution, those people within the revolution who can be co-opted into the new regime and join the Red Army, those partisans are fine. But with the rest of them, we're going to have to be completely ruthless. So I think that revolution, civil war thing is, the general debate is very relevant to Ireland. And I think also, I mentioned Mozambique there, the way in which these anti-colonial movements, which basically in Portuguese Mozambique may not have developed very deep roots with the society, but nonetheless the Portuguese regime collapsed in Portugal. All of a sudden the Portuguese were gone, the settlers were leaving, and Frelimo inheriting power. Like the revolution then straight away gave rise to an insurgency or a terrorist campaign which blew up and became a civil war, which lasted for a very long period of time, 1992. So I think this revolution, civil war thing is way beyond Ireland. I think it's very important.
Sorry, I think you were first here.
Thanks for a very interesting talk. You asked a question, or you raised a question about the difference between an insurgency and a civil war. Now, let me just hypothesize for a moment that the answer to the question in Ireland on the difference between an insurgency and a civil war, let's hypothesize the difference was Eamon de Valera. And let's suppose our judgment is that he was the person who tipped it over. We would not have been likely to hear that this morning from the guest speaker, the Taoiseach, because it was his party that was founded by de Valera, and the title of your talk, Ancient Fears and Contemporary Realities, applies very definitely there. And in your own book on the Civil War, there's a very interesting discussion at the end about the historiography, the historians, and how so many of them have come down with a judgment, as it were, in favour, I suppose, of the victors, the pro-treaty side. And my question relates to this and to the matter of fair-minded evaluation, as you call it. and to a tendency now to equivocate, to call for, non-judgment on the part of historians. The Taoiseach countered justification with understanding, but there's a difference between justification and objective judgment. And I wonder what your opinion is on the role of the historian at the moment, because I think historians are reluctant at present. They don't want to be unhelpful, to use the word beloved of some of the Shinners during the Northern Ireland troubles, by too much intellectual judgment. Do you, and from what you say on social scientists, I suspect you actually rather like a little bit of historical judgment. You feel it's part of the job, as long as it is fair-minded.
Yeah, thanks very much. I do say at the start of that book that there is a tradition in Ireland of doing county-level studies and almost suggesting that whether a county went this way or that way in the Civil War was down to those. The causality was operating at the county level. And if that was true, when you've got 26 counties, you've got a power vacuum, you've the departure of the British, the IRA have grown in numbers. The insurgency was kind of spontaneous in that context. And then I add the point that the pro-treatyites believed that this was true, and the real problem was that De Valera put his political cloak over the anti-treaty resistance. But the reason I think it's a civil war goes beyond that, which is that, what both sides are doing in the context of 1922 and 1923 is they're also engaging in a political struggle for legitimacy. And this is the politics of the Civil War. And I'm not too sure every insurgency has that struggle for legitimacy at the national level so centrally important. Now, in the question of our current evaluation and commemoration and research on the Civil War, are we afraid of judgment when we are told that, well, we're not going to seek one interpretation and that every perspective should be encouraged to be developed, and that in fact the more perspectives there are, the more informed we'll be. Some people would say that is closer to what people have said of the 19th century philosopher Nietzsche, who talked about perspectivism, that you couldn't establish an absolute truth, just a perspective that when I'm speaking here to you, I'm from Wexford, I live in England, I was educated here. All I'm giving you is my perspective, and you've had your perspective. And so when we encourage those perspectives, we do learn more about complexity, but we find it harder to make judgments. And ultimately, I notice in the agenda for the conference that there is a lot of micro-study going on in terms of Ireland in 1922, 1923. But I remember when I started writing about this subject, we had books like Michael Laffan's book on Sinn Féin or Tom Garvin's book 1922, which all seemed to be about the state and about politics and about legitimacy. So the perspectivism helps us maybe understand the complexity and the lived experience, but it doesn't get to the question of legitimacy. And the question of legitimacy, in my opinion, was pretty central to what the Civil War was. And it comes down to the question whether a country that was not the republic that people wanted between 1916 and 1922, whether a country that was not that could still be accepted as a democracy with a right to self-determination. And these are the conflicts that were in the literature for a very long time, and we may get away from them, but I think they were important in the context of the Civil War.
Thanks, Bill. An excellent paper. Just probably a bit more of this whole perspectivism thing. And just to return to the conflict we call our War of Independence and the terminology and definitions. I mean, I've heard people discuss that and say a War of Independence is the wrong term because Ireland didn't get its independence. Others say it could be Ireland's first civil war, and yet more say it's Britain's second civil war. And I heard you say earlier that it did fit the bill for being a civil war. I mean, you had the Irish Republican versus the Irish police and things like that. So maybe would you discuss that about the War of Independence, maybe in particular, and the terminology and the criteria? And does it really fit the bill for a civil war, or should it be called the War of Independence?
I think I'll make reference to some work I've been doing with Robert. You know, in this period from the end of the First World War to 1923, many new states were created. Ukraine was created as a state. It didn't last, but it was created. Turkey was created. Finland was created. And it seems that, you know, what you could say then about civil war was that, you know, civil war was happening within a state. But when you look more closely at what was happening, there was much greater complexity in all of these cases. There were multiple conflicts, like people say about the Russian Civil War, that there was just many civil wars taking place across this vast territory. And I've always been comfortable with the view that the War of Independence should be called the War of Independence rather than a civil war. But the reason I think it's dangerous to call the whole thing a civil war is about the civil war that didn't happen, which was that from 1913, if you're going to predict where the civil war was going to be, it would be between Ulster Unionism and Irish nationalism. And that civil war didn't actually happen. So, you know, calling the whole thing a civil war to me misses out on that point. But, I mean, ultimately, I don't know. I mean, I quoted some Marxist writers when I was talking, and there's a very famous Marxist theoretician called Karl Kautsky who wrote a short booklet on the Irish War of Independence, which he called a civil war. And it's quite interesting. He was a radical Marxist, but he was completely pro-treaty because he thought that the treaty was a means of reconciliation between Britain and Ireland. And he thought it would be mad for the political radicals on the anti-treaty side to reject the treaty and to commit to another form of conflict. But the Civil War was the War of Independence for him. So I don't know what the answer is. And I suppose what people would say conventionally is that if your enemy is not within, I mean, there's something very different between the executions that took place in the Civil War where, you know, Kevin O'Higgins signed the papers that led to the execution of Rory O'Connor, who was a personal friend, as opposed to the British Army executing Kevin Barry. And so, in that sense, you know, when we talk about different types of conflict, we also have to get into the emotions and the sociology and not just the question of war and military operations. And I think there is something fundamentally different in terms of the legacy of a civil war within. Because as Robert said, you know, the enemy is still living down the road. Whereas after the War of Independence, the British Army and a large part of the RIC actually departed, right? So there is a difference there, I think, which is very important in terms of the legacy and the problems that they generate. But also I think what's really important, I mean, when we think of Ireland, like David Armitage in his book, he talks about the way the Romans felt that they were condemned to civil war by virtue of being civilized, that they had an urban life, they had an open political life, that they had a citizenry, a concept of citizenship, and all of these things, in their view, condemned them to civil war every now and again. And I was thinking about Ireland, and like, what does he mean civil war is primarily an urban phenomenon? And you know, we have a long history of conflict in this country, not just going back to the Normans, but there was internecine conflict going on all the time before then. But the one conflict we call the Civil War all the time is 1922 and 1923. But there's been loads of conflicts in Ireland that we don't call. Why isn't the 1798 rebellion a civil war? But we don't call it. So it must be significant. And I think it's something to do with the state, and it's something to do with that this conflict formed the political community in which we live. I mean, that must be part of the explanation, whereas the War of Independence, for the most part, the purpose was to get the British Army out of Ireland. And I think that's different, but then again, you know, it's really complicated.
Okay. There's one question right
Yeah.
back.
Just a very quick follow-up question on that. When did the term Civil War first become applied to what was happening between June 1922 and May 23?
This is a follow-up question. It hasn't been noticed, but when people were warning of what might happen in early 1922, they very often used the term fratricidal strife. And fratricidal strife was a warning of what this split might actually produce. That was a very common expression right throughout the conflict. But don't forget when De Valera made his famous speech about wading through blood, De Valera was accused of threatening civil war, and he said warning of civil war. So the term civil war was there even before the conflict began. Now, there is nonetheless a debate because the provisional government did not regard the IRA campaign and the fighting it was fighting the IRA with as a civil war. They regarded it as terrorism, anarchy, criminality. They tried to delegitimize their opponents by saying this is not a civil war, it's criminality. But from the IRA perspective, there were also people who said this is not a civil war either. We are just continuing the war of independence against the British. So, you know, there is always, I mean, this is the point in David Armitage's book, there's always a conceptual history of conflict where the concepts themselves are part of the conflict. So unlike the political scientists who are basically trying to say what is this category and applying it to this and applying to that, when you get involved in the concepts, you get involved in the conflict itself. And I'm sure Spain is exactly the same. I'm sure they've had a debate about the Francoist understanding of the Civil War as a crusade, right? This is polemical, this is completely partisan. But it's also partisan to say that the anti-treaty campaign is just criminality, or for the IRA to say we are still fighting the British in 1923. So those conceptual politics are a really important part of, I think, the general subject itself.
Okay. Perhaps we can end there, and I'd like to thank Bill for his ability to field such provocative questions in engaging and thoughtful manner. In effect, I think you've brought out some of the key points about this conference today. Even though you started looking at it from a social science perspective, you still brought it back to the Irish Civil War and saw how everything is related. Thank you very much.
Okay, that brings us to the close of our first morning session in our Irish Civil War National Conference. I know you'll join me in showing our appreciation for our three incredible speakers this morning, Professor Helen Graham, Professor Robert Gerwith, and lastly, Dr. Bill Kazan. Powerful plenary lectures. To our three chairs as well, just a last thank you, Dr. Helena Buffery, Professor Chris Williams and Dr. Mervyn O'Driscoll. And just as a reminder for both our physical and our virtual audience online, our second afternoon session will commence at 2:20. Unfortunately, our virtual audience can't continue the Q&A with our speakers over lunchtime, which is something I think our physical audience will appreciate. Also, I'd like to invite our physical audience to come and join us on the quad for a performance of the band of the 1st Brigade Irish Defence Forces. So with that, a final goodbye and a thank you.
Welcome everyone to our afternoon session. My name is Nadia Dobranska and I'm a PhD student at UCL, University College London, and it's my honor to be chairing our afternoon session, the Irish Civil War and Global Comparisons. And as we've been discussing a lot during our first morning sessions today, the global comparisons, especially European comparisons, are extremely valuable for our modern understanding of the Irish Civil War. And I'd like to present you three speakers that we will hear today in the first afternoon panel. These will be Slimane Hargas of the University of Lorraine, Université Sorbonne Paris Nord, Niall Buckley from TCD, and Dr. Andy Bielenberg from UCC. They'll be presenting papers that will compare the Irish Civil War to civil wars and conflicts in Europe immediately after World War I and also later in the 20th century. And our first speaker is Slimane Hargas, and he will be presenting the outcome of the Algerian Revolution and the spectre of the Irish Civil War. Unfortunately, he couldn't make it today to our to Cork, and we have a pre-recorded session with him, and we will not be able to take questions after his presentations, unfortunately, but I'd like to tell you more about him, given the sad circumstances that he couldn't come. So he's a PhD candidate in British History and Society at the University of Sorbonne Paris Nord and a member of the university's Pléiade Research Centre. In his thesis, which is supervised by Professor Rose Marie Famtin, he seeks to unravel the ways in which comparisons with or reference to the British-Irish situation were politically harnessed in the Franco-Algerian one, and vice versa at different key stages between 1830 and 1998. His research interests also include questions of memory and reconciliation, especially in the British-Irish and Franco-Algerian contexts. So please welcome the paper by Slimane Hargas, and hope we will all enjoy it. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. First of all, I would like to apologize for my absence, my physical absence, which is due to some administrative hurdles I have unfortunately been unable to overcome. I would like to thank the organizing committee of the National Civil War Conference, and more specifically John Borgonovo, as well as the tech people there at UCC for giving me the opportunity to give a pre-recorded paper. My thanks also go to Donald Hassett, who first raised the idea of sending a proposal for this leading event. As you may know, my paper is entitled The Outcome of the Algerian Revolution and the Spectre of the Irish Civil War. Before dealing with the core of the subject, I think it is worth saying a few words about the theoretical framework. I will refer to such terms as analogy and anti-analogy, whose meaning must be explained, however briefly, to avoid any potential confusion regarding their conceptual bearings. In this paper, analogies are to be understood as rhetorical devices whereby individuals or groups of individuals exploit for political, ideological, and other purposes perceived or actual similarities between situations which are more or less remote from one another, either in time or place, or both of them. By contrast, anti-analogies refer to the tendency to harness for the same purposes the differences rather than the similarities between two given situations. What analogies and anti-analogies have in common is that both generally consist in referring to past and foreign experiences to shed light on new and disturbingly unfamiliar situations such as wars, revolutions, and crises. As a PhD candidate, I have devoted a substantial amount of time to the study of the analogies and anti-analogies which were drawn between the Anglo-Irish situation and the Franco-Algerian one, and three key stages between the early 1830s and the late 1990s. The first stage consists of the 7 decades covering the conquest of Algeria by France. The second stage covers the period that stretches from the birth of Algerian nationalism in the mid-1920s to the independence of Algeria in 1962. And last, but by no means least, the third stage consists of the period of the Troubles in Northern Ireland. Today, my focus shall be on the second stage, but I think that the last one deserves being hinted at, because it was precisely during the turbulent years of the Troubles that the world of academia took interest in the aforementioned analogies, which ran rampant in Britain, France, and elsewhere. They were developed not only by Irish Republicans who were eager to describe themselves as anti-colonial revolutionaries fighting for the full independence of the nation, but also by British and Irish politicians, as well as many journalists around the world. Against such a backdrop, the analogies between Ireland and Algeria did not go unnoticed and were even scrutinized by some scholars, including Conor Cruise O'Brien, Frank Wright, Ian Lustig, and Hugh Roberts. But just let me focus on the latter two, whose books published 1 year apart in the mid-80s epitomize the fault line as to the relevance of the colonial paradigm to Ireland. In state-building failures in British Ireland and French Algeria, Ian Lustig emphasizes the many similarities he noticed between English and then British presence in Ireland and French colonial rule in Algeria. According to Lustig, it is blatant that until the partition of 1920 and Algerian independence in 1962, Ireland under British rule and Algeria under French domination followed more or less the same historical trajectory, not only in terms of conquest, settlement, administrative integration into the imperial metropole, but also in terms of political exclusion of the indigenous population and nationalist uprisings being dealt with violently to no avail. To put it in a nutshell, for Lustig, both Britain and Ireland respectively failed to metropolize Ireland and Algeria. As for Hugh Roberts, he made a plea against what was called in 1970s and 1980s Britain, the Algerian analogy. According to him, the dissemination of the Algerian analogy was alarming because the ideas and hidden messages it conveyed were grist to the mill of paramilitary republicanism. For Roberts, the interpretation of the Troubles as a colonial problem akin to that of Algeria does not hold up under close scrutiny insofar as Ulster Unionists do not form colonial caste, such as that of the Pieds Noirs, the French settlers in Algeria. So here we have two scholars embracing completely diverging points of views as to the validity of the analogies between Ireland and Algeria, while Lustig insists on their potential as catalysts to various academic comparisons. Roberts contends that they are by no means enlightening, given their tendency to warp and distort historical facts. At the heart of the debate on the relevance of the Algerian analogy lay the thorny question of the categorization of the Troubles. For the proponents of the colonial paradigm, Northern Ireland was a British colony which was going through an anti-colonial war, a war of independence. For the opponents of the colonial paradigm, the Troubles were an internal conflict, a sort of civil war taking place in a British context. The Algerian analogy discomfited the latter group because, unlike other colonial analogies, it is not destroyed by the fact that Northern Ireland is legally not a colony, but part of the United Kingdom. Algeria was legally part of France too. However, neither Lustig nor Roberts studied analogies between Ireland and Algeria from a historical perspective. Their existence dates back to the 19th century, and they were harnessed by people from almost across the French political spectrum. In Ireland, a number of nationalist activists relied on anti-analogies when it came to Algeria. They extolled the virtues of French colonial domination on the barbarian and uncivilized Northern African Muslims, as much as they denounced the disgraceful treatment of the civilized and Christian Irish at the hands of British imperialism. In the 20th century, the analogies between the Franco-Algerian and Anglo-Irish conflicts cropped up again with greater intensity than ever before, and started to be exploited by Algerian nationalists from the 1920s onwards. At a time when Algerian nationalism was in its embryonic stages, anti-colonial activist Ahmed Tawfiq al-Madani, who would later become an FLN leading figure, devoted a long article to the Irish Revolution entitled Nidal Irlanda. In it, al-Madani's assumption is that Ireland would not have secured self-determination had it not been for the bravery and resilience of Irish people, as well as their readiness to spill blood for the sake of their freedom. An analysis which echoes that of 1916 leader Patrick Pearse. While the first part of al-Madani's article is a eulogy to the Irish struggle, the second is more nuanced. The translation of the terms of the Anglo-Irish Treaty leads al-Madani to admit that the independence of Ireland is only partial as it stands. But he closes his text on a hopeful note as he expresses his conviction that the Anglo-Irish Treaty is a prelude to the total independence of the island, and that the Republican project will be carried out to its full realization. Al-Madani's laudatory appraisal of the Irish Revolution, and his doing so from a North African perspective, was pioneering. In the late 20s, some parallels with the Irish experience started to edge their way into Algerian anti-colonial discourse. In 1926, Messali Hadj, who has been considered as the father of Algerian nationalism, was elected president of l'Étoile Nord-Africaine, the first political organization to demand Algerian independence. As its leader, he attended almost all the events organized by the League Against Imperialism. To underpin his depiction of l'Étoile Nord-Africaine as an anti-colonial nationalist organization fighting for the freedom of the Algerian people, he recurrently evoked revolutions that left their mark on Western memory, including Irish long battle for home rule and then independence. The irony is that Ireland became a role model for anti-colonial movements at a time when many Irish nationalists continued to assert their country had never been a colony. Although Messali would remain the leading nationalist figure until the 1950s, a younger generation of nationalist militants would emerge and eventually challenge his leadership. In November 1954, the FLN, which emerged out of the split between the Messalists and the centralists within the PPA-MTLD-US, declared war on France. Messali reacted by creating the EMENA, and the split became a war within the war, to use Benjamin Stora's parlance. Indeed, the Algerian War has been seen by some historians as an umbrella term referring to at least 3 conflicts. For them, France and Algeria witnessed the accretion of 2 civil wars onto the anti-colonial war led by the FLN against the French army. The first civil war opposed Algerian nationalists, and the second, which broke out in the later stages of the War of Independence, opposed French authorities and the ultras of French Algeria, who were helped by some sections within the French army to create the OAS. In parenthesis, the latter conflict was sometimes compared with the civil war on the brink of which Ireland had been on the eve of the Great War, when Edward Carson and his Irish volunteers had engaged in preventing the House of Commons from passing the Home Rule Bill. Besides the deadly volleys exchanged on the battlefield, the EMENA and the FLN fought each other in the political arena. There was a bone of contention between the 2 nationalist parties as to the way Algerian independence can be achieved. The EMENA, which was militarily beaten by the FLN and lost touch with the Algerian people, was desperate to sit at the negotiation table. Messali, unlike FLN leaders, showed his readiness to negotiate with the French without any precondition. As shown in a document devoted to Ireland that probably circulated among EMENA members in the early 60s, entitled Le précédent irlandais et la solution du problème algérien, it was written by an unknown EMENA sympathizer, if not by Messali himself, and it deals with the ways in which the Irish experience could provide insights into the most suitable strategy to end the Algerian War. To highlight the need to find a compromise with French authorities, it is stated that Irish revolutionaries were wise enough to sign the Anglo-Irish Treaty, which is deemed imperfect, yet taking into account the interests of both the Irish nation and the English. Just as Al-Madani in the 1920s, the author insists that the Anglo-Irish Treaty was a means to an end, not an end in itself. In other words, it represented a stepping stone rather than a stumbling block to the fulfillment of the Irish Republican project. What happened in Ireland between the early 1920s and the late 1940s was, in his view, a second revolution, which was not based on utter violence, but on more subtle, more convoluted and more efficient methods. The message here is crystal clear. Algerian people must throw their weight behind the moderate EMENA instead of supporting the more violently inclined FLN. The author of Le Précédent Irlandais does not brush aside the tragic fallout from the Anglo-Irish Treaty, but he uses the Irish Civil War to imply that the EMENA is on the right side of history, insofar as it is a pro-treaty nationalist party, whereas the FLN is an anti-treaty organization whose purpose is to prevail over France only through physical force. The FLN was indeed uncompromising and made it one of its founding principles to achieve full independence without reneging on their promise to protect the territorial integrity of Algeria in any circumstances. For its leaders, negotiations could take place on no other basis than self-determination to Algeria as a whole. Their wariness towards French maneuvers was not without foundation. From the inception of the Algerian War, the French government strove to portray the conflict as a peacekeeping operation designed to quell violence brought about by a tiny minority of troublemakers and criminals. But Edmond Michelet went so far as to speak of a civil war in a book entitled Contre la guerre civile. In it, though not denying the revolutionary potential of Algerian resistance, he states that it is a fratricidal conflict more comparable to the American Civil War than to the religious struggle which opposed Ireland and Great Britain. According to Michelet, the Algeria-Ireland analogy is simplistic from a historical point of view and unacceptable on the field of collective psychology. However, French officials' staunch opposition to the analogy evolved in accordance with the changing dynamics of the war. A handful of leading French officials even started to contemplate what was sometimes called an Irish solution to the Algerian problem. In other words, partition or limited self-government. But the leaders of the FLN were too conscious of the trials and tribulations Ireland had gone through after the signing of the Anglo-Irish Treaty to accept such a half solution. Reza Malek, who was the spokesman of the Algerian delegation at the Evian negotiations in March 1962, reports that the Irish precedent was in the minds of the Algerian representatives who wanted to avoid the reproduction of an Irish-style civil war by reason of an unsatisfactory peace treaty that would divide the ranks of the FLN. Therefore, Ireland was at once a source of inspiration, a model in terms of its long resistance to British imperialism, and a counter-model in terms of the peace treaty its representatives signed in 1921, not least because of the civil war it sparked. But the Irish precedent was also evoked to serve more rhetorical purposes. From the mid-1950s to the early 1960s, analogies with Ireland were recurrently established at the international level to sway public opinion. The diplomatic representatives of the GPRA sometimes construed the Algerian War of Independence through the lens of the one Ireland had waged against Britain in an endeavour to strike a chord with the young Republic of Ireland. On his arrival to Dublin Airport in March 1961, Mohammed Killu, who was the representative of the GPRA in Great Britain, set the tone for his 4-day visit in the Irish capital by confiding to a journalist of the Irish Times that because Algeria's struggle for independence was the same as Ireland's, he knew that he would meet sympathy and understanding. At the conference he gave at Trinity College, Dublin, a man called Dr. Flanagan suggested that the FLN accept compromise. No sooner had Flanagan finished expressing his thoughts than shouts saying partition came from the audience to disavow what was apparently seen as misplaced advice from the citizen of a country which had irredentist claims to a part of its territory that was lost. Therefore, drawing analogies between Algeria and Ireland was not a one-way process whereby the FLN sought to convince the Irish of the legitimacy of its armed struggle against French colonialism. The rationale behind Irish support to the Algerian freedom struggle lay in the tendency on the part of many Irish people to spontaneously assimilate it to their own in decades past, much to the dismay of French ambassador to Ireland. As a consequence, the latter strove to thwart analogies with Ireland and could count on some Francophile auxiliaries in that enterprise. A man named Monty Harris made it his mission to send scathing letters in response to any articles which were deemed sympathetic to the FLN, an organization on which he recurrently heaped opprobrium. Some Irish representatives at the UN, notwithstanding their more moderate tone, did not really hold the FLN in high regard either. It is a truism that Ireland rejected French claim that Algeria was an internal affair. In a speech delivered at the UN Political Committee, Irish Ambassador Frederick Bolland even urged the French to negotiate with the leaders of the nationalist movement, just as the British had eventually resolved to do in Ireland in the 1920s, thus putting an end to their stubborn refusal to deal with men they depicted as terrorists and murderers. To convince the French, Bolland conceded that much Irish blood could have been spared had negotiations over a more suitable treaty taken place earlier. Following Bolland's speech, Mohammed Yazid got in touch with him, and the meeting took place between the two men. The Algerian representative mainly sought to get further information about the lessons of French authorities and Algerian nationalists would be well advised to draw from the settlement of the Anglo-Irish conflict. Bolland gave him a long lecture on the terms of the Anglo-Irish Treaty and made it clear that an Irish truce pattern in Algeria would require compromises on both sides. Although the then president of the GPRA, Farhat Abbas, politely thanked Bolland, his well-meaning advice was at odds with the strategies embraced by the FLN. The latter, as mentioned before, was by no means inclined to make the same concessions as the ones the pro-treaty side had agreed upon in the early 20s. Described by Henry Patterson as a pragmatic nationalist, Bolland admitted on several occasions that he found the FLN too warlike, too diehard. For him, the FLN and the GPRA had no popular legitimacy, as it did not emerge from free elections, which he came to see as the panacea for the Algerian problem. Harking back once again to the Irish precedent, Bolland assumed that men of violence would have taken the helm of his country during the Tan War had it not been for the elections of 1917. Frederick Bolland's unfriendly position towards the GPRA does not fully reflect the attitude of Ireland towards the Algerian question. Within the Department of External Affairs, there were other people such as Frank Aiken, the first Western diplomatic leader to publicly endorse self-determination for Algeria, and the younger Conor Cruz O'Brien, who held more anti-colonial views. Irish support to the Algerian nationalist cause waxed and waned during the war, mainly because the young republic was caught between its loyalty to its revolutionary past and its geostrategic position as a Western nation anxious to maintain friendly relations with its closest allies. The fact that there were varying degrees of identification with the Algerian liberation movement among Irish officials was palatable when the analogy with the Irish Civil War rose again in the summer of 1962. Hard on the heels of independence, Algeria witnessed the throes of an internal conflict opposing the civil and military leadership of the FLN, with the external army taking control of the country through a nearly colonial-style invasion. American journalist Leo Sulzberger reports discussion on Algeria that occurred during a dinner party hosted by Frank Aiken in July 1962. So to conclude, I would say that in the majority of cases, analogies and anti-analogies between the Anglo-Irish and Franco-Algerian conflicts amounted to facile and simplistic amalgamation or opposition. Even if they were not always grounded in historical facts, their use enabled some people to categorize the historical forces they grappled with and to establish a paradigm within the framework of which they can be interpreted and analysed. But references to the Irish Civil War in the context of the Algerian War of Independence were no exception to the tendency to manipulate analogies and anti-analogies for various political causes. As a case in point, Algerian nationalists showed interest in the Irish Civil War, to which they referred so that it could fit their political agendas. The same can be said of French political elites and Irish diplomatic officials. More broadly, the Anglo-Irish and Franco-Algerian situations are, I think, valuable case studies to assess the pliable and shifting definitions of the concept of civil war, as both Ireland and Algeria hovered in the twilight zone between being colonies and legally part and parcel of the imperial metropolis. Thank you for your attention.
Thanks to Slimane Hargas for his stimulating presentation, and yeah, it's a shame that he couldn't be here, but I'm delighted that we still could present his research today, even though he's far away. So our second speaker is Niall Buckley from Trinity College Dublin. His paper will be Navigating Empire, Free State and Republic, the Catholic Church and Legitimization of Irish and Austrian Sovereignty in 1918 to 1925. Niall is a PhD student with the School of Histories and Humanities in Trinity College Dublin, having completed an undergraduate degree in European Studies, German, Italian and History. He has consistently adopted transnational comparative approaches to Central European history. His research interest is primarily found in the study of romantic counter-narratives to emerging late modernity and related societal upheaval, Aufbruch, in the first half of the 20th century. To date, his research has focused specifically on propaganda pertaining to the First World War and subsequent interwar political polarization over what shape the future Europe would take. So please welcome Niall.
Thank you very much, everyone. So, as you can tell by the title here, it's, as already mentioned, Navigating Empire, Free State and Republic, the Catholic Church and Legitimization of Irish and Austrian Sovereignty, 1918 to 1925. It's a lot of material to condense into 20 minutes, but we'll certainly do the best that we can. So I'm quite happy that the organisers have an appreciation for the necessity to have an international contextualization of the Irish Civil War and the importance to understand how such a civil war doesn't exist in a political vacuum. Now, hitherto, within national historiographies, there tends to be a habit of boxing in a civil war only to that historiography. But we need to adapt, as the previous speaker has emphasized, the necessity for an integrated transnational European historiography. So today's topic, I'll be addressing the delegitimization of parliamentarism, both within Ireland and within Austria in the post-First World War period. I'll be dealing with the nascent era of Wilsonian idealism, really characterized by the dual powers of nationalism and democratic republicanism. And I'll also be dealing, connected with that, this idea of revolutionary radicalism, bourgeois respectability, and associated reactionism. So, as you can tell by the images displayed for you here, we have three maps of Austria, 1918, then later in December 1918, and 1919. This 1918 map is actually, you can see the external boundaries of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, and you can see a federalized proposal put forward by Emperor Charles towards the end of that empire. I would compare this proposal similar to the home rule solution within the Irish question to give autonomy to national groups, but within the parameters of an empire. Image number 2, you can see the claimed lands of the German-Austrian Republic after this failed proposal and the dismantling of the empire due to a successive series of declarations of independence by various successor states, national groups to the empire. Not entirely homogenous states. Some of them are multi-ethnic, such as Yugoslavia and Czechoslovakia as well, and Romania as well, of course, with a large Hungarian Transylvanian population. Image number 3, you can see what they actually got in the end from the Treaty of Saint-Germain, which is the comparable Austrian equivalent of the Treaty of Versailles, which is signed with the Entente a couple of months after the Treaty of Versailles with Germany. And notably, that treaty places a lot of restrictions and parameters on future Austrian sovereignty and can, of course, be compared with the Anglo-Irish Treaty. A comparison here that you'll see next is a 1922 anti-treaty propaganda or election poster. And you can see from an Irish perspective, this is what the anti-treaty side sees. They see a declared republic from 1916, continuity until the Anglo-Irish Treaty, and a sense of betrayal. As Collins himself says when he signed the Anglo-Irish Treaty, he stated that it was as if he were signing his own death warrant. Now, this is comparable with the Treaty of Saint-Germain and the Austrian delegation of plenipotentiaries. It barely passes a vote at home in Austria, even with the exact comparable threat of a continued war, because as we know, in November, and in Austria's case, October, comes an armistice, a truce. The actual peace treaty is the Treaty of Saint-Germain. So a war technically can commence again, which would be disastrous for Austria. The same in the case of Ireland. You can see in both cases we have states which can't really identify with their constitutional structure or their territorial boundaries. You have a large diaspora across the border. In the case of Ireland, you have, of course, the counties of Fermanagh and Tyrone and Armagh. You could even say the same for Austria with the equivalent of South Tyrol, or the Italian province today called Alto Adige. You can say Burgenland to the east with Hungary and Sudetenland to the north. Okay, this causes a political crisis, which gives rise to the chancellorship of Ignaz Seipel, who was an Austrian Catholic priest who puts himself forward as a political candidate for elections and heads the Christian Conservative Party in Austria. And this really comes about due to the impossibility of an Anschluss, which is a unification between German Austria, German-speaking Austria, and the German Empire. In between this period, it was important to have a wider European context. We have a series of communist Bolshevik uprisings, kind of coming from the roots of it, transmitting east to west from the Soviet Union, most notably in the second capital of the former empire in Budapest. That uprising is briefly successful. The majority of the communist officials in the first provisional government are of secular Jewish origin, which leads to a counter-reaction, a white terror in Hungary, which is a reactionism, which is a mix of political reactionism and anti-Semitism as well, associating Bolshevism with Judaism quite strongly so. There is an uprising, communist attempted uprising, very half-hearted attempted uprising in Vienna. It's not comparable to the Spartacus uprising in Berlin. There's no real power behind it. The numbers are incredibly small. Only a couple dozen people lose their lives. No real chance of success whatsoever. What also happens in 1922, which puts an end to potential political possibilities, i.e. a restoration, partial or in full, of the Habsburg monarchy, is the death in exile of the former emperor, Emperor Karl von Habsburg. English historiography, we usually call him Emperor Charles. He dies, as you can see from the cartoon on the right. You can see the two officials, Adler and Renner, who were the SPO, the Social Democratic Party in Austria. They are quite happy and relieved by the death of Karl, because that puts an end to the possibility of restoration, as his son and the heir apparent, the pretender to the throne, Otto von Habsburg, was only 10 years old at the time. So he's not going to be succeeding to the throne, and there was little chance of a regency being declared, as was the case in Budapest. Up until this point, there's a legacy in the Catholic Church of praying for the Holy Roman Emperor. That comes from the year 800 with Charlemagne. And in the collect for the old Latin Mass, the usus antiquae, there was prayers for the protection of the emperor, that he would defeat his enemies and be a good, upstanding Christian king. These prayers are continued after the dissolution of the Holy Roman Empire in 1806 due to the Napoleonic Wars. But it continues within Austria. So the Catholic Church has put itself in a position where does it continue to pray for the emperor in the intervening period between his exile in 1918 and his death in 1922. The Catholic Church chooses to recognize the Austrian Republic without any difficulty. There is no mass civil war. That comes later in 1934. So there's a very smooth transition, even if reluctant. It's not a preference of conservatives to have a republic along socialist lines, but with the first election in that republic, the conservatives win and continue to win through 1920s and 30s. So they are quite happy with the status quo. And here you can see some political cartoons from a middle-class German national journal called Die Muskete. And you can see the kind of political attitude at the time. Now, Austrian society is really stratified into what traditionally we consider three camps. Historians, as of recently, have considered the applicability or suitability of this kind of a solid categorization, if that's a wise decision, because it's very porous between the groups, and there's certainly an intersection in a Venn diagram. But here you can see kind of middle-class secularist Austrian opinion, which is quite close to a German unification. They're somewhat hesitant or disgruntled that there could be a Catholic, conservative, clerical state be established. From the political satire cartoon on the left is 1918. Of course, this doesn't come about. In 1919, they're quite frustrated by the restrictions placed upon the new Austrian Republic by the Entente, and yet its obligations to secure its borders, but without a proper army. And on the satirical cartoon on the right, you can see the three possible forms of state and the Austrian middle-class, respectable, upstanding bourgeois citizen having to choose between them, i.e. a socialist state on the left, a liberal capitalist, so-called Jewified state in the middle, and a clerical, conservative, reactionary state on the right. And the caption reads, so many models, but you cannot make a state out of any of them. So Austria at this stage is called the rump state. It's the remainder of the empire. No one wants this political situation. It happens due to the geopolitical circumstances. Then political violence happens throughout the era. Even though there isn't one decisive civil war, as in the case in Ireland immediately after the signing of the treaty, there is an ongoing political violence. And it's important to contextualize that there's militia groups on the fringe of the borders of the empire before the signing of the treaty who want to gain land, capture villages so that they will be included in the final treaty settlement. One of these right-wing militia groups goes into the political field, runs as a political party, the Heimwehr, and there's an incident in the east of the country in Burgenland on the border with Hungary, and 2 people are unfortunately killed in that incident. There's a trial, there's a jury nullification of that trial in 1927 by the court system and the citizens of Vienna. There's questions about the rule of law. It's important to say that Austria doesn't have a common law system, doesn't have a history of parliamentarism in the same way that Ireland had, and that's a keynote which we'll get back to. But anyway, there's street violence, political violence breaks out, and almost 90 people die in one afternoon. Top left corner, you can see the mayor of Vienna, a socialist mayor trying to calm down the crowd, unsuccessfully so. In that fire, in the Justice Palace, in the courts, they're equivalent to the forecourts, the archives go up in flames, are destroyed, and on a side note, subsequently in the last couple of decades, the Austrian historians have made fantastic progress in digitalizing and recreating those documents from partial copies elsewhere. And we've begun to do so as well in the forecourts, I believe. But in the forecourts, you can see a similar situation. So the attack on the justice system or controlling the court system as paramount. The Irish Civil War itself, you can even put the start point of the first shots fired to the forecourts. It's possible to do so. Here you can see the iconography of the Austrian state and the development of that. In 1918, German Austria, top left corner, you have a very socialist, idealistic state. Gone with the double-headed eagle with the Reichsapfel and sword. The Reichsapfel is imperial orb, the sign of a monarchical legitimacy. They go to a one-headed eagle with a hammer and sickle and broken chains. Now, the Chancellor of Austria who comes to power, Ignaz Seipel, is quite keen to point out that he regards this as a Judeo-Bolshevik symbol, and he regards it with disdain. He also regards Austria as not a Kleinstadtvolk, as not a nation, a small nation people. He regards Austrians as an imperial people who were supranationally minded. They have a historical mission at the heart of Europe, and that a nation state doesn't suit them, it's only a compromise. Then you can see in the Austrian Civil War, which eventually comes in 1934, this is after the rise of National Socialism in 1933, leads to reactionism in Austria. The Austrian state disassociates itself with Austrian nationalism, sets itself up as a parallel state, as an alternate and superior German state. German and Austrian, a hybrid of the two identities, in the same way one can be Bavarian and German simultaneously. But they were quite keen to attack the images of the First Republic. In fact, this image here is the new Austrian flag with a Krückenkreuz, a medieval crusader cross on the Austrian flag, placed over the monument to the First Republic on Ringstrasse, a very prominent part of Vienna. Many would recognize it if you were ever there. Now, it's important to note as well that in the 17 years of the First Republic, there were 3 assassinations of chancellors. One towards the end with an imperial chancellor killed by a socialist. Then Ignaz Seipel himself is also killed by a socialist. And Engelbert Dollfuss, the protege of Seipel, is also killed, this time in 1934, by a National Socialist, the German Socialist Workers' Party, the Nazis, the Austrian wing of Nazi Party, which were waging a cross-border war. Now, it's important to note as well that what is a civil war? There's parallel concurrent civil wars in Austria at the time. You have a civil war between conservatives and socialists, but also a civil war, more so in the countryside, between the conservatives and the national socialists. So speeding through here, we have the same kind of idea of bourgeois respectability and the importance to associate your political opponent with revolutionary radicalism. Here you can see Colm and the Gael election posters from 1927 in the post-Civil War era, 1932. You can see a clear association with political violence, a delegitimization of a party due to political violence and their extrajudicial vigilantism. Moving on again, we can now talk about, which is the actual topic of the talk, once you have that contextualization, is the new Irish Free State and the Catholic Church. You can see a point here that I'd make the point that Ireland and Ireland's civil war is very fratricidal, brother against brother, not so much ideological. Both sides are striving for the same goal, an Irish Republic, but at different debates on the best approach to achieve that. Austria's case, you've got socialist and national socialist and authoritarian conservative, clerically minded, who are fighting a 3-sided civil war. Now, in the correspondence between the first Minister of External Affairs of the Irish state and the Vatican, that's George Gavin Duffy, he was quite frustrated by the lack of recognition given to the Irish Free State by the Vatican, a refusal for a public audience with the authorities. Now, it's important to note that there's a sede vacante, a period without a pope, between a very crucial point with the foundation of the Irish state, with the death of Pope Benedict XV, which occurs in January 22, and then, of course, Pius XI. As Jerome Andervile, who's a professor here in UCC, currently giving a talk in a different panel, or he's chairing a different panel, he makes up the point of the importance of St. Patrick's Day in 1919. Pope Benedict refers to the Irish as a nation in his homily in the process of the canonization of St. Oliver Plunkett of Drogheda, an Irish martyr during the Reformation. Now, there's also a pro-cathedral mass for Pope Benedict XV, and it's an important decision for the Irish hierarchy. So far, they've recognise the legitimacy of British rule, then they are neutral towards the end of the War of Independence, but then they recognise British authorities up until the Anglo-Irish Treaty. And they have the decision whether they're going to invite the Lieutenant General, the King's Governor, he's representative in Ireland, to the Requiem Mass of Benedict XV in the Pro Cathedral in Dublin. They privately encourage him to not attend, but they formally issue him an invitation, and he certainly does attend. He was a practicing Catholic himself, the first Governor-General to be a practicing Catholic since the Reformation. And it's important to understand that the inactivity on the part of the Vatican leads to, or facilitates, a proactive stance of the Irish bishops who take it upon themselves to get involved in the political sphere. Now, they'd been involved in the political sphere ever since the Irish Home Rule period and the Redmondite negotiations previous to the First World War, and even, you can say, the Parnell crisis as well. So you can see some documents here which are worth pointing out. First of all, I might mention, we've talked about comparative analysis about Ireland and Algeria and the white race and the colonial angle. It certainly is true in the correspondence between Duffy in his role as a minister and the Vatican. He's quite keen to point out that Ireland should be treated like Poland, that Poland was an occupied country, a Catholic nation, which deserves recognition. The Vatican retorts and points out the points and the specifics of the Anglo-Irish Treaty and say that Ireland should be treated like Bavaria, which was autonomous within the German Empire, therefore having its own diplomatic representation to the Vatican, but not a sovereign state in and of itself. There's some documents here, primary source documents, which I'd like to point out. On the right, you'll see a document, a letter written by a TD for Longford Westmeath to the Archbishop of Dublin. He sees the Archbishop as a neutral arbitrator who can negotiate on part between the two Civil War parties, and he's really keen to mitigate the possibility of extrajudicial reprisals and killings. You can also see on the left-hand side, before the Civil War even begins with the threat of civil war, the Bishop of Clonfert in County Galway, Reverend Dr. O'Doherty, gives a homily on just war theory and the importance for the recognition of the civil authorities based on Christ's recognition of Pontius Pilate during the Passion, and of course St. Paul in Romans 13, talking about the need to respect civil authority and how civil authority comes from divine authority. And there's a hierarchy in Catholic theology between divine, natural, and civil law. Once civil law does not deny the divine or natural law, it must be recognized and respected and is binding upon the conscience. Here you can see Bishop Byrne, Archbishop of Dublin, giving the beatification, the sacred blessing to the new Irish tricolour flag, and a comparison of the new post-Austrian Civil War beatification of the new Austrian flag on part of his equivalent, the Archbishop of Vienna, Theodor Insiger. Here you have some documents of dissent. It's important to understand, going towards our conclusion, that there was not a unified approach on behalf of the Catholic Church. There was dissent, although I will point out the majority of the dissent did not come from within Ireland or the Vatican, but Irish diaspora abroad. On the left-hand side, you'll read there's a series of pamphlets written abroad and published within Ireland that deals with theological and canon law arguments that the Irish bishops had usurped a papal authority in the sede vacante period to recognise the Irish state, whereas only it pertains to the Pope himself to recognise different sovereign states, an ultra-montanist position which is complex but yet quite coherent. In the middle, you'll a more biting criticism on the part of those administering the sacraments to the anti-treaty side, who talk about the romantic image of praying the rosary and giving the sacraments in defiance to the Irish pastoral advice given by the Bishops' Conference, which states that the Irish anti-treaty side should be excommunicated and not receive the sacraments. Clergy do not unanimously adhere to this policy, and in rebellion to the Bishops' Conference, as a matter of conscience, continue to administer the sacraments. And towards the end, you can see that at the end, the Irish authorities were the Catholic authorities were quite happy to facilitate their role as arbitrators between Civil War sides, and what they really wanted was stability, the primary stability. Different from Ireland to Austria is the Irish hierarchy recognises very strongly so the democratic legitimacy of parliamentarianism. Doesn't happen as much in Austria. Democracy is the argument which they give for the legitimacy of the Free State side and how it's binding upon the anti-treaty side. And this border between civil war and terrorism is quite important, a very grey area, but they were quite keen to point out the difference between killing in war and killing in murder. And they wanted a stability towards a status quo position where the church could continue its activities without radicalism. For example, Common the female activist group, Revolutionary Republican, is banned in 1923 with the intervention of the Catholic Church, as they see it as a step too far, which would put Ireland towards a path of a socialist republicanism. So republicanism was tolerated insofar as it did not go towards Bolshevism. Thank you very much for your time. I hope it wasn't too long. Thank you very much. I'll be happy to hear any questions.
Thank you so much for your brilliant presentation. So we have a few minutes for a couple of questions. So if there's anyone ready to ask theirs. Nope. No questions? Please.
Hi, thanks very. I found this comparison between Austria and Ireland really interesting. I'm just wondering, in Austria, was there also a very strong monarchical tradition, or the bourgeois parties or the conservative parties, even though they accepted Austria, what they really wanted was to kind of return to a kind of monarchical settlement, whereas in Ireland, you know, most people, apart from a very small number of people, would have accepted that Ireland wasn't going to be a monarchy again.
Yeah, that's a fantastic question, and you're certainly correct. Now, Emperor Charles, he does not formally abdicate the throne. He removes himself from the exercise of everyday interjection in political affairs. There's an important distinction between the two. The Republican revolutionaries were quite keen to secure an abdication from him. He attempts twice to reclaim his throne in Hungary. Hungary is a different throne. He was the Emperor of Austria and King of Hungary. The Hungarian throne was indissoluble. It's the apostolic throne of St. Stephen. So he cannot technically abdicate from that throne, even if he did want to. That's why there's a regent in Hungary, but a republic in Austria. There is a strong monarchist movement, which Emperor Charles could very well have instigated a civil war if he had the desire to do so. The army was certainly loyal to him, particularly the old Imperial Army Officer Corps, who had sworn oaths to him. He removes himself from the situation by freeing those who were previously under his command from the exercise of their oaths. If that didn't happen, there would have been a civil war. There certainly was a strong monarchist movement, and after the Civil War, if we can go back very briefly in the PowerPoint, you can see here that in 1934, with the new May Constitution, they bring back the double eagle, and after the assassination by the National Socialists of Engelbert Dollfuss, the new Chancellor Kurt von Schuschnigg was in a personal correspondence with Otto von Habsburg, at this stage only 20 years old, who was in exile in Belgium at the time, about coming back to reclaim his throne. Otto was very keen, this is the son of Emperor Charles, was very keen in March of 1938, before the German annexation of Austria, that he would be declared Chancellor of Austria and he could lead a war against Germany in defense of Austria. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. We don't really have any time for more questions, so I hope we will have opportunity to chat during our coffee break. And I'd like to introduce our third speaker. Yes, thank you. Let's thank Niall again. Thank you. Okay. So our third speaker is Dr. Andy Bielenberg from University College Cork. Andy Bielenberg undertook a PhD at the LSE. He has been lecturing in Irish economic and social history at the School of History, UCC, since 1992. In recent years, his research and writing has focused on aspects of the Irish Revolution. Author of Comparing Violence and Economic Dislocation in Ireland and Ukraine, 1914-1923, edited by Stephen Velichenko and others. He will now present a paper comparing the Ukrainian and Irish civil wars. As a Ukrainian, I'm really biased towards this paper, and I'm really appreciative of the times when we can discuss Ukrainian history in academic setting and rigor, unlike the weaponized use of Ukrainian history by the invading Russian power. Thank you and welcome, Andy.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Nadia. And thank you very much for the invitation to speak at the conference here. Ireland and Ukraine, at opposite ends of Europe, were located within the British and Romanov empires, respectively, two vast multi-ethnic empires. And they entered the First World War in 1914 as regions within these imperial frameworks. The war and its aftermath had far-reaching implications in both. It had a particularly heavy toll on Ukraine, which was part of the Eastern Front. About 1.5 million people died from Ukraine in this conflict, in the First World War. And its termination brought about the division of Ukrainian territories between the emerging Soviet Union, Poland, Romania, and Czechoslovakia. Irish wartime fatalities were roughly 40,000 British soldiers, thus revealing the relatively higher cost for Ukraine, notably being part of the actual war zone, which Ireland avoided. The economic factors, the economic effects on the home front also played out very differently. While Irish farmers experienced a boom during the war, in Ukraine, grain requisitioning quickly got underway. Much of the labour force was taken out of agriculture. And from 1915 onwards, there was food scarcity in Ukraine. Moreover, the traditional system of imperial governance in Ukraine was quickly replaced by martial law. And this marked the beginning of the failure of the Russian state. In the fallout from the Rising in Dublin in 1916, the British government also imposed martial law in April 1916. And this also marked the beginning of a decline in authority and in the legitimacy for the British civil administration in Ireland. Nonetheless, the machinery of the British state continued to function, in contrast to the Russian Revolution in 1917, which marked a complete collapse of the state. And although the Ukrainian Rada was first convened in April 1917, the Russian Revolution, it would appear, did not change the attitude of Russia's new rulers to Ukraine. When the Rada declared full independence on the 9th of January 1918, Bolshevik troops were already approaching Kiev, taking the city a month later. However, the Ukrainians cut a deal with the Germans and the Austro-Hungarians that in return for Ukrainian foodstuffs, they would supply troops. And this put the Bolsheviks into retreat. And under the terms of the Brest-Litovsk Treaty signed by the Bolsheviks in early March 1918, they were obliged to withdraw and to recognise Ukrainian autonomy. The defeat of Germany in November 1918 marked the end of this arrangement and the end of the puppet regime, and it marked the emergence of the Directory, which overthrew this regime. But this was soon confronted with the second Bolshevik invasion from the 7th of January 1919. By April, the Red Army had retaken all of the former Russian Ukraine. But the most formidable foe they now faced were localized peasant warlords. Hundreds of peasant uprisings in the spring and summer of 1919 were quickly exploited by white Russian forces. And in June 1919, they again forced the Bolsheviks to retreat out of much of Ukraine by August of 1919. Simultaneous to these events, Ukraine experienced other forms of extreme violence by European standards, including over 1,200 anti-Jewish pogroms between 1917 and 1920. And this witnessed a staggering 120,000 deaths as a consequence, and all the other awful consequences of these pogroms. And the incorrect perception that Jews from the outset supported the Bolsheviks became part of these attacks. Ukraine, we should remember, had one of the strongest Jewish communities in the world at this time, and it was shattered by this militarized violence, which far exceeded any previous pogrom and led to an extensive migration away from the rural villages. Ireland, in contrast, did not share anything remotely comparable to this level of extreme violence between 1919 and 1923. But minorities each side of the border, Catholics in the north and Protestants in the south, certainly experienced an extremely difficult period, including some killings. And it's interesting that deaths in Belfast, where sectarian killings were heavily concentrated, became known as the Belfast pogrom, though this term, of course, remains heavily contested. If Ireland experienced regime change across the bulk of the island, it did not share the same economic and social dislocation between 1914 and 1923 as Ukraine. Yet the fallout from the First World War certainly had some similar outcomes. The burning of the big houses took place in both. A major flare-up in agrarianism in Ireland and widespread peasant uprisings in Ukraine reveal the centrality of land as a key economic resource in both societies, and they featured strongly in both conflicts. Yet the final outcome of both revolutions were ultimately determined by highly centralized armies, the Red Army and the National Army. Ex-British soldiers accounted for about half the National Army, linking this army back to the First World War. Ex-First World War Russian soldiers were important in the various peasant armies, including those of the anarchists in Ukraine, militarizing the peasant uprisings and contributing to the extreme violence of the pogroms. At least 3/4 of the Red Army officers were from the old Tsarist army. So much of the military residues of the old order were redeployed in new configurations of state violence in both societies. On their third incursion into Ukraine, the Bolsheviks had more success. The peasant rebellions were beginning to subside. By August 1921, most of the great Ottoman peasant leaders were dead or had been driven out, including Makhno, the great anarchist leader. The retreating White Army took its last stand against the Bolsheviks in the Crimea in late 1920, resulting in the largest single massacre of the Russian Civil War, when 50,000 people were killed. And any remaining resistance in Ukraine was terminated by the severe famine from 1921 to 23. The Bolshevik government did not encourage the provision of international aid to Ukraine to the same extent as other regions in Russia, as it became apparent that famine was the most effective suppressant of insurgency, assisting the victory of the Bolsheviks in Ukraine. Fatalities are probably the best measurable comparator of violence in both societies. Military fatalities in the revolution and civil wars in Ukraine, I estimate, were roughly 500,000 persons. Now that excludes, I'm excluding the First World War, death by disease, the Great Flu, and so on. These are military fatalities that I'm talking about from 1917 onwards. I estimate about 17 deaths per 1,000 in Ukraine as a consequence, 17 per 1,000. And this compares to the Irish conflict in the same years, both the War of Independence and the Civil War together. This compares to about 1 death per 1,000 in Ireland. So what was remarkable about the Irish Revolution in European comparative terms was not its violence, but its restraint. With far less economic dislocation, Ireland proved to be far more promising territory for a nationalist revolution. The propaganda war, not least in terms of British public opinion, was the key element where Irish nationalists came out on top, with British reprisals making international headlines. So British counterinsurgency violence was ultimately far more important than Irish violence in determining the final outcome of the conflict due to its significant impact on the propaganda war. In Ukraine, in contrast, the violence unleashed by the First World War and the collapse of the economy created a dire social and economic landscape with severe food shortages and vicious ethnic disharmony. Violence became endemic, and this continued through the civil wars that followed, when multiple protagonists with incompatible objectives vied for power. This was hardly an environment in which Ukrainian nationalist aspirations could prevail. Instead, the first attempt to achieve independence failed, and Ukraine exchanged Russian autocracy for Soviet totalitarianism. Thank you.
Thank you. We do have time for questions, so if you don't mind coming back. So, yes, please.
Hi. Hello, Andy. Thank you so much for a great paper. And thanks to all the speakers, actually. They were wonderful. Just a quick question. At the beginning, you said there was 40,000 Irish were lost as part of the British Army, and the 1.5 million Ukrainians, obviously because Ukraine was in the centre of the action, as you mentioned. But in terms of per capita, was the losses, were they comparable per capita, you know?
Yes, I worked that out, but I took that bit out of the paper because I had so many figures that I thought I can't just talk numbers. So,
oh yeah, I was just wondering what the impact would have been nationally.
It's very, very different. It's something like a factor of 10 or 12 more. Again, so even the First World War left far worse consequences for Ukraine in terms of the costs of that. Well, I think it's important to remember that Ukrainians constituted a very large part of the Tsarist army, so they were particularly hit by the First World War. And then, of course, apart from those who died, you have a lot of returning soldiers, ex-soldiers, many more of whom were wounded than who were killed, and this is part of the whole mix. So part of my argument here is to understand what happened in Ukraine, and I think to some extent in Ireland. Also, you need to follow from what happened in the First World War, because this picks up something that Bill Kassan was talking about earlier, how earlier conflicts affect subsequent conflicts. Yes. And then, of course, in Ireland you have the War of Independence, and that has an effect. So in the Civil War, you have a conflict where you have one group who'd fought in the First World War, the Jackeens, who'd fought under the Union Jack, and then those who hadn't fought in the First World War but had fought in the War of Independence here in Cork, for example. So you have two different groups, but you need to follow through from the First World War to understand what ultimately happened in the Civil War.
I do have a very quick follow-on question, and it was just, can you elaborate on the 120,000 Jewish who died in Ukraine? You mentioned that in passing, but it was an interesting point in the pogroms that you mentioned, and what are the circumstances around that? Was it obviously to do with the Nazi regime?
It was certainly the largest pogrom ever experienced up to this point in time. And of course, there are many historians with different views on it, but the one that I think is perhaps most convincing is that, again, ex-soldiers were involved in a lot of these. So these pogroms were actually semi-militarized. And the old Russian army was quite strongly anti-Semitic. This was an element within it. And 300,000 Jewish children were orphaned as a consequence of this pogrom. Thousands and thousands of Jewish women were raped. It was the most horrific pogrom yet seen. And actually all sides participated in this at some level, but less so the Bolsheviks. But so it's a very horrific chapter in Ukrainian history that comes into the middle of this extreme violence. So again, my assessment is that scarcity in the First World War, one can't fully rationalize these attacks, but the circumstances of the First World War and the breakdown of Ukrainian society was part of this awful landscape.
Thank you very much. Thanks to all the speakers.
Thank you for your interesting talk. Just, you mentioned about earlier conflicts having, as it were, bouncing over or having a great influence on subsequent conflicts. To what extent do you believe that the current conflict in the Ukraine has carried over from all what had happened in the First World War, the period after the First World War, and even World War II, and now this mess is all sort of acted up again? Ukraine seems to be a permanent war, or a semi-permanent war zone, every generation or so it seems to erupt,
Absolutely, yeah. And particularly Russian attitudes to Ukraine, there's a lot of continuities. The lack of recognition of Ukrainian nationalist aspirations. Putin, as Putin talks, he's talking in the same way as the Bolshevik leaders, and even before that, it almost precedes the Russian Revolution. So it's uncanny. Maybe Nadia could speak more to this than me as a Ukrainian, but there's a lot of similarities. But I suppose the difference is that when the Bolsheviks arrived, they arrived with a huge army. They weren't using much artillery and technical equipment and all this machinery. These conflicts at this time were basically boots on the ground conflicts. They were very, very brutal, obviously. And when the whites were finished off in Ukraine, as I said, 50,000 people were massacred. These are huge numbers who died in these various conflicts.
Sadly, we do need to wrap up at this point. So thanks, Angie.
Cheers, thanks.
And thanks to all our speakers, and thank you for listening and for your great questions. And I hope we can continue the conversations during our break and to enjoy the next session. Thank you so much.
Is it okay if I lift my computer on and off? Yeah. Good afternoon. Welcome back, everyone. If people would like to just take their seats. I'm Dr. Miriam Nyhan-Gray. I'm a historian based at New York University, Luxman, Ireland House. But I'm very happy to be back here at my alma mater, UCC. I trained here. Actually, I think Andy may have just left. I undertook my MPhil research under Andy. It's great. Inspirational to be here kind of following after him, and a great panel, a wonderful comparative panel that we've just had, and in a way we're going to pick up some of those threads in some of the diasporic components of this afternoon's session. So I'm chairing the panel, which is the View from America one, just to make sure you're in the right place. And as I said, it's wonderful to reconnect with some old friends here and to indeed meet some new ones. I'm looking forward to hearing from Georgina and Des about their research, and of course Michael. So we'll go straight into the first introduction, and just to commend the organisers on making this conference happen, especially John Borganova and everyone. It takes a lot to mount something this complex and rigorous and full of vigour. So well done to everyone, and thanks to whoever turned off the Cork rain. That's always welcome on a day like today. So our first speaker today is Dr. Michael Doorley, who is an associate lecturer in history at the Open University in Ireland. Michael is a graduate of University College Cork, Dublin, and earned his PhD at the University of Illinois at Chicago. He is author of Irish-American Diaspora Nationalism, The Friends of Irish Freedom, 1916 to 1935, which was published in 2005 and issued in paperback in 2021. And Michael has published widely on the Irish diaspora, including chapters in the landmark volumes Ireland's Allies, America and the 1916 Easter Rising, published in 2016, and the Atlas of the Irish Revolution, published in 2017. Michael's latest work, Justice Daniel Cohalan, 1865 to 1946, American Patriot and Irish-American Nationalist, is published by Cork University Press in 2019. It gives me immense personal pleasure to introduce Michael today. Today is Michael's last official paper. He's retiring next month, and I really feel honoured that I'm introducing you for this. Michael, if you'd like to join us, and welcome to the podium.
Great. Well, thank you very much. And thanks for a terrific introduction there, Miriam. One of the factors that influenced me in submitting an application to do a paper on Cohalan is that, firstly, it's published by Cork University Press, but also Cohalan has strong roots in Cork. I'll come to those later. And I'm aware, too, that I pronounce the name Cohalan, and that's how his American relatives pronounce it. But I understand the Cork pronunciation is Cohalan, but that's probably too difficult for Americans to get their tongues around. So, Justice Daniel Cohalan, he was a key figure in the Irish-American nationalist movement during the Irish Revolutionary period. Cohalan supported the treaty and the pro-treaty side in the Civil War, as did John Devoy, leader of the Clan na Gael. The Clan na Gael was the successor movement to the American Fenians and was dedicated to the achievement of an Irish Republic. So Devoy and Cohalan's support for the treaty side is perhaps surprising in that context. Devoy and Cohalan, they were always known as die-hard Republicans. Of course, there were other key figures in the Irish American nationalist movement, such as clan leader Joe McGarrity, who supported the anti-treaty side. And we'll hear more on that later on from Des. Now, it's important to note, starting out, that the Irish American nationalist movement was already deeply divided by the time of the outbreak of the Irish Civil War. This split had taken place at the end of 1920 and was really related to a territorial dispute between Judge Daniel Cohalan on the one side and the Sinn Féin president, Eamon de Valera. Eamon de Valera spent 18 months in the US, and I suppose it just highlights the importance that de Valera assigned to his so-called American mission, that he spent so long there at a time when Ireland was itself undergoing revolutionary upheaval. Now, at first glance, that earlier split within the Irish American movement mirrored the new Irish divide over the treaty and the Civil War. Many of those who supported Cohalan supported the Irish Free State, and those who backed de Valera, such as Joe McGarrity, backed the anti-treaty side. However, one can take these comparisons only so far, given that the dispute in the United States was very different from the one in Ireland. But nevertheless, we'll see how there were interconnections between these two conflicts. Firstly, a bit of background on Cohalan. He's somewhat of a less well-known figure, hopefully more well-known after my book, but certainly compared to John Devoy, Joe McGarrity, they would have had much more historical attention prior to the publication of my book on Cohalan. But Cohalan is interesting in that of the three men, he was the most American in outlook. He was American-born, but he had, as I mentioned, strong family roots in Cork. His parents came from Cork MacSherry and had immigrated during the famine. Cohalan grew up in a household where Irish was spoken, and he was reputed to be a fluent Irish speaker. He was involved in the Gaelic League in New York in fundraising activities, and his files in the American Irish Historical Society contain letters from Patrick Pearse and Douglas Hyde. This is one from Patrick Pearse asking Cohalan to chase up a promised donation. Cohalan married an Irish woman, Hannah O'Leary, from West Cork, and maintained a holiday home in Glandore, which he visited every summer. So he was well acquainted with developments in Ireland during the revolutionary period, and his attachment to Ireland was more than sentimental. Cohalan and clan leader John Devoy founded the Gaelic American newspaper in 1903. This paper was the public mouthpiece of the clan, obviously also influenced by the Gaelic revival, as you can see with the lettering around the share certificates. But that paper, the Gaelic American, is very much representative of Cohalan's stance on the treaty. He was involved in editorial decisions of the paper, and him and Devoy would frequently meet to determine that editorial stance. But it was Cohalan's role as an organizer and as an American political insider that he had the most value to Irish nationalists. He was well connected to Tammany Hall, that's the Democratic Party organization in New York, and through these connections, Tammany connections, he became a New York State Supreme Court Justice in 1911. He had many close congressional allies on both sides of the aisle in the American Congress. So in that context, Cohalan was a bridge between Irish nationalism and the American political establishment, and indeed, in a sense, also could be connected with, he was connected with the mainstream American public opinion in a sense. For Dermot Lynch, who had fought in the Rising and later became National Secretary of the Friends of Irish Freedom. Lynch, by the way, was also from Cork. So for Lynch, these American connections were a big advantage for Irish nationalists. And in his own manuscript history of the Friends, which was never published, Friends of Irish Freedom, he declared, "We can do more for Ireland by our Americanism than by our Irishism." I'll come back to that later because it's very much central to Cohalan's philosophy and his approach to developments in Ireland. Cohalan became the leader of the Friends of Irish Freedom movement in 1916. It was quite small, the organisation was quite small, perhaps partly due to American involvement in the First World War the following year. But it came into its own after the First World War. At the height of its power, it numbered 100,000 regular members and 175,000 associate members from other organizations like the Ancient Order of Hibernian. Many members were second and third generation Irish Americans, so hence the importance of this organization in connecting with the Irish diaspora. And of course, the movement was was always open to women who were excluded from the clan. With the help of the Friends of Irish Freedom, De Valera, in his mission to the US, raised almost $5 million in a bond certificate drive. Now here is a photograph of De Valera accompanied by leading members of the Irish American nationalist movement. He's flanked by Devoy there on one side and Cohalan on the other. Over to the far left is Dermot Lynch, who I spoke to earlier, from Tracton in Cork. He had fought in the 1916 Rising and had made his way to America, and he became National Secretary of the Friends of Irish Freedom. He was a lifelong supporter of Cohalan. De Valera was able to raise this amount of these quite large amounts of money, but his mission to secure American recognition for an Irish Republic failed. Even though there were Senate resolutions, a Senate resolution in favour of Irish self-determination, which Wilson ignored, he failed to achieve this goal. Now, De Valera blamed Cohalan for obstructing his mission to achieve this goal, but fundamentally, and in my book, I argue that the reason for the divide between Cohalan and De Valera was very much a question of principle. Fundamentally, De Valera believed that he, as president of Sinn Féin, should control the direction of the American movement. Meanwhile, Cohalan believed that it should be in American hands. From Cohalan's point of view, if the movement was seen to be under the direction of Ireland, then this would undermine its effectiveness in American eyes. American nativists had often alleged that the Irish were not fully American, they were loyal to the Pope, they were loyal to foreign leaders, and so Cohalan this was one of the reasons he advanced that he argued that the movement should be under American control. But of course, De Valera felt that it should be, as leader of Sinn Féin, should also be able to direct the American movement. And it's important to note also that in his struggle with Cohalan, De Valera received the full backing of Michael Collins. This was a message sent to Harry Boland, one of De Valera's subordinates in America. He's effectively clarifying how the home organization, as he put it, the IRB, was, and the clan was subordinate to the IRB. So an organization of Irishmen in whatever land they live, bound by the same obligations, drawing their inspiration from Ireland and having the purely Irish aspect as the first object of their existence. So he felt that Irish objectives should come first. Following public disagreements, the Irish-American movement divided in October 1920, and De Valera, with the support of clan leader Joe McGarrity and others, notably Peter Golden of the Irish Progressive League, founded the American Association for the Recognition of the Irish Republic, AARIR. And a new Clan na Gael, reorganised, was established by Joe McGarrity. So many disaffected members of the Friends transferred their allegiance to this new American Association. And you can see there a dramatic fall in membership, because obviously for losing this endorsement of De Valera was a big blow to Cohalan. It remained in being, as you can see, in 1921, but it did subsequently decline. Now, that later decline is very much reflective of Irish Americans losing interest in Irish American nationalist activities, and that happened to all Irish American nationalist activities in the 1920s following the Civil War. But still, you can see that dramatic fall following the split, as it was called. Now, in my book, I argued that it's doubtful if De Valera really believed that gaining American recognition for an Irish Republic was achievable, given the close relationship between the Wilson administration and Britain. This was a message which De Valera sent to Collins the 18th of January 1921, where De Valera himself says that recognition of the Irish Republic we will only get in case of a US war with England, and that his real objective was to secure America's influence in case she was to join the League of Nations, in securing us also a place within the League. Now that too was a big bone of a contention with Cohalan, because Cohalan was an isolationist, and he had used a lot of the funds from the Friends of Irish Freedom in a campaign against the League of Nations. So perhaps also underlining the importance that De Valera would assign to keeping control of the movement. Interesting, though, the other point about this message is that he holds up the prospect of what he calls a small group of irreconcilables. That's the second bullet point there. And he offers and he suggests to Collins that he should go to the US in his place because of his status in Irish America, and that he would be able to bring these irreconcilables back to the fold. Now, Collins wasn't impressed by this idea. Apparently, he's supposed to have said, the long whore won't get rid of me that easily. But perhaps De Valera was hoping for some kind of reconciliation. Now, getting to the treaty, keeping that context in mind of the split, that earlier split, the Friends of Irish Freedom were initially critical of the treaty, but following acceptance by a majority in the Irish Dáil, it supported the measure. In a letter to Michael Collins, Devoy, and who very much reflected Cohalan's thinking on this, although they remain Republicans, our best men under existing conditions favour giving the Free State a chance to do what it can for Ireland. This was the minutes of the National Council of the Friends of Irish Freedom, January 1922. We, as American citizens of Irish blood, will do nothing to interfere with or obstruct any plans, the result of which is to take the English army out of Ireland. So the question then is, why did Cohalan and Devoy, was it support the treaty? Was it to do with that earlier split, that earlier bitter split with De Valera? And the provisional government did send a special commissioner, Dennis McCullough, to the US to gauge the Irish-American opinion on the treaty. At this point, Cohalan and Devoy are supporting it. But in this case, his rationale, he argues that Cohalan's support is founded more on hate of De Valera than on love for those who are opposed to him. If De Valera was on the other side, they would be loudest against it. Now, in my book, I argue that that is too simplistic, and I suggest that other factors were motivating Cohalan's support. The fact that the treaty had been approved in the Dáil. It had an endorsement of business organisations, the labour movement, and the Catholic Church. Now, it also had the support and endorsement of the Catholic Church in America, and Cohalan was very much a devout member of that church. And Cohalan, too, had demonstrated previously a certain political pragmatism. For instance, in earlier campaigns, he had called for Irish self-determination in line with President Wilson's plans, particularly at the Irish Race Convention in Philadelphia in February 1919. But that had provoked a clash with Joe McGarrity, who felt that by calling for Irish self-determination, it could be seen as something lesser than calling for an Irish Republic. But Harry Boland, in a debate on the treaty, himself refers to the fact that the great public opinion of America is on the side of this treaty, and he recognized that and Boland recognized the American press had adopted a unanimous attitude in favor of it. So, in a sense, Cohalan is not just opposed to De Valera, but he's also reflecting this wider current of opinion in America. And of course, Cohalan always was proud of his American allegiance. Now, the treaty and subsequent Civil War had an impact on the American Association for the recognition of the Irish Republic. The national president, Edward Donaghy, who was an oil tycoon, he seemed to be in favour of it. He argued that the treaty cleared the way for harmonious Anglo-American relations. The national executive of the association sent a cable to congratulate the government on their achievement, but this was later reversed, and Edward Donaghy was forced to resign. The new leader, James E. Murray, tried to use the association to mediate between both sides, but he too was forced to resign. Now, another leader emerged, John F. Finnerty, who was firmly behind De Valera, but the movement at this point was in decline. And a lot of Irish Americans stayed neutral or turned their back. They were shocked and bewildered at what was happening in Ireland. So, when the following, I guess Devoy and Cohalan and the Gaelic American was very much supportive of the pro-treaty side. When in June, following the June 1922 general election, where the pro-treaty side gained more seats than the anti-treaty side, the Gaelic American gloated at De Valera's defeat in that election and warned that, routed in elections, he seeks by Mexican methods to overcome the decision of the people by force. A Cohalan ally, Irish-American Archbishop Michael J. Curley of Baltimore, returned from a trip to Ireland during the Civil War and described De Valera as the Pancho Villa of Ireland. So in that sense, they tended to overestimate De Valera's role in the Civil War, because as historians we know that once the fighting started, De Valera's was very much played a very subordinate role to the military leaders of the anti-treaty side. But nevertheless, the Cohalan and Devoy's Gaelic American was unrelenting in their support for the pro-treaty side. Cohalan wrote an obituary for Michael Collins for Pearson's magazine, September 1922. Shot down in his early 30s at the very moment of victory, he has left behind him an inheritance that will steady and stabilize his people and make them, with iron resolution, put out the last fitful flashes of that flame of incessant fury with which the malignant vanity of De Valera has scourged a long-suffering people. So again, believing that De Valera was, and indeed Devoy later wrote, if you get rid of De Valera, you'll put an end to the trouble. But of course, as we know, it's much more complex than that. This would also, where a lot of Americans were repelled by the reprisal executions that followed the killing of Sean Hales, the Gaelic American showed no such temerity and described these executions as executions to protect a nation's life, that such actions were vital to the existence of the nation in response to a definite plan to decapitate the nation by extermination of the government and parliament. So, coming towards the end now, Cohalan and Devoy welcomed the victory of the pro-treaty side. I should point out, and perhaps Des will get into this, that there were also groups in America that supported the anti-treaty side, including the Irish World newspaper, a rival to the Gaelic American. The Irish World described the Free State as the freak state, and Griffith and Collins as traitors to the Irish Republic. But following the victory of the pro-treaty side, Cohalan was now courted by William Cosgrave, the executive president of the Irish Free State. Cosgrave wanted to make use of Cohalan's connections to further Irish economic and political interests in the US. So we can see similar pattern, obviously, with other prominent Irish Americans to this day. Cohalan obliged. His papers in the American Irish Historical Society has much correspondence between both men. And indeed, he also communicated with other members of the Free State government, including Joe McGrath, who Georgina may touch on. Again, Cohalan, he's not just supportive, but he's actually very active in this support, making speeches in New York in support of the Free State, but also coming to Ireland to campaign with Cosgrave in the election of 1923. And this election was unusual in that it was conducted by aeroplane. Now, probably first and last, the Cohallen's was followed by American news correspondence. This appeared in an American newspaper, and they described this as a sign of Irish modernity, but probably had more to do with the fact that they travelled by plane out of fear of a roadside ambush. This was, of course, Cohallen's support for Cohallen didn't go unnoticed by the Sinn Féin opposition. And in the National Library, there's a Sinn Féin handbill. Every enemy of Ireland is on the side of the Free State. Enter Judge Cohallen. In 1920, and again, that earlier dispute is now resurrected in the pamphlet. In 1920, when President De Valera was fighting for the cause of Ireland in America, it was Cohallen who bitterly opposed him. But having said that, Cohallen didn't hold back from criticising what he perceived as the reactionary tendencies of the new government led by Cosgrave. And in particular, the Gaelic American described the Free State's application to join the League of Nations as a bad blunder, and it would strengthen the hands of American Anglo-maniacs who were plotting to bring the United States into the League. Cosgrave patiently explained that this was in the interests of a small nation like Ireland. So again, highlighting that ideological division as well between Cosgrave and Cohallen, but it didn't erupt into that very public spat that took place in America. And indeed, Cohallen did support Cosgrave in his visit to America, first official visit in 1928. But interesting also in his papers, and I'll be ending on this one, Patrick McCartan, who was an ally of Cohallen, he asked Cohallen if he would join a grand alliance of Cumann na Gael dissenters, Clan Éireann, Fianna Fáil, Sinn Féin, anti-treaty IRA and pro-treaty IRA. I guess because Cohallen had been so critical of the Free State in these years. And McCartan added that De Valera is the only man here around whom we can rally the country at the moment. Now, it's very unlikely that McCartan would have sent this message to Cohallen without De Valera's approval. So perhaps it does indicate De Valera, again, attempting to build a rapprochement with these irreconcilables. But there was no response from Cohallen. In the end, for Cohallen and for most of Irish America, the Irish question faded into the background. And finally, in an interview with the Cork Examiner in 1926, during his visit to Glandore, Cohallen argued that with the ending of the Civil War, Ireland had completely disappeared from the newspapers and in a large way from the public thought of America. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Michael. Always fascinating to hear from your research. I'm afraid we don't have time for questions, but since this is the last session of the day, I'm sure people will be lingering a little bit afterwards, so I'm volunteering that you can harass Michael with some questions one-on-one after, just so we can move on, or maybe at the end we can get to some. So we'll now move to our next speaker, Georgina Sweetnam. And Georgina studied history at undergraduate and postgraduate level at Trinity College Dublin. She holds a qualification also in archive management from UCD, and she is currently responsible for the archive collection of Dún Laoghaire-Rathdown County Council. So we're going to switch our focus a little bit. Michael brought us out into the diaspora and we're coming more close to home. Welcome, Georgina, and the title of her paper is The Joseph McGrath Papers, 1920 to 1930. Thank you, Georgina.
Okay, thank you very much. Just, I suppose, from the outset, and as you can see from the slide, the title of the paper has been expanded somewhat as I was cataloguing, and it's now the papers of Joseph McGrath and Major General Thomas Cullen. So the papers of Joe McGrath and Tom Cullen are a small collection of documents which were part of the contents of Cabinteely House, sold by the McGrath family to the then Dublin County Council in 1990. In 1994, Dunleary Rathdown County Council took over the ownership of the house and the park, and both are now open to the public. An inventory of the papers found was completed on behalf of the County Council by Kieran Trace in August 1997, but the papers were left largely untouched since then. Some at one point were placed on display in Cabinteely House, every archivist's nightmare, and in 2021 it was decided to revisit the collection and to catalogue it in line with current international archiving standards to make it accessible to the public as part of the Council's main archival collection. This work is ongoing, with preservation needs being addressed as well as preparation for future digitisation. So why Cabinteely House? The house is built in 1769. It's on an elevated site of, at McGrath's time, 222 acres, and even still has sea views. It passed through many hands before Joe McGrath purchased it in 1993 for £15,000. McGrath, his wife Aileen, and their 6 children While it housed them for many years, Cabinteely House has absolutely nothing to do with these papers. Most of them predate McGrath's ownership of the property. As mentioned, the collection includes the papers of 2 men, Joe McGrath and Tom Cullen. And while the Cullen collection is very small, it's been decided to catalogue it as a standalone series. The men were certainly associated, but there's no apparent explanation as to why their papers are together or how they came into McGrath's care. It was certainly sometime after 1934, following the deaths of both Cullen and his wife. The Cullen papers have been separated into 3 sub-series: Cullen's own papers, those of his wife Delia, and those of her mother, Mrs. Marianne Considine. The Cullen papers unfortunately add nothing to what is known of Tom Cullen's life and his involvement with the Republican movement, and including his close association with Michael Collins. He was born in Blessington in 1891, and it's known that he joined the Irish Volunteers in 1913 and was active while working as a grocer's assistant in Wicklow. He became captain in charge of a company of volunteers in Wicklow and remained there during the Eastern Rising. In his own words, he was able to get closer than Bray. He was arrested in Wicklow in 1918 and imprisoned in Mountjoy. The only item, and in many ways the most interesting item in the collection, written by Cullen personally, dates from his time in Mountjoy. And it's a poem unexpectedly entitled "An Ode to a Young British Officer," and is handwritten in pencil on prison paper. On his release in May 1918, Cullen joined Michael Collins' staff, acting as Quartermaster General, sometime distributor of Untitled, and as Assistant Director of Intelligence, working very closely with Liam Tobin. Both men were part of the treaty delegation in London, October to December 1921, acting as Collins' bodyguards, members of the squad. There are a number of notes from this period which appear to be from Collins to Cullen. Cullen supported the treaty and became part of the National Army and subsequently the Army Mutiny, again as a close associate of Liam Tobin. None of this is reflected in the correspondence, although the most personal and moving letters are those written to Cullen, who acted as a pallbearer on the death of Michael Collins. Tom Cullen died in a drowning accident on Lough Dan on June the 23rd, 1926, and a short eyewitness account is included in Delia Cullen's papers. Little is known of Delia Cullen. She was an active member of Cumann na Mon, and she married Tom in 1920, and her papers begin with the death of her husband when she was in receipt of letters of condolence. She was known to suffer from epilepsy, and this was the cause of her death in 1933. They had no children. Probably the most noteworthy documents here are a telegram from Kevin O'Higgins regretting his inability to attend Cullen's funeral, and a copy of the resolution passed by Wicklow County Council marking General Cullen's death. There's some correspondence relating to General Cullen's pension, which includes a copy of his death certificate, and a letter from Liam Tobin outlining the arrangements for a headstone and a first anniversary mass for Cullen. The final section in this series has no real relevance apart from the familial link. It consists of material belonging to Marianne Considine, Delia's mother, who was an organist and music teacher in Wicklow. In addition to letters of condolence on Delia's death and items related to her musical activities, the most entertaining items in Mrs. Considine's papers are 3 letters from her son, William Fanlon, Delia's half-brother, giving a vivid impression of the life of a merchant seaman in the Far East in the early 20th century. Some are addressed to Delia, but in the interests of cohesion, they're grouped together. In summary, the Cullen papers are essentially a curiosity. As mentioned, there's no obvious reasons for their being in Cabinteely House, and the McGrath family has no memory of the Cullens or any possible connections. It's suggested that they were given into Joe McGrath's care as there were no remaining family members to keep them safely. The main part of the collection is the papers relating to Joe McGrath, and after much reflection, it's been decided to arrange these according to key points in his career. The time period covered by the papers is very short, with the bulk of them belonging to the period 1919 to 1925, mirroring Joe McGrath's active political life. Most are copies, but enhanced in many cases by McGrath's annotations. Joseph McGrath's name is now chiefly remembered in the context of the Irish hospital sweepstake, horse racing, and as a successful businessman. However, in the period 1919 to 1924, he was chiefly involved in Irish nationalism and the founding of the state. He was a member of the first 4 Dáils. In terms of cataloguing, the McGrath documents and associated items are being divided into 5 sub-series. These are documents relevant to the treaty and related matters, documents relevant to the army mutiny and the founding of the National Party, McGrath's correspondence with Judge Daniel Coughlin, general correspondence, and ephemera. Among the documents in the collection is McGrath's draft of his own account of his life to 1925, compiled in connection with the libel action which he took against the publishers of C.H. Brereton's book, The Real Ireland. In it, McGrath, who was born on the 21st of August 1888 in Dublin, gives full details of his reasons for joining the growing Irish Republican movement and his activities relating to this from the time of his joining in 1913 to date, which was 1925. For those familiar with McGrath's biographical details, I don't think there's any additional information in this and the other documents which accompany it, which mostly consist of letters confirming McGrath's appointment to various intelligence posts. And as McGrath was ultimately successful in his action, it seems likely that these papers are already in the public domain. There are relatively few documents concerning the treaty, the period leading up to its signature, and following that, the drafting of the 1922 Constitution of the Irish Free State. The majority are typescript copies, frequently with annotations which are assumed to be McGrath's. Instruction to the plenipotentiaries from Cabinet, signed by De Valera, is there, as is a signed copy of the treaty between Great Britain and Ireland, signed by 4 of the 5 negotiators. In the lead up to the Dáil Éireann vote on the treaty, there's an account of meetings held between anti-treaty and pro-treaty deputies at which no agreement was possible. McGrath's annotated copy of the Dáil voting paper on the 7th of January 1922, which records the name of the deputies who voted for or against when the treaty was ratified, was kept. This is followed by the agenda for a meeting convened on the 14th of January 1922 to approve the treaty and to constitute the provisional government with 8 members of government, of which McGrath was one. A document from March 1922 recounts the details of a meeting with the 6th County Advisory Committee held in Belfast, at which McGrath was representing Michael Collins, and this was also attended by Eamon de Valera. McGrath was closely involved in the development of the 1922 Constitution, and copy number 4 of the relevant papers are marked for the attention of Mr. McGrath. There are no records from the time of the Civil War, and there are also no records of McGrath's time as Director of Intelligence, nor his Oriel House activities. There is, however, a considerable amount of material relating to the army crisis, the subsequent mutiny, and it's possible here that original material will be found. From a cataloguing point of view, it is certainly the sub-series which requires the most attention and consideration about how best to list the material. There are a number of files containing up to 160 pages each, consisting chiefly of correspondence and listing of army personnel, many of them the so-called undesirables in the National Army. In the 1997 trace inventory, such files were recorded as one item, but it's now been decided to separate out the documents and to record each of them individually. From a research point of view, this will increase ease of access to the documents and their content and enable expert assessment of their historical value. Along with listings of serving army personnel and those listed for demobilisation, there's a document entitled A Brief History of Events, referring to the beginning of the Irish Republican Army Organisation, a handwritten copy of the President's terms as presented by Joe McGrath to the IRAO, a letter dated 10th of December 1923 from C.F. Dalton to McGrath concerning the foundation of a new political party, a later letter from Dalton and Liam Tobin addressed to President Liam Cosgrave presenting their ultimatum to government of Gaeltacht Éireann, and there's considerable detail on the proposed organisation of the Army for the period 1924 to 1925, including McGrath's handwritten Army estimates for the same period. Documents relating to March, April and May 1924 are dominated by the Army crisis, especially following McGrath's resignation from the Executive Council, a copy of which is on file. He explains his actions to come in the Gael executive in his constituency, by this time he was TD for North Mayo, in drafts of a speech, and early in April 1924 there's a meeting request by the President to discuss documents which include one pertaining to the status of those officers chiefly involved in the army crisis. This includes Major Generals Tobin and Cullen, and this is one of the few direct links between McGrath and Cullen in the papers. Much of McGrath's replies to the typewritten official letters are in handwritten drafts. On 8th of April 1924, the Secretary of the Army Inquiry Committee wrote to McGrath asking him to appear before the committee, and most of the remaining correspondence during the period relate to the crisis and McGrath's refusal to appear before that group. From March 24, he was focused on the newly founded National Party, which was founded in response to the crisis and which he led. Again, many papers relating to its establishment are filed together and will now be treated individually. These include various drafts of the National Party policy, and the chief correspondent in this section is C.F. Dalton, who with Liam Tobin was founder, as I said, of the IRAO. Dalton is generally writing in his capacity of secretary to the executive, and his typescript letters reflect the IRAO's support for the new party and their intention to be associated with it. There are various views about the advisability of the National Party contesting upcoming by-elections, both from Dublin and from McGrath's Mayo constituency. And of particular note in this section, I think, is McGrath's handwritten draft document in which he outlines his views on the future of Ireland, as well as his note on the back of Dáil Éireann headed paper, listing the expenses which would be incurred by the printing of a paper, presumably The Nation, a copy of which, edited by Sean Milroy, is included. The section effectively charts the rise and fall of the party, in which McGrath frequently outlines, in draft letters, his own summaries of the political situation from time of the army crisis to the resignation of the National Party members from the Dáil, to Dalton's letters to McGrath and Sean Milroy, severing all of the IRAO's connection with the National Party. And the end of the party effectively marks the end of Joe McGrath's political career. Despite the number of letters in the collection, there's in fact only one group consisting of a regular exchange of correspondence, chiefly written in 1924, between two men, Joe McGrath and Judge Daniel F. Cohalan. I've been calling him Cohalan with my Cork roots, but Cohalan, whatever. The letters commence with a letter from McGrath to Cohalan, outlining his summary of the events leading up to the army crisis and the establishment of the new party. He also outlines the reasons for the split between the IRAO and the IRB. He asks the judge to send someone to Ireland to receive first-hand and direct information. He's also seeking funds for Tobin and his colleagues, sufficient to tide them over their immediate difficulties. And the response was swift and fruitful, as Cohalan wrote shortly afterwards, enclosing a draft for £2,000. McGrath kept Cohalan updated on political events, such as the report of the Army Inquiry Committee, and frequently this correspondence involves Cohalan's requests to McGrath for introductions of various US figures to public life in Ireland. Economic matters were also considered, highlighting plans, for example, for inbound tourism. Mention is made of John Devoy's visit to Ireland, and McGrath kept his copy of the menu from a dinner held in the Dolphin Hotel in Dublin, which was signed very shakily by John Devoy in 1924. The correspondence tails off towards the end of that year, except for one 1929 letter in which McGrath expresses concern about Florida land investments in which Cohalan was involved. The working title for the next section, or the final section of documents, is currently general, and it may well remain as that. Correspondence reflects McGrath's involvement in the 1924 Tailteann Games, his successful libel action in 1925, and Bos Croker's application to become a citizen of the new state. It's only in this section that any sense of McGrath the person comes through, as most of the correspondents are seeking his assistance, whether financial, seeking employment, or other. One of the most heartfelt letters is from Arthur Griffith's widow, asking McGrath, in his capacity as the Free State representative in the Shannon Works at Ardnacrusha, to invite her son Kevin to a planned tour of the plant, to give this boy a little happiness. He had a most unhappy childhood. Another from Margaret Pearce in 1932 refers to her hope to be able to repay a balance owing to McGrath when, if ever, she was able to do so. And one of particular interest currently, in light of Rona McGreevy's recent publication, is a letter from Mary Dunn, mother of Reginald, to President Cosgrave, threatening to reveal what she knew about the Free State's involvement with the assassination of Sir Henry Wilson, unless matters concerning her ownership of a house and a pension are resolved. There's also a series of letters from Dan Breen, dating from the late 1920s, when Breen appears to have been in financial difficulties. Matters discussed range from his getting a job in the Shannon Works, tips for Ferry House 1928, his move to New York, information about forged currency being dumped in Ireland from Russia, and closing with instructions on financial affairs, which McGrath was handling on his behalf. With much of this correspondence, there's no indication of how or why, when letters not addressed to McGrath came into his possession. The final subseries in the collection is difficult to categorise and contains no documents. The current working title is Ephemera. It ranges from unidentified photographic negatives to 1930s stationery and is dominated by a group of prayer cards and related religious material. And it's difficult to know whether these belonged to McGrath or the extended Cullen family. McGrath was devout. This is a picture of the chapel he built in Cabinteely House, but so was the Cullen family. With the exception of several memorial cards, they are non-specific and undated. Two items stand out, however, an autograph book and a visitor's book. The autograph book contains signatures of some members of the treaty delegation, and it's dated the 7th of December 1921. 4 of the plenipotentiaries have signed: Griffiths, Collins, Gavin Duffy and Barton. Most of the rest of the book is blank, but it contains 2 pencil drawings of Seamus and Molly McGrath, Joe's children, drawn by a family friend in 1933. The visitor's book contains entries dating from mid-October to early December 1921. Better-known visitors include Sean Theo Kelly and Kitty Kieran, and it seems clear that the book comes from either one of the 2 treaty delegation houses, but again, nothing conclusive to confirm which. Research work is underway separately to identify as many of the visitors as possible, about 100 in total, and this may yield further information. Currently, there's no absolute way of knowing the exact provenance of these and whether they were McGrath's or Cullen's possessions. Trace's 1997 inventory notes that there were 2 notes from Michael Collins in the autograph book, which apparently were intended for Cullen. One is addressed to Tom, but by the time this cataloguing started, these notes had been separated and stored elsewhere. This paper is intended to introduce the McGrath and Cullen collection to future researchers. While no startling discoveries may be made in future studies, we in the Council believe that it's important that the papers are correctly catalogued and preserved. In McGrath's entry in the Dictionary of Irish Biography, it's noted that his papers were lost in the flooding of the Sweepstake building in 1986. Could it be, therefore, that this small collection of papers is the only surviving of McGrath's records in public custodianship, which itself makes it unique? Thank you.
We don't have time for questions, do we? I think maybe we'll do is we'll keep going, and then hopefully we'll have some time at the end. Thank you, Georgina. Your intervention underscores for us as historians just how significant the work of archivists is. Michael's work is hugely informed by the work like that. Very interesting. Thank you for sharing with us. And likewise, our next paper by Des, this kind of work is just so important for us, and thank you for introducing to us these. I suppose one of the things I take away from it is the mundane nature of some of the materials and how we use them as scholars. And hopefully we'll come back to some questions after our final speaker this afternoon. We're going back out into the diaspora a little bit, and I'm really delighted to have an opportunity to meet and hear from Des Dalton. Des studied at Carlow College from 2011 until 2015, where he obtained a first-class BA honours in English and History. In 2015, he was joint winner of the inaugural Delaney Archive Trust Father Thomas MacDonald Research in History Prize for his dissertation. The Irish Bureau of Military History and the Ernie O'Malley Military Notebook interviews the battle for historical narrative and legitimacy. I think we have Cormac O'Malley maybe in the room, so that's a nice coincidence. And Des is currently researching and writing on the Irish Civil War. And this afternoon, Des will speak to, the title of his paper is Arms and Ideology, Joe McGarrity, Clan na Gael and the Treaty Split in Transatlantic Republicanism. Des, welcome to the podium, and a round of applause, please.
Thanks very much, Miriam, for that that very warm introduction, and thanks to the organisers for the invitation to present here, and indeed congratulations to them, congratulations to them on what is promising to be a fantastic number of days of scholarly debate and exploration of the latest research into the Civil War. The 1916 proclamation in crediting the exiled children in America with providing the essential support required to launch the 1916 Rising was also giving a nod to the transatlantic nature of the whole physical force project over the previous 50 years. These exiled children were the secret oath-bound Clan na Gael, the sister organisation of the Irish Republican Brotherhood, who provided the finance required to oil the wheels of insurrection. Without this support, it can be argued that the Rising would not have occurred. In the first part of my paper today, I will be focusing on how these ideological divisions in the treaty played out in the United States, and with particular attention on Clan na Gael and Joe McGarty's interaction with the Republican movement in Ireland, both during and post the Civil War. The second part of the paper will look at the dynamic created by the mass emigration of anti-treaty IRA veterans to the US in the post-Civil War period. This influx of militant Republicans provided an immediate channel from the IRA to the Clan, and ultimately gave the IRA an opportunity to rebuild and revive its organisational ability, while also giving it an international dimension and flexibility denied it by the coercive policies employed against it by the nascent Irish Free State. Indeed, as Gavin Wilke argues in his monograph, Transatlantic Defiance, the Militant Irish Republican Movement in America, 1922 to 1945. I will be presenting James Connaughty as a very brief case study of one of those veterans who, having fled Ireland following the Civil War, would find within the ranks of Clan na Gael an outlet for continued activism. Connaughty's influence and involvement in militant republicanism would impact on both sides of the Atlantic, and his activism would endure into the post-1969 period. McGarty and Clan na Gael would be a source not only of financial and logistical support to the independence movement in Ireland, but also an ideological reference point for militant republicanism. As Michael has already outlined regarding John Devine, I suppose Devine and McGarty in many ways were the two towering figures over all others in terms of their contribution and influence in transatlantic physical force republicanism, really from around 1870 to the death of McGarty himself then in 1940. McGarty himself was born in 1874 in the townland of Crevendesky, Carrickmore, County Tyrone. And McGarty represented a newer generation of militant Irish separatists when he arrived in the United States in 1892, having joined Clan na Gael the following year. And from 1893, as I said, until his death in August of 1940, McGarty would be a central figure in militant Irish republicanism, forming working relations with, and in many cases friendships with, many of the leading figures of Irish republicanism of the first half of the 20th century, from Pearse and McDiarmid to Collins, Mellows, De Valera, Liam Lynch, Mary McSweeney, Sean McBride, Maurice Toomey and Sean Russell, and so on, and the list is quite extensive. McGarty was instrumental in raising the $20,000 used to purchase the arms landed at Hoth in Kilcool, and in fact he personally contributed $1,000 of that. Indeed, over his life it is said that he contributed, made and gave away a number of fortunes in terms of his pursuit of and support of the physical force Republican movement. It was via the Clan and McGarty that initial contacts were made with the German government, which would ultimately culminate in the abortive attempt to land arms in Ireland by the German ship the Aud in 1916. Now, as Michael has very expertly explained earlier and has outlined in his book, many of the roots, if you like, of the split which occurred over the Anglo-Irish Treaty, many of those roots are found in the whole Devine Cahalan split in that period of 1920-21, and it was a split which really ultimately and fundamentally divided the Irish-American movement in many ways, and as I said, reflected also outside of that the wider tensions which existed between the IRB and the Dáil government in the struggle for control. And this is where it also feeds into what's happening in Ireland as well, and certain trends there. For Devine, the fact that De Valera was not a member of the IRB was also an important factor, and so he could not, in Devine's eyes, could not describe himself as President of the Irish Republic, and robbed them of any authority over the clan or its affiliated organisations. And this was despite the fact that the IRB had amended its constitution in September 1919 to reflect the new reality of the establishment of the First Dáil and its government. And in response, De Valera, through the offices of Harry Boland, disaffiliated the clan from the IRB, and this in turn led to the division of the clan. When McGarrity, with the support of Luke Dillon, ousted Devine and so on, and that split, as I said, that Michael referred to, when you ended up then effectively with two clans, one based in Philadelphia and the other in New York. This again created problems and tensions in Ireland, and the issue of which was to be recognised by the IRB and later the IRA leadership could not be resolved definitively until after the Civil War. And indeed, McGarrity was informed in March of 1922 that the Supreme Council had recognised the legitimacy of his section, but that this would only be to the inner or secret organisation and not to the open political movement. So again, there was a level of ambiguity going on there. And so on. And also, I think what was at work here, and I think again Michael referred to it there, is there was a clash of personality here as well. And it also would become an issue later on, even in the post-Civil War period, in the immediate aftermath of the Civil War, where De Valera again showed actually a distinct lack of understanding of the dynamics within the Irish-American militant movement, where he again was attempting to exert control. And that actually not just, it actually engendered a similar reaction from even people who were very close allies of his, like McGarrity, who, there was a pushback from people like McGarrity and particularly Luke Dillon against that control by De Valera. It is contended that the support and the support or rejection of the treaty in America by Devine and McGarrity and their followers was decided by their attitude to De Valera. And whilst there is, yes, absolutely, that is an element of it is there. I also believe that this is an oversimplistic reading, and I would certainly bear with much of what Michael has said earlier on. Certainly the fact that De Valera opposed the treaty did have a bearing on those who were considering their attitude to the treaty. However, there's more nuance to that, and I would argue that the support of the IRB Supreme Council had a major bearing, particularly on Devine's stance, and that he brought into the stepping stone argument put forward by Collins, however reluctantly, to the Supreme Council of the IRB. McGarrity's initial reaction was typical of the confused reaction of many to the news that the treaty had been signed. And while he initially supported the treaty, or indicated that he did, he quickly changed his mind when he became fully aware of its full implications. It can be argued that he was swayed by De Valera's rejection of the treaty, but the fact that he and other clan leaders, such as Dillon, did not rush to support the anti-treaty IRA following its March 1922 convention indicate that McGarrity was less interested in the personalities and more in trying to preserve the unity of the national movement. Michael Hopkinson describes McGarrity's attitude prior to the outbreak of the Civil War as non-committal. McGarrity visited Ireland that spring and met with both sides of the treaty divide, urging on them the idea of postponing elections to avoid a conflict. And McGarrity would later claim credit for initiating the Collins-De Valera Pact. And indeed, tomorrow is the centenary indeed of that election. McGarrity would later claim credit for, would later draw criticism for both sides for this lack of commitment. Mary McSweeney would admonish him for not wholeheartedly supporting the anti-treaty cause, while Pat McCartan would chastise him for taking an anti-treaty position in the clan newspaper, the Irish Press. And he wrote to McGarrity saying, "I think you are foolish. If you take my advice, avoid it for a while till the air clears." The divisions in America had hindered the Irish cause there. And this was exacerbated by the treaty. The vast majority of ordinary Irish Americans supporting the treaty, and this is reflected in the effusive support for the treaty by leading Irish American newspapers, such as the Boston Globe, drawing its analogy from the American Civil War. It hailed the imminent birth of the Free State as the most auspicious event since the gallant Lee passed over his sword to grant the Appomattox. And during the treaty negotiations, the agreed position among the various organisations was that any decision on the treaty would be left to the Irish, and that they would respect whatever decision the Dáil would arrive at. However, when it became obvious that the Republican leadership was so clearly divided, matters became more confused. The New York Times summed up their attitude of many in America when it said, but if Americans, even the bulk of Irish Americans, were to say where they really think, it would be to cry out to the two sets of Irishmen impartially, a plague in both your houses. Within the Irish-American activist base, the overall attitude would best be described as positive but with reservations, coupled with a frustration that they had been largely unconsulted on the negotiations. And as it was for the vast bulk of the American press and public, were uninterested in what they viewed as the technicalities as to whether De Valera or the Irish Cabinet should or should not have been consulted before signing, or the wording of any proposed oath. For them, in simple terms, the age-old vexed problem had been resolved, and thenceforth any Irish-American disputes were viewed as internecine in character. The newspaper headlines, once readily available to the Irish nationalist cause, have been lost. Michael Hopkinson argues, and indeed I believe with some merit, that if Irish objections to the treaty had focused more on the Northern question and partition, namely, there would probably have been a more critical response in the United States. Now, with the outbreak of the Civil War, McGarrity, Dillon and their section of the clan threw their full support behind the anti-treaty side. Devine and his supporters found it impossible to actively support the pro-treaty side, particularly due to the policy of executions. However, they remained aloof from the anti-treaty side. And indeed, there's evidence of a level of ambiguity from Devine and evidence of his support, for instance, for the Army Mutiny. And indeed, when he visited Ireland in 1924, his nephew Michael Dunn from Naas in County Kildare was very active with the anti-treaty IRA and indeed was on the run at that point. And Devine actually made arrangements to meet him whilst he was being feted by the Free State government. He actually met with his nephew at one point who was on the run. So there was, as I said, there was a level of ambiguity there from Devine in terms of his attitude. In a letter to McGarrity in September 1922, De Valera refers to a report that he has heard that Devine had made an offer to throw his weight indeed behind the anti-treaty side on the proviso that they deposed De Valera as their political leader. What the evidence, further evidence to that is, it's unclear, but that, as I said, that was a claim that De Valera was making at that point. Harry Boland had recognised the importance of American financial support, and he pushed the affiliation of the reorganised McGarrity clan to the anti-treaty IRA executive. In a letter to Luke Dillon written while attending the Irish Race Convention in Paris in January of 22, Boland summed up the value of those on the anti-treaty side placed on the support of the clan. And he says, "Every day I am more convinced that we must rely on your organisation more than any other in the world to continue the struggle for the Republic." In late autumn 1922, the IRA sent Sean Moylan as an emissary to the US and as its representative and liaison with the clan, while J.J. O'Kelly and Seamus O'Doherty were emissaries of the political side of the movement. In a letter to McGarrity, the IRA Chief of Staff, Liam Lynch, explained that while the Republican underground cabinet was already represented in the US, Lynch writes, "We realise the importance of Army being in direct touch with your body," unquote. Moylan was dismissive of many of the Irish-American groups, such as the AARIR, and had pinned all his trust and faith in the clan. And he was also quite dismissive of De Valera's attempts to exert control, and indeed complained bitterly that again De Valera was showing that lack of understanding of the dynamic that was operating within the Clan na Gael. In a letter on September 27, McGarrity again was urging on De Valera the need to organise a civil Republican government, to elect a president, a cabinet and so on, to galvanise the anti-treaty side and give it a legitimacy. McGarrity writes, "As things stand now, you have no government, the Free Staters have. You may have a government that is not known, that is not enough. It must be boldly declared," writes McGarrity. And he also urged on De Valera the necessity of a united Ireland being the absolute minimum basis for any settlement. This points to the implacable ideological position adopted by McGarrity and his clan leadership, and again he is urging on the Irish leadership the need for an uncompromising political stance. In the Fenian tradition that he came from, McGarrity and the clan viewed the ideology without arms to support it as worthless, and consequently much of their time in conjunction with Moylan was taken up with sourcing arms in Germany. The death of IRA Chief of Staff Liam Lynch on April 10, 2023 hastened the end of the failing anti-treaty military campaign. With the primacy of politics established, the clan turned its attention to raising election funds and raised over $100,000 for Sinn Féin in the August 1923 election. Although this was viewed with a mixture of suspicion and outright opposition by figures such as Luke Dillon in particular, who viewed the political fundraising as a distraction from what they viewed as the clan's primary purpose, which was funding and supporting armed action in Ireland. And indeed, in the immediate aftermath of the Civil War, again, people like Dillon were very resistant to attempts by people like De Valera to force some kind of an amalgamation between the AARIR and Clan na Gael. The aftermath of the Civil War would see the clan play a vital role in supporting the large influx of anti-treaty IRA and Cumann na mBan members who travelled to the US due to their effective exclusion from public and economic life within the new Free State. In an appeal to McGarrity for funds on June 8, 1923 to support these Republican veterans, Dorothy McArdle described their plight as a slow, silent martyrdom of hopeless poverty. She goes on to describe the plight of those who found themselves on the losing side of the treaty divide as, in these terms, it is heartbreaking in the south and west to find splendid young fellows who have endured untold hardships for Ireland and who have been a year or more in jail come home now to find that Ireland has no place for them and they must go into exile. Officially, any IRA volunteer who wished to emigrate needed the permission of GHQ before they could emigrate. However, the harsh economic realities forced many IRA veterans to ignore such prescriptions, to such a degree that by 1925 the IRA Chief of Staff Frank Aiken was reporting to the IRA Army Council that large numbers of volunteers from the West Coast and other parts of the country had been forced by economic circumstances to emigrate. But because of this prescription, many of these veterans could not then join the Clan na Gael. This became a bone of contention as people like Moylan and McGarrity felt that valuable combat or valuable experience and activism was being lost. Consequently, the IRA established what it described as the IRA Foreign Reserve was established, in which Irish volunteers who emigrated, registered and were directed to Clan na Gael. And in fact, from this Foreign Reserve figures, which are in the Mastumi papers in UCD, not a complete figure, but it gives an indication of the numbers of IRA volunteers who were emigrating at that period. I think up to 1925 it gives a figure of about 414. That's far from complete because not all obviously would have registered and so on. But it gives an indication, as I say, the kind of volume of people that were leaving Ireland at that point. Gavin Wilk notes of these people, this influx of IRA veterans, he says, once the IRA and the Clan had officially and collectively aligned in 1926, these individual men represented the future of the militant Republican movement in the US. The figures that would be thrown up from this would go on to play key roles in the development and formulation of Republican organisation and policy over the following decades. Michael Flannery, for instance, would go on to be a dominant figure within militant transatlantic republicanism, in many respects a successor figure to McGarrity for over 60 years, and including the founding of NORAID in 1970. And he was among those who arrived in the US as political and economic refugees in the early to mid-1920s. Others who likewise left at that point included Connie Neenan, Tig Brosnan, Dan O'Donovan, Joe Steins and Seamus or James Connaughty. Now, Seamus Connaughty is representative of many of those Republican veterans who left Ireland in the years following the Civil War. Connaughty was in fact born in New York in 1901. His parents were from Lavey in County Cavan and was there to return when Connaughty was 2. And he came again from a staunchly Republican, indeed a Fenian background, and it was always likely that he would be attracted to physical force republicanism. Through the Irish language classes run by the Gaelic League, Connaughty came in contact with Brian O'Higgins, who was also an organiser from the Volunteers, an organisation that a 14-year-old Connaughty would join. He was active with Cavan Brigade flying column, was captured with blackened hands, tortured and managed to escape, carrying with him rounds of 303 ammunition, one of which would be used as the basis for his trial before the non-jury Special Criminal Court in 1974. So again, showing this kind of continuum of activity and a kind of a linking across the years. He opposed the treaty and was a member of the Four Courts garrison, one of the last members of the garrison to surrender, along with Ernie O'Malley. Connaughty was imprisoned in Mountjoy and later the Curragh, where he made numerous escape attempts. He also took part in the mass hunger strike in 1923, and following his release in 1924, like many other anti-treaty veterans, he was found it impossible to secure employment and took part in the exodus to the US. Connaughty was exactly the type of veteran McGarrity and Clan na Gael were seeking. Diligent and trustworthy, capable of initiative and experience beyond his relatively young years. In the US, Connaughty rose to become National Treasurer of Clan na Gael and a key confidant and collaborator of McGarrity. It was Connaughty who was chosen to travel to Ireland in 1937 to propose the idea of a bombing campaign in England. And Connaughty was a key liaison between the Clan and the IRA during the preparations for the planned bombing campaign. Underlining the influence of the Clan and the IRA at this time, McGarrity, Connaughty and the Clan executive pressured the IRA into holding a convention to reinstate Sean Russell following his dismissal. And not only was Russell reinstated, but he was elected Chief of Staff, and he in turn appointed Connaughty as the OC of the IRA in North America and Canada. Connaughty thus played a pivotal role in the revival of militant republicanism on both sides of the Atlantic and the launch of the first IRA armed campaign since the end of the Civil War. It could be said that the IRA's S-Plan bombing campaign was among the bitter fruits of the enforced exodus of IRA veterans in the early 1920s in the post-Civil War period. Connaughty would remain active with Clan na Gael until his return to Ireland in 1968. Elected president of his local Roger Casement Cumann of Sinn Féin in Cavan, he and his wife Dolly opened the doors of their home to IRA activists following the outbreak of the conflict in the 6 counties. And this would ultimately lead to his arrest and imprisonment in Mountjoy. His biography in the Oncoming Cowrock testimonial brochure from 1980 claims he was held in the same cell he'd occupied in 1922 and recounted for the younger IRA prisoners his memories of the early morning executions of Mellows, O'Connor, Barrett and McKelvey on December 8, 1922. He died on November 15, 1988, and that's his obituary actually from Saoirse, which was the newspaper of Republican Sinn Féin. And speaking at his graveside, Rory O'Brady described his characteristics as, and I quote, loyalty and persistence over a long life, courage and humility at all times, high and honourable in a moral sense. So, in conclusion, to look at the legacy of Clan na Gael would remain a mainstay. It would remain a mainstay of militant republicanism in Ireland over the following decades. In September 1926, the IRA Chief of Staff, Andy Cooney, attended the Clan na Gael convention in Atlantic City and outlined the IRA position in Ireland. On the day after the convention, he and Luke Dillon signed an agreement officially aligning the IRA and Clan na Gael. The two organisations recognised each other as, quote, having for its objects the securing by force of arms the absolute and complete independence of Ireland. The Clan was recognised as the only Irish revolutionary organisation in America, and further to this, Clan na Gael pledged itself to support the IRA both morally and financially. Another clause of the agreement stipulated that both organisations must inform the other prior to any proposed policy changes. However, this would at times be a bone of contention between the organisations, and particularly during the early 1930s, as the IRA were seen by McGarrity and others within the Clan to be flirting too closely with Fianna Fáil. IRA members living in the US would automatically transfer membership to Clan na Gael, and this agreement would remain in place despite splits and schisms well into the 1980s and indeed 90s. Clan na Gael provided a vital channel of financial and logistical support to the IRA and wider militant republicanism at a time when it was being squeezed within both states and Ireland. It also gave the IRA access to a wider international audience to disseminate policy and air its grievances in relation to prisoners and coercive state action, etc. Just as the Clan had influenced the election of an IRA Chief of Staff in 1938, in 1961, the Clan, or one of its offshoots, the Irish Freedom Committee, would force the resignation of a former Chief of Staff, Sean Cronin. In a letter to the Army Council, they accused Cronin of being anything from a state agent to being an active communist. A subsequent court of inquiry found the charges to be baseless, following which the Army Council co-opted Cronin back as a member. However, Cronin resigned, saying that support from America was crucial and that his presence at a leadership level would jeopardise it. In a graveside tribute in 2011, penned by Rory O'Brady to Cronin, O'Brady observed, and I quote, "In the outcome there was no further support from America, so both Cronin and the American support was lost to the leadership," unquote. And this photograph, just in conclusion, that photograph is actually from a Clan na Gael commemoration at the grave of Joe McGarrity. I think that was about 1976, so just an indication of that kind of ongoing engagement and that link over even into that post-1969 period. Joe McGarrity came to personify the irreconcilable physical force Republican tradition. And even after his death, his name was used by the IRA in the 1950s to sign its statements, just as P. O'Neill would be used by the Provisional IRA in a later period. During the IRA's 1956-62 campaign, Sean Cronin penned a propaganda booklet entitled Resistance on behalf of the IRA, using the pen name J. McGarrity. And I leave the last words to Sean Cronin. Cronin would later observe, and I quote, "One has the feeling that Joe McGarrity would have been proud of such a use of his name." Garmila Mahagav, thanks very much.
Thanks very much, Des. Fascinating, the continuities there in terms of McGarrity, such a fascinating character, that tension between Irish Ireland and Irish America, and the pull for power and who's speaking for whom and everything, so fascinatingly drawn out. I'm conscious of time, but since I was so schoolmarmish about not having any questions, I just want to open it up to the floor. To Des, Georgina or Michael, if the tech people would bear with me for a second. Bernadette Whelan is down the back there. Maybe we could give her the opportunity just to pose a quick question, if that's okay.
Thanks for 3 great papers, which really, I think, enhanced what we know about those topics. My first question is really for Michael. Your last paper, Michael, in this kind of setting, and you gave a wonderful exposition of his career. I'm thinking now, when you're looking back, and you took a long view of him, I mean, is his political nous really found wanting? You know, in the sense that the divisions that occur within Irish America, not solely his fault, obviously, I mean, they really take responsibility away from the Republican and Democratic Party to do anything about Ireland, particularly after the treaty. It's a divided Irish America, and they know it. And I mean, he's part of that from, I would argue, from 1916 onwards. You know, his attempt to ally with Germany, the tactics around Wilson and handling that, which was a major mistake. So I'm just wondering, when you're looking back over him now in his life, and you've done such wonderful archival work, what do you think about his actual political nous?
Yes, I see your point. Yeah, there was a criticism even among, even from Diarmaid Lynch. I think I mentioned it in the book that he was often convinced of his own righteousness, and I suppose, yeah, there was an element of that, yeah, that he could have perhaps reached out to De Valera and indeed, yeah, there's certainly something there, yeah, that if another leader of Irish America might have compromised more. I think that's a fair point. Yeah, yeah.
Okay, thanks so much. Could I just, do you mind?
Sure, yeah.
Okay, just one other question for the paper on McGarrity as well. I think one of the interesting things about him is, if you take a wider perspective, is that his name drops out of the Bureau of Investigation, or as it becomes the FBI, or State Department, which also has an investigation unit. His name drops out of it completely by the late 1920s and early 30s. And when Sean Russell visits, they're saying, who's this guy that's with him? They have no knowledge of him. So I'm wondering, is there a danger of kind of over-exaggerating his importance, particularly to official America? And just before, and I'll move on, can I just ask, I really want to note and to acknowledge the wonderful work of DLR and the archival in really maintaining, preserving these papers, etc. I have one quick question. The chapel in Cabinteely House, is there any documentation leading up to that? Because I know a chapel was also installed in the Viceregal Lodge and updated, upgraded in the 20s after the Fitzalans left, and they had to get permission from the Diocese of Dublin and the Vatican for it, and I'm just wondering, are there any backup documents there? I'll finish. Thanks very much.
Thanks.
In terms of the documents and Cabinteely House, no. The collection completely predates McGrath's ownership of Cabinteely House, so there's, I'm afraid, nothing at all there.
And Des, do you want to come back there on the McGarrity one? Thanks, Bernadette.
Yeah, just briefly. Thanks, Bernadette, for the question. Just briefly, yes. In that period of the late 20s, first, there was a couple of factors. One of them was his own personal business situation, particularly from 1929 with the crash. He was broken by that. So he spent quite a period of time, whilst he still had a finger, in with the clan, and he was always a pivotal figure. A lot of his time at that point was particularly spent in trying to deal with his own particular circumstances, and he became actually quite heavily involved with the Irish sweepstakes. And indeed, and one of the things unlikely, but even right up to particularly 1938, he was still in regular contact with De Valera, for instance. So he still had a friendship there, even though politically the division between them is becoming ever wider with each passing year. So that was one major factor of it there, explaining, if you like, why he'd quite dropped off the radar. But underneath that, he was still quite active. In terms of whether there's an overemphasis on his contribution, maybe you could argue for that period. But I think if you take it in the round, really in that period between 1920 and 1940, he was still, his presence was still, he was still a very pivotal figure. And for instance, like when he died in 1940, and it was actually a result of a short illness, so it was relatively sudden. He died of cancer, but it was only a matter of months. It was a shock to the clan people there, and there was a sense, we can't go on. You know, we literally, without this man, without this man's presence, that was the importance that he was held in and the regard that he was held in. So, you know, even his correspondence, as, you know, it's Sean Cronin's, the McGarty papers and so on, point out his contacts and so on were so diffuse and across so many different strands that I certainly would think that he still was one of the key, particularly within, if you like, that strand of militant republicanism. He's still one of the really key figures of that period of the early to mid 20th century.
Thank you. Thanks again. That was Professor Bernadette Whelan there posing those three great questions, making up for all the rest of us. Thank you so much to Michael. Enjoy your retirement and keep writing and publishing. Georgina, please, you and your team keep doing what you're doing and sharing the wonderful richness of those archives. We're so dependent and so grateful for the work of you and your colleagues in that vein. And Des, wonderful to see how you're continuing to excavate those fascinating transatlantic connections and the key role that those brokers like McGarty is such a rich example of being able to kind of translate America and Irish America and the Irish in Ireland all in one go. And
of a book chapter, hopefully coming out next year, so that'll be So
great. Look
the
forward
latest edition
to
that.
Thank you so much, everyone, and come back tomorrow for day 2. Thank you very much. Have a lovely evening.